What's up, guys, and welcome back to another episode of Mentally Gone Reacts. My name is Callie Lacerda.
And I'm Gabriella Lowe.
And before we jump into today's reaction video, we want to give a special thank you to the sponsor of today's video,
Rocket Money.
If you're anything like us and you find yourself signing up for those free trials and then forgetting to cancel and it ends up charging you, and sometimes you go on to have hundreds of subscriptions and you don't even realize that you're paying $10 here, $5 here, $20 here, and you're wondering where is all your money going?
Or if you're struggling to save up for something or someone special, today's sponsor, Rocket Money, is here to help.
Rocket Money is the ultimate financial tool, being able to identify recurring charges, and it's even able to cancel subscriptions for you on your behalf. So there's no more need for those awkward, it's not you, it's me phone calls, because Rocket Money makes canceling and ending your subscriptions as easy as pie.
Pie. Rocket Money helps you keep track of everything you're subscribed to, even the things you forgot about.
Being able to see all of our subscriptions in one place has literally been a game changer. Rocket Money is the one-stop shop for all of your finance needs, being able to keep track of all your subscriptions and never miss a beat on a payment.
By creating customized budgets and canceling unwanted subscriptions, Rocket Money will help you take back control of your finances.
It has become our personal finance superhero, and we highly recommend you guys checking it out.
So check out Rocket Money at rocketmoney.com/mentallygonereacts.
That's rocketmoney.com/mentallygonereacts to start saving today.
Thank you for your patronage.
Thank you!
What's up, guys, and welcome back to another episode of Mentally Gone Reacts. My name is Callie Lacerda.
And I'm Harry Potter.
Harry Potter. And as you can tell, absolutely nothing changed in terms of our glasses or our appearance. There's nothing different at all about us whatsoever. You cannot point anything out that's different or inconsistent with how we've been doing it so far.
I agree.
Yeah.
I'm Harry Potter.
And I'm Gabriella Lopes. And today we will be doing casting or practicing our magical spell with our book of spells. One of the spells that we will be casting today.
Guys, we got this book of spells at Five Below.
Five Below.
You know Five Below is my favorite place.
Yeah, we
because
always try to swing
everything
by.
is below $5 and then you end up spending $100.
Yeah.
Because you think that everything is below $5.
And you're like, wow, this is so cheap. Oh my God, look at what they have. It's so cheap. And then you keep throwing it inside of the cart.
Yeah, and then you get 20 things and then you realize
like,
that you're already
it's
going
not
into
below
the
$5, guys, anymore.
You're going into the triple digits.
So you want to cast the spell, or should I cast the spell?
You should cast the
Okay,
spell.
I'm going to cast a spell here. Let me see what spell I'm going to cast here.
Harry cannot fix his own glasses. Don't you know this, Hermione?
Once I make my move, you're free to check the king. All right. It says Oculus Reparo. And then insert multi-million-dollar Warner Brothers special effects budget transition. Wow.
Whoa.
Jeepers creepers.
Guys, I'm pretty sure I look better with those glasses.
I think everybody looks better with these glasses.
Than these glasses. I think I made a mistake with these glasses.
All right, so real quick, right? So we picked up this, the unofficial Harry Potter spellbook, which I don't know what that means, because on the back it says, well, I guess it is the unofficial one because it's not trademarked.
Because it's
Warner
from
Brothers.
Five Below.
Yes, more than 240 incantations, and includes every spell mentioned in the Harry Potter books, movies, trading card games, and more. Every entry explains the spell's etymology, pronunciation, and a moment when it was used in the Harry Potter universe. It's the ideal companion for any Muggle or no mage.
That's pretty cool.
Pretty cool book. I really like the cover of it. We're definitely going to find a cool spot behind the scenes over there in the media center. And I also have a little something that I want to participate in show and tell. So, Mom, please, can I participate?
Yes.
Teacher, please. I also have something to show.
Take these off.
At Five Below. Oh, yeah.
Go
Yeah,
ahead.
we usually put these on before we start the movie. At Five Below, we also found this neat little tin. It looks very high quality from afar, but once you get close, you start seeing why it's Five Below.
What?
No, it's not too bad actually.
No, this is great, guys. This is embossed.
Yeah, this is like 3D textured. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. This is a regular
deck of cards
with Hogwarts. It says Draco, Dormiens, Nunquam, Chitilandos. If you could translate that in the comments, if it doesn't involve spoilers, obviously. Yes.
And what's interesting is that the suits are the 4 houses of Hogwarts. So you got the Slytherin.
Slither in or slither out?
You got the Gryffindor, the Hufflepuffs, and the Ravenclaws.
Yes.
Which we haven't met any Ravenclaws yet. Like, for the people who are like fans of Ravenclaw, right? Because people, kind of root for certain houses. What do you have to say that these movies don't really give any representation?
What's going on with that?
For the other houses, aside from Harry's house and
Gryffindor
and Slytherin.
And Slytherin, yeah. And so the movie today, obviously by the thumbnail and by the title, is Order.
Order in the Court.
What is this usually used for? Isn't this used to like open wine bottles? Like you like...
Really?
Like you put the thing and then you hit it with a mallet and then you twist.
Are you actually joking?
I don't know.
You mean a corkscrew?
Yeah. Is that what it is?
It has a screw
I understand, but the old-fashioned way of opening wine... Am I wrong?
I don't know. I never heard that before.
But anyways, we found this little thing in the basement.
Yeah, we've had that for a while, too.
And I got it because I wanted to do this. I wanted to open the episode and say, Order! Order of the Phoenix. Order in the courts.
Yeah, and last movie we saw Crouch. We saw a lot of people were kind of up in front of the jury, kind of,
Yeah, jury duty.
Like Snape was kind of up for debate. The other guy, the Crumbs principal.
Yeah.
And
how many of you guys have ignored jury duty? Be honest. Comment below.
I will not confirm or deny that.
I can't confirm or deny. I just think it's an interesting topic.
But I will say that if you ignore jury duty, that's illegal.
It is.
And I will not confirm or deny.
Again, you don't have to say those words. I'm just asking out there, just comment below. She's making it like a thing now. We're going to go to court and we're going to be tried now. And it's like, as per statement in your video on YouTube.
I was joking. Ha.
Okay. So anything else before we jump in?
No.
Okay. So this is order.
Oh, yes. Our socks. I have Santa Claus coming down the chimney, and it says bottoms up on the bottom.
Which makes sense because today is May 1st.
And
it is currently, hold on 1 minute. I did this. Hold on 1 minute now. Today is May 1st. It is currently 1 a.m. 1:20 a.m. And we are starting this reaction because we got inspired. And we're like, all right, let's do it.
And the only bottom that's going up is the bottom of this coffee cup.
Oh, yes.
Going up.
Yes, indeed. So with that being said, guys, we are going to start this reaction at 1 a.m.
Wait, what about your socks?
Oh, yeah, I have to showcase my socks, guys. Hold on. It was my last show and tell thing. Because, look, if you don't like these intros, then you could always just skip through them.
Yeah, we timestamp it.
Oh, God.
I think.
I have coffee burps. Ooh. Anyways, show and tell part 2 for me, or part 3. I have unique socks today also. Ritz crackers. As you could tell, there's so many husky hairs, Siberian husky. Shout out to my best friend, best little buddy, Shadow. We tried a lint roll, as we mentioned before, but I kind of gave up already. It's like it's just floating everywhere. Like you breathe and you're inhaling dog fur, so it doesn't matter. But Ritz crackers. And yeah.
And let's get into it. I'm so excited after the last movie. You don't want to talk about your
outfit?
I'm dressed in Gryffindor because I need to be orderly for this one.
Yes, because it's the Order of the Phoenix.
And each time I'm going to get closer and closer to looking like Harry Potter. So by the last movie, I'll have my hair cut and I'll have become fully Harry Potter. Okay.
Yes. Okay. So with that being said, we will be taking notes as usual. Have my handy dandy notepad, which you guys could tell I have a few pages left, which is going to be a very big deal for me because it'll be a milestone for sure for this channel, for everything we've done so far in terms of creating videos. And I'm going to eventually get a box to store all of these old notes. So you can tell from each movie. Maybe even frame them, like get one of those hanger things that people usually put Polaroids and then just hang each note and just create like a wall of notes of all the movies. Like that's pretty cool.
Yeah.
Like this whole wall right here could be a wall of notes. And then I have a spare blank notepad in case I run out here. Then I'll be swapping and I need to get more eventually because that one is half full. No further ado, even though these intros are pretty long, let's just jump right into it. So glasses on for me, Harry Potter glasses. So as always, a special thank you to everybody on Patreon. The patrons get early access to every single reaction video. They get the full uncut version. You do need to have your own copy of the film in order to sync up and follow along with us. And very soon, finally, because as you guys could tell, like we have not waited a whole month for this version of
people were like,
film.
We're gonna see it next year.
Yeah, people like hopefully before next year, but we're trying to pick up the pace, and we are, and we're gonna be sprinkling a little surprises to the patrons on Patreon, exclusive stuff, and to be announced, to be determined, TBD.
Yeah,
right?
and also we're picking up the pace because, well, I'm only speaking for myself, but I'm genuinely starting to get super hooked on this franchise specifically, especially after the last movie, because now we see Voldemort in his physical form.
Yeah, the dude is real now.
And
he's an interesting looking cat.
And now I can't wait to see what happens. Like, I literally can't wait. So waiting a week was already hard enough.
Yeah, and that's why it's 1 a.m. and we're like, you want to just knock out a new reaction video and just do it? And then we were like, yeah, let's do it. All right, so with that being said, do a countdown from 3. We're a little bit rusty. We always are, but that is what it is. It's mentally gone for a reason.
Oh, and I don't know if you guys noticed, but we kind of rearranged our setup a little bit.
Yeah, we scooch things around.
And now our screen is more head on.
Yes.
So that's pretty baller.
Look at what do you think about this Warner Bros. Intro compared to the other ones? I'm trying to make sense of it.
I feel like they always get a tad bit darker each time.
Yeah.
Like gloomier.
I could see that.
But the last one had skulls and stuff, or was that after?
I don't remember the sequence. I feel like this one is the first one to show up directly with the intro with the logo. All right, here we go. Oh, sunshine. Okay, so no skulls. This one has a light start like that.
Temperatures up in the mid-30s Celsius. That's the
Celsius.
Fahrenheit tomorrow, maybe even
90s.
Wow, summer then?
Shoot.
Hey, Big D.
Oh, shoot.
Oh my gosh.
This one deserved it.
Yeah, they look much older.
Moaning in your sleep every night. At least I'm not afraid of my pillow. Don't kill Cedric. He's going to kill me, Mum. Where is your mum, Potter?
Oh God, this.
Is she dead? Is she a dead Potter?
He's the only one not laughing because he knows.
Oh my gosh.
Wow, look at that.
Is he doing that?
We got some shaky cam action.
Oh my
to add to that
gosh.
immersiveness.
So they're running from something real. I thought it was Harry.
All right, they're taking refuge from the storm.
I didn't think that his cousin could get worse.
Yeah.
But it seems like he has.
He definitely hit a growth spurt. For sure.
Yeah, growth in his...
Big D, too. That's what she said.
I don't think so.
Oh, my God. Oh, my God.
Oh, my gosh.
Oh,
what
my
is
God. That caught me so off guard. I was in the middle of a That's What She Said
Oh,
joke.
my gosh.
Ah. Oh, it's icy. Look at that. Ooh.
What are those?
What are these called again? These are from
The
Azkaban.
Dementors?
Dementors, yeah. Look, look, look. It's like sucking his essence.
Oh my god, I don't remember them looking like that.
Oh, it's doing to both of them. Oh my God, Dudley, a
Oh
muggle?
my gosh.
A muggle? Think about it. Ooh.
Oh shoot. Come on, help him. I mean, I feel bad still.
He has a good heart, man. Like, dude. He could have just let him
wow.
just die, you know?
That's gonna scar him for sure. Maybe he'll actually become nicer to him.
Mrs. Fig.
Don't put away your wand, Harry. They might come back.
This is Fig.
What the heck?
Hold on, Big D.
Whatever happens, don't leave the house.
Look at Dudley. He's like seeing stuff.
Oh my gosh, he's like traumatized.
Who did this to you, boy?
Oh my god, are
Oh,
you really
of
gonna
course,
blame it on
dude.
him?
He saved your life, you idiot.
This is the last I'm going to take of you and your nonsense.
Ooh. Oh, is this
my
Ron's owl?
Oh, because it's clumsy.
Yeah, the clumsy one.
But at 6:23 this evening, you performed the Patronus charm in the presence of a muggle.
What?
Clear violation of the decree for the reasonable restriction of underage sorcery. You are hereby expelled
What?
from Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Hoping you are well, Mafalda Hopkirk.
What?
What? What was he supposed to do?
Supposed to just give in and... Look at them trying to not draw attention from the neighbors. Trying to upkeep this perfect image of a family.
Yeah.
Sorry, Hedwig.
Expelled is crazy, man. Suspended I get, but expelled? Wow. For fending off, trying to save your life and saving someone else's life? Oh, flashbacks. He's being haunted by it, which I don't blame him, you know? Witnessing somebody die like that. Voldemort is scary, I'm not gonna lie. Scary guy. Like, imagine he just showed up in your room at night.
Abracadabra.
Abracadabra, yeah. Yeah, Vada Kedavra.
Harry, these muggles.
Tonks, for God's sake.
Who the heck are these people? Oh shoot, look, it's the...
Oh, it's Mad Eye
Professor
Moody.
Moody.
Professor Moody.
Rescuing you, of course.
Hopefully it's the real one.
They're on... Oh yeah, they left, I forgot.
Dumbledore has persuaded the minister to suspend your expulsion pending a formal hearing.
Harry will explain everything when we get back to headquarters.
Not here, Nymphadora.
Nymphadora.
Call me Nymphadora.
Oh, look at her hair.
Oh, she doesn't like that?
Nymphadora. Kingsley Moody. Whoa, look at that. Damn, in the Muggle world, like they don't see them flying around on a broomstick?
Yeah, they're flying pretty high up at night.
Oh, his is like a Harley Davidson.
motorcycle, yeah.
Look at that, it's like a Harley.
Hey, he's badass.
Oh, I sense some chemistry here.
I think she's a little old for him.
She looks pretty young.
Don't forget about Cho.
Oh yeah, Cho, that's right.
So he's gonna go, like, try to fight against being expelled.
Yeah, he's gonna defend himself.
Thanks to Dumbledore. Of course, Dumbledore wants him to come to school.
A proper hearing. Oh look, this is like the earthquake that happened in New Jersey recently.
What the heck?
Wow, look at that.
He's like, do you guys see what I see?
And I like how none of the none of the Muggles feel it, because those two women, they were in the kitchen just cooking and it started trembling. Oh, Sirius Black. Let's go.
What?
We have to act now.
Oh, look at
Oh, he's so happy.
Mr. Weasley.
Bit peaky, but I'm afraid dinner will have to wait until after the meeting's finished. No time to explain. Straight upstairs, first door on the left. Yeah.
She's a really good mom.
Yeah, she is.
My poor mistress was scum. Let into her house. What would she say to a creature?
What?
Oh, the shame.
Oh, shoot, look. It's like another Dobby.
It's a house elf. Okay. So every...
He's creeping me out.
Creature is here. Creature with a K. Ah!
My heart jumped out of my chest.
We've heard them talking about the Dementor Attack. You must tell us everything.
Let the man breathe, Hermione.
Hey, Ron doesn't get a hug.
His headquarters.
The Order of the Phoenix. It's a secret society. Dumbledore formed it back when they first fought you-know-who.
Okay.
Oh, secret.
But why would he want to keep me in the dark? I mean, maybe I could help. After all, I'm the one who saw Voldemort return. I'm the one who fought him. I'm the one who saw Cedric Diggory get killed. Harry.
Oh my god.
Let it out. Anyway, if you're all done shouting, do you want to hear something a little more interesting? If anyone has
A literal ear.
I love what they're up to.
He's not an adult either. He's not James. Serious?
He's not your son.
He's as good as.
Touchingly paternal black. Perhaps Potter will grow up to be a felon.
Serious? Not serious. Snape.
Snape's part of the Order. Get.
What?
I know.
Oh, destroy the ear. Look, it's Jenny. Every movie I'm gonna say Jenny.
Jenny.
Harry Potter.
His godfather.
Serious.
Oh, finally.
Oh my
Oh
god.
my gosh.
Let's see what they're trying to keep from him.
He's been attacking Dumbledore as well. Fudge is using all his power.
Cornelius, right? Cornelius Fudge.
At the Daily Prophet to smear anyone who claims the Dark Lord has returned.
Thinks Dumbledore's after his job.
But that's insane, no?
What?
Fudge isn't in his right mind. He's been twisted and warped by fear. Now, fear makes people do terrible things. He almost destroyed everything we hold most dear. Now he's returned, and I'm afraid the minister will do almost anything to avoid facing that terrifying truth.
That sucks.
14 years ago, he had huge numbers at his command, and not just witches and wizards, but all manner of dark creatures.
Voldemort may be after something.
Serious?
Tell
Something
him.
he didn't have last time.
You mean, like a weapon?
No, that's enough. He's just a boy.
Why are they keeping him in the dark?
Good, I want to join. If Voldemort's raising an army, then I want to fight.
He's like proud.
Why don't they tell him?
I overheard Ron's mom say that he's not an adult yet. So maybe you have to have like a certain age. The Metro card.
Yeah,
huh?
look, it's a Metro. Look at them, so
Hey,
fascinated.
Forget about it. It's magic. Look at them fascinated with the ways of the Muggles.
I've never used the visitor's entrance before. Should be fun.
I'll just get my Muggle money.
Muggle money. Oh, that's
That
so
is
sick.
so cool.
Of course. Hey, when I went to London, it didn't do that.
You didn't use it right.
Wow, look at the green.
Wow.
Oh, from the second movie, right? When he does the diagonal alley.
Yeah. Diagonally.
Diagonally.
Wow, that's crazy.
Look at the propaganda being peddled. Wow, look at the statues. Cornelius Fudge, also known as Brownie.
And that kind of looks like the M, like Monopoly M, doesn't it?
It does, that one right there.
The Ministry, yeah.
Kind of looks like the Mentally Gone M. I don't know if you've heard of Mentally Gone before.
We used to use owls. This was unbelievable.
Paper airplanes. Look how beautiful that is. It's like a child's imagination. Just.
They've changed the time of your hearing.
When is it?
In 5 minutes.
Oh my gosh. Of course, he's persuading.
He's like lobbying against Harry. It's so political so far. Look at that, Cornelius Fudge.
Albus Percival Wulfric Brown.
Brian.
Wow.
My cousin's name is Brian.
That's a long name.
I must have missed it, but by a happy mistake, I arrived at the ministry 3 hours early.
Wow, they tried to change it so he wouldn't make it. That's crazy.
Witches and wizards of the Wizenargamot.
I was only doing it because of the Dementors.
Dementors.
Muggles can't see Dementors, can they, boy?
I'm not lying. There were 2 of them, and if I hadn't...
Enough. I'm sorry to interrupt what I'm sure would have been a very well-rehearsed story.
Pardon me, Minister, but as it happened...
Oh, yes, Miss Fig.
You're right. That's why.
Oh, that's why he assigned her. Yes.
What did they look like? One of them was very large, and the other rather skinny.
Not the boys, the Dementors.
Big D.
Dementors are, after all, under the control of the Ministry of Magic. You were suggesting that the Ministry had ordered the attack on this boy.
Ooh, they're under...
Mounting a full-scale inquiry into why the 2 Dementors were so very far from Azkaban and why they mounted an attack without authorization.
Oh my gosh.
Who might be behind the attack? Cornelius, I implore you to see reason. Evidence that the Dark Lord has returned
Oh, yeah.
is incontrovertible.
Stop.
Why are they in denial? Well, I have an idea why. I'm going to save it.
Laws can be changed if necessary, Dumbledore.
Clearly, it's become practice to hold a full criminal trial to deal with a simple matter of underage magic.
Those in favor of conviction.
Please, no.
Those in favor of clearing the accused of all charges.
There we go. Let's go.
Yes.
Miss Figs for the win.
Yes.
Let's go.
She's like, do I have a say? Yes.
Oh, okay, I like you, lady.
I do like that lady.
I like that lady.
The other one's a little snappy.
Cleared of all charges.
Yeah, Cornelius.
Woo!
Cornelius.
Let's go.
Corrupt.
Why did he just ignore him?
Padfoot from the Marauders map. Oh, that's so sick.
What's life without a little risk?
I don't want to see you get shut back in Azkaban.
I wanted you to have this.
Oh, yeah, because he's a wanted man still. That's why.
Oh, I love them.
Look at Mad Eye.
Marlene McKinnon. She was killed 2 weeks after this was taken.
Peter Pettigrew.
Frank and Alice Longbottom.
Neville's parents.
Wow.
They suffered a fate worse than death, you ask me.
Wait, Neville is an orphan?
It's been 14 years, and still a day doesn't go by. I don't miss your dad.
Wow.
Look at them. Look at Dumbledore. Wow. They're all so young.
I like how the pictures move.
I know. Oh my god. Oh my god.
Oh my god, oh my god.
Oh my god, this guy freaks me out. Oh my god. Okay, good. Not good, because that's still crazy nightmare
I
right
never
there.
know when it's real or not anymore.
I know, what's real, what isn't. Is this all the Black Lake? Is this all considered... I don't know.
Maybe, yeah. Aww.
Look, it's Neville. Neville Longbottom in it.
Hi, Neville.
Oh, now I feel bad for him. He deserves friends.
I know.
Oh my gosh.
Oh, what's that?
What kind of horse is this?
Yeah.
Pulling the carriage.
Things pulling the carriage, Harry.
Oh my god.
Pulling itself, like always.
Like what's real and what isn't, right?
Pulling itself.
Look at that. It's obviously a thing, but only he sees it. Oh,
I can see them too.
we got a new character. New character unlocked.
Is she reading the thing upside down?
This is Looney Love.
Looney meaning like Looney Tunes? Oh, Luna Lovegood.
Oh my gosh.
Luna Lovegood? That's an interesting thing.
It's a charm, actually. Keeps away the nargles. Hungry.
Why is Neville scared of her?
Nargle.
Yeah, what is an Argle? I have so many questions.
What?
Why can she and Harry see the thing?
Yeah, what is that?
What is the thing? What's an Argle? What's the thing on her neck? Who is this girl? Why is she loony? So many questions.
We're pleased to welcome back Professor Grubbly Plank, who will be taking care of magical creatures, while Professor Hagrid is on temporary leave.
Oh no, where's Hagrid?
We also wish to welcome our new Defense Against the Dark Arts teacher, Professor Dolores Umbridge.
Oh, the lady from the ministry.
Dolores.
And prune practices that ought to be prohibited.
Psychopath.
Why is she hired?
Illuminating.
Now, as I was saying,
a load of waffle.
what's it mean? The corridor.
It means the ministry is interfering at Hogwarts.
Oh no.
Yeah, she's like a plant. So they planted her there to keep an eye on Harry, I guess, because he's a criminal now for fending off his own life.
Your mum didn't want me to come back this year because of you. Nobody was there the night Cedric died. Oh, well, I guess you should read the Prophet then, like your stupid mother. It'll tell you everything you need to know. Don't you dare tattle with mother like that. I'll have a go at anyone that calls me a liar.
Ooh, they think he killed Cedric?
Has anyone else got a problem with Harry?
That's my boy.
I like Harry's little snappy attitude.
Yeah, he's more like, he's not taking people's shit anymore. I like that.
He never did. He always was like a talk-back person.
Seamus was bang out of order, mate.
Seamus.
We'll see.
I said I'm fine, Ron.
Don't turn on Ron, dude. He's protecting you. Come on. Like, I get it, but...
I'll just leave you to your thoughts, then.
Oh, come on.
It's funny because that kid, Seamus, he's the one that kissed the egg when Harry was being praised for getting the dragon's egg. Like, he kissed it and handed it to him. Ooh, it sounds like a snake.
Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh.
Oh, that guy's interesting looking.
Ron's face is so sad for him.
No, I know. It's good to see them friendly, though, again, you know, like friends.
Yeah. Because now he's seen what he has to go through.
I
I think he understands more now.
Yeah. Ooh. Let me guess, Snape. Oh.
Good morning.
B-I-T-C-H.
Visiting level examination.
Oh, these are like the...
W. Owls. More commonly known as owl.
That's so cool. That's so cool.
Theoretical knowledge will be sufficient to get you through your examinations, which, after all, is what school is all about.
He's supposed to prepare us for what's out there.
Who do you imagine want to attack children like yourself?
Oh, I don't know. Maybe Lord Voldemort. According to you, Cedric Diggory dropped dead of his own accord.
Cedric Diggory's death was a tragic accident.
It was murder. Voldemort killed him. You must know that.
Enough! Mr. Potter, my office.
Oh my god, this lady freaks me out.
Oh my
I'm getting like... Oh my god.
Oh gosh. Why is everything pink?
I know.
I think pink would like his kind of nauseating.
Ooh. And she's a cat lady. She's a hardcore cat lady with a picture of Cornelius Fudge on her desk.
Brother.
Look at that OCD.
She's got different pens for different notes.
Yeah.
Oh god.
You're going to be doing some lines for me today.
Some lines of what?
Using a rather special one of mine.
I know, right? That's what I thought too.
You're going to be doing some lines today. Don't mind.
He's like, okay.
Oh, you won't need any ink.
Oh, look at his hand. Is this legal? Isn't this like torture?
Oh my gosh. What the heck? What a psychopath.
This lady's off her rockers.
I think I'm more scared of this lady than Voldemort at the moment.
Right.
You deserve to be punished, don't you, Mr. Potter? Go on.
This can't be legal in the wizarding world.
Skyline snack boxes, sweets that make you ill, get you out of class whenever you like, obtain hours of pleasure from unprofitable boredom.
They're trying to sell candies.
Oh my gosh.
Oh shoot. What the heck?
No thanks.
Oh my god.
Oh gosh. Can't take it.
You're honestly the most wonderful person I've ever met. If I ever meet you again.
Only I've gone back to normal.
Did you hear that?
I think he's under a spell of like the candies.
The other hand.
Oh my god.
Hermione, whatever this is, it's not simple. You don't understand.
Help us to.
They just want to help, you know, but he's not open to being helped. You can guide a horse to water, but you can't force it to drink from the water.
I think I understand, though.
In
Hagrid.
spite of being back at Hogwarts, I feel more alone than ever.
Oh, he went to seek comfort.
I know you, of all people, will understand.
Oh, look, it's another dragon. What is that? Look at this shot. Wow. Is he in the Forbidden Forest?
Oh, look, it's the things.
Oh, they fly? They have wings.
Wow.
Damn, they're very bony, but they have very pointy wings. Look how many.
Look, she could see them.
Look at a baby one in the back, you see it?
Yeah.
Oh, for free?
Huh.
Aren't they cold?
Bit.
She's grounding.
Yeah, she is.
I suspect Nargles are behind it.
Who's Nargles? What are Nargles?
Yeah, can someone ask?
Like, dude, paint a picture.
They're called Thestrals.
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 People avoid them because they're a bit
Look at that.
different.
Aww.
They can only be seen by people who've seen death.
Oh, shoot.
Oh, wow.
You've known someone who's died, then?
My mum.
Wow.
She was quite an extraordinary witch. She did like to experiment, and one day one of her spells went badly wrong. I was 9.
I'm sorry.
But I suppose that's how he wants you to feel.
They're like, I don't want this.
Well, if I were you-know-who, I'd want you to feel cut off from everyone else. Because if it's just you alone, you're not as much of a threat.
Wow.
Isolate and then conquer.
This girl. Oh, they're carnivores.
Oh, yeah.
As if you're questioning my authority in my own classroom, Minerva.
Not at all, Dolores.
But the one thing I will not stand for is disloyalty.
Oh, she's calling her a traitor.
Things at Hogwarts are far worse than I feared. Cornelius will want to take immediate action.
What?
What is going on here? Why does she have so much power?
Because of the ministry.
Pointed to the post of Hogwarts High Inquisitor. Educational reform, new
What is-
era dawns at Hogwarts.
What does that mean?
Dolores Umbridge will, as High Inquisitor, have powers to adjust the seriously falling standards at Hogwarts School.
But she's still beneath Dumbledore, right? Like,
Yes,
she's even bossing Snape.
obviously.
Oh my god. That's so hard when he slaps them in the head. That's kind of abuse right there. Oof, what a party pooper, dude. What a B word. I'm sorry. No music is to be played. All Weasley
rules.
products will be banned immediately. Proper dress and decorum is to be whatever.
Maintained.
She's measuring his height. What? What's going on here, dude?
Teensy little prophecy.
No, wait, no, I think I do see something. Yes, you are in grave danger.
I'm here for that.
I hope so. At this point, this lady's pissing me off. It's always the professor, Defense Against the Dark Arts teacher.
That lady hasn't been wrong.
Right.
That divination teacher.
Oh, she's being sent home?
What?
She's been, because of this lady. That's interesting, though. I have a comment about that, actually. That's actually mind-blowing.
16 years I've lived and taught here.
16 years.
That under the terms of Educational Decree number 23, as enacted by the Minister,
You have the right to dismiss my teachers. We do not, however, have the authority to banish them from the ground.
Professor!
Why is he ignoring Harry, though? I don't get it.
I
Look,
think that.
he can hear him.
I think I understand why. I think he feels helpless, you know? Like, all of those cards are getting stacked against him, too.
True.
That these disappearances are the work of notorious mass murderer Sirius Black.
Scapegoat.
Sirius? Fudge is blocking the truth at every turn, and these disappearances are just how it started before. Voldemort is on the move.
Oh my gosh.
But for now, at least,
It looks like you're on your own.
Oh. Thanks, Godfather. Father that I've never had.
We've got to be able to defend ourselves. And if Umbridge refuses to teach us how, we need someone who will.
Ooh, I like this Hermione.
Hermione's pretty badass.
Yeah, she
went from teachers.
Authority.
I know, like filled with rules now to follow.
Let's go.
You would think that she would be like, a lot of rules. I can't wait to follow all these rules.
Remember, she said, "Or worse, expelled."
Yeah. What was it like? We'll get killed.
Yeah,
or worse, expelled.
She's like, screw that.
Who's supposed to be meeting us then?
Oh, I hope that's not Peter Pettigrew right there.
Oh shoot, Harry's gonna teach.
We need a teacher.
This is like an AA meeting.
One who's had real experience defending themselves against the dark arts.
This could have been an email.
I didn't know you could do that. And he killed a basilisk with the sword in Dumbledore's office.
It's true.
Third year, he fought with about 100 Dementors at once.
That's true. He's a living legend.
Woohoo!
In school, if you make a mistake, you can just try again tomorrow. But when you're a second away from being murdered or watching a friend die right before your eyes...
That's why we need your help. Because if we're going to have any chance of beating...
Say it. Say it.
Voldemort.
Yes. Let's go, Hermione. Oh, they're signing up.
Really? Let's go.
Our first members, Fred and George. We got them. Monthly subscription fee.
Wow, I like Ron's handwriting. Very nice.
Yeah. He's
got
a
nice
studious
handwriting.
guy.
To find a place of practice where Umbridge won't find out.
The Shrieking Shack.
It's too small.
Oh, Shrieking Shack from the third food.
Cho couldn't take her eyes off you, could she?
Oh, girls recognize girls' game.
Did you see Jenny's face?
No, I didn't.
She looks so like sad hearing that. Like so like.
You think Harry would hook up with Ron's sister?
You don't remember Draco was like, "You got yourself a girlfriend, Harry," because like Ginny stood up for him.
He's got himself a girlfriend. Like.
Organizations are henceforth disbanded.
Oh, she overheard it.
I think someone snitched.
Oh, but who's the snitch? Who is it? I want to beat him up. Is it Neville? It can't be Neville.
He might have been scared. Oh, shit. Oh my gosh.
You've done it, Neville. You found the Room of Requirement.
Room of Requirement?
It's also known as the Come and Go Room.
Oh, shoot.
It only appears when a person has real need of it. And is always equipped for the seeker's needs.
The Seeker.
You really needed the toilet.
Charming, Ronald. But yes, that is the general idea.
It's brilliant. It's like Hogwarts wants us to fight back.
Oh my gosh, that's crazy.
Hogwarts does feel alive, right? Like it feels like a living, breathing entity.
Look, it's like targets.
Yeah, and it kind of looks like a Death Eater, just like the ones Voldemort conjured. Ooh.
Oof.
That could poke out someone's eye.
They're like dummies.
You're just flourishing your wand too much. Try it like this. Expelliarmus!
Expelliarmus.
Wow.
One away.
Oh, this guy, dude. Nice. Not bad, not bad.
Nice.
Look at the guy camping out in front of it.
Thanks, Ronald.
Yeah, he likes her.
I know, right? The way he fell back.
It's like
he fell back so like stiff. Like they placed bets on his own brother. Oh man.
It's good manners, isn't it?
Ladies first. Ladies first.
It's like a cowboy draw. It's like,
yeah, it's
you know,
like
stick them up.
Of course it changes because it's a magical room. It's like, of course.
It's meant to for them not to get caught.
Will submit to questioning about suspected illicit activities. 82 rules so far. Damn. Look at him being a teacher. Wow.
Wow. What?
A little higher.
Cho?
A little higher. Right there. That's good. Yep.
Oh, she got distracted.
Let's go. Let's go, Harry. I'm rooting for you, brother.
Oh, look. Someone gave him oh, it was them.
Oh, it's the pimple one. Oh my god, I'm gonna throw up.
God.
Oh my god, I'm gonna throw up.
Wow.
Oh, these are like the snitches. Look, all Slytherin snitches, inquisitors.
There's nothing more than what we are now. Students.
Wow.
If they can do it, why not us?
Wow.
Very valid. Look at that, dude. Malfoy and his squad are snitches. Jenny.
Damn. Jenny's powerful, huh? Look, see? There's something going on. Or he's just happy for her. Woo! Neville! He did it!
I really like Neville's character. I don't know why.
Yeah.
He has like a charm to him.
Now, we're not going to be meeting again until after the holidays, so just keep practicing on your own as best you can. And well done, everyone. Great work.
Thanks.
Expelliarmus! Did it work? Did you guys drop your wands? I bet you did.
What's the other one?
Stupefy.
Stupefy.
See you in the common room, Harry.
Look at Hermione.
Damn.
Hermione's like, see you in the common room, Big D. oh, you saw Ginny?
Yeah, see how all the girls eyeball Harry now?
Yeah, Harry's the Rizzler. Look, all of them are looking. What?
Damn.
You could always slip Umbridge some puking pastels into her tea. Or fever fudge. They give you these massive pus-filled balls right.
Sounds great, guys. Would you excuse me?
Ooh, he wants to go chat it up with Cho.
You're a really good teacher, Harry. I've never been able to stun anything before.
Oh,
is that like mistletoe?
I was about to say, is that a mistletoe? It is a mistletoe.
Oh my gosh, the room requires you to kiss.
Full of nargles, though. What are nargles?
No idea.
Guys, comment below what are nargles. I need to know. Oh! Harry the Rizzler attacks again with all those options, too, dude.
Whoa!
All the girls are like, ooh, big
wow,
teacher.
they're really kissing. Wow.
Hey, why don't you stay after class so I can teach you some new spells or whatever?
Wet. I mean, she was sort of crying.
That's why Harry's kissing was more than satisfactory.
Oh, and she has to clarify that it's kissing. Strictly kissing.
Hermione's like, let me test it. I'm kidding.
Don't you understand how she must be feeling?
Ron's like, feelings? I'm a dude.
Well, obviously she's feeling sad about Cedric.
Relapsing.
Guilty about kissing him.
Oh, no.
Conflicted because Umbridge is threatening to sack her mum from her job at the ministry, and frightened of failing her OWLs because she's so busy worrying about everything else.
Oh, she just ruined the whole mood.
Explode.
Just because you've got the emotional range of a teaspoon.
Oh, Ron. Look at his face.
It's pretty wholesome, though.
Yeah, I like this.
This is a wholesome movie so far until this happens, until he goes to sleep.
And it's slithering like a snake. Yeah, I was about to say it. It's the
because of the sounds.
Maybe after something.
What's the name of the snake?
Nagini.
Nagini, right? Oh, he's after something. Oh, that's Ron's dad?
What? It's like the snake.
But my question is it real or is it...
Oh my gosh.
Is it real or is it cake?
Ooh.
Professor, will you please just tell me what's happening?
Everard, Arthur's on guard duty tonight. Make sure he's found by the right people.
Sir.
Phineas!
Oh no.
Oh, thank you. Next we need some...
Look at me!
Oh my god.
What's happening to me?
I'm afraid we can't wait. Not even till the morning. Otherwise, we'll all be vulnerable.
Oh, grabbing him by the wrist. Nagini, right?
Yeah.
You mean if he knows about it, then he'll be able to read my mind?
Read it. Control it.
What?
It was often the Dark Lord's pleasure to invade the minds of his victims,
Hmm.
creating visions designed to torture them into madness.
Wow.
He had them literally begging for death. Would he finally kill them?
Wow. Talk about evil.
As I will attempt to penetrate your mind, you will attempt to resist. Let Chilliman.
Resist.
Huh. It's called occlumency. Okay, so there's a connection. Harry, Voldemort, mind.
Christmas! I didn't even know.
Daddy's back.
Oh, look, he's back. Ritz, look, Christmas.
Is he okay?
Mr. Harry Potter, without whom I would not be here.
Wow.
Potter, the boy who stopped the Dark Lord, friend of mudbloods and blood traitors alike.
Why is...
It's enough of your bile. Away with you!
Of course, Master. Creature lives to serve the noble house of Black.
He never was very pleasant, even when I was a boy. Not to me, anyway.
You grew up here?
This is my parents' house.
This is the Black family tree. My deranged cousin.
Andromeda.
I hated the lot of them.
Deranged.
Parents with pure blood mania.
Oh, just like Lucius. Lucius.
Look, it says Draco Malfoy.
Does it?
After I ran away, I was 16.
Where did you go?
Your dad's. You are so very much alike.
When I saw Mr. Weasley attacked, I wasn't just watching. I was the snake.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it was from a first person.
Who bad things have happened to. Besides, the world isn't split into good people and Death Eaters. We've all got both light and dark inside us.
Yin and yang.
What matters is the part we choose to act on.
Mm-hmm.
That's who we really are.
Beautiful. That's the truth right there.
When all this is over, we'll be a proper family. We'll see.
Oh. I'm freaking out because I literally saw Draco Malfoy on the tree.
You saw it written?
Yes.
Is it like Draco's ancestor?
Can it show again? Now it's not going to show? And why is his blacked out like that?
He explained it. It's because of his mom.
Oh, I see. Yeah, because he ran away. Okay.
He ran away from
I was
home.
so focused on the Draco. I was like, wait. I would think that was supposed to be very subtle.
Hagrid's back.
Oh, Hagrid's back. Where was he though?
Is he?
I'm sorry.
Sorry, Cho. You're not invited.
Bros before woes.
You're not in the trio.
Yeah. Yeah, he could have said, come on, Cho.
Nah, she's
I
not.
want to introduce you to someone.
No, she's out of the group. You're not.
So no new friends.
You can't sit with us.
Yeah.
Bit of fresh air, you know.
Oh, yes. As gamekeeper, fresh air must be difficult to come by.
God, I love Hagrid so much.
I shouldn't get too used to being back. In fact, I mightn't bother unpacking at all.
Oh, my gosh.
Person I love the most and the person I hate the most right now.
Go on, you have it then, you dozy dog.
That's a good boy. He's been with us since the first movie.
Yeah.
I don't even know his name. I should know his name.
Isn't it like
It's changing out there.
Yeah, there's a storm. There's a storm brewing a lot.
There's a storm coming, Harry.
See?
We'd all best be ready when she does.
Oh no.
Death Eaters.
That's the Crouch guy, isn't it?
Death Eaters.
Oh no.
Oh, is this what I think it is? Damn, look at it.
That's the prison?
Security prisoners in the early
Azkaban.
notorious mass murderer,
Oh my gosh.
Sirius Black,
Taking no accountability, no responsibility.
KP Bellatrix Lestrange.
Oh, that's his cousin.
Oh, the one that was on the wall.
Yes. The what did he call her?
Deranged or
Deranged, yeah.
something? Bella what?
Bellatrix I saw.
I'm quite proud to be their son.
We're gonna make them proud, Neville. Make it a powerful memory.
Expecto Patronum.
For whatever reason, I thought everybody just knew how to do Patronus.
Steel forms can also be equally useful against a variety of opponents. Fantastic, Jenny.
Jenny.
Ginny is a fast learner.
I'm trying. I know. Patronus. It's good. This is really advanced stuff.
What's Ron's?
A dog. A golden retriever, probably.
Wow.
Look, a bunny.
Wow.
It's like their spirit animal. He said to think of the happiest moment. There's always something, dude.
Oh, are they able to find the room?
I'll make short work of this.
Oh, God. Get out, get out, get out, get out, get out, get out, get out.
What? How are they able to find it like that?
Oh.
Oh, wow. They got the weakest link.
Been watching them for weeks.
Oh, Fox.
You seem to be laboring under the delusion that I'm going to... What was the phrase?
Well, I can tell you this. I have no intention of going to Azkaban.
Take him!
Oh, he winked at him. Oh my God, that's so sick. Oh my God, I love Dumbledore.
Disappear. Abracadabra.
And a few. Oh,
Let's
man.
go, Dumbledore.
Well, now Dumbledore's gone, right? So
Nice.
now he's a fugitive, technically, according to the Ministry of Magic.
Whatever. The fugitives are the coolest ones so far.
Has replaced Dumbledore as head of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry.
No.
Students will be submitted to questioning about suspected illicit activities.
Look at that. It became a dictatorship. Look at that. And they're having a class now in the middle of the common room, I think it was called. The cafeteria, whatever. The Great Hall, the Grand Hall. Oh, Cho. Come on, Cho. Traitor. Treason. Treason.
No, she probably tortured her like she did to Harry. It's not fair.
She better have a really good excuse.
Harry has to know.
Nah. This is why he didn't introduce her to Hagrid. Because he knew.
Did everything they could.
The principal lady is crazy.
Maybe it's just better.
To what?
To give
To
up.
go it alone. Psst. Hagrid.
I should not have said that.
I know, right? It's like top secret business. Top Dumbledore business.
I just couldn't leave without telling someone about him.
Oh, shoot. A giant.
Down here, you great buffoon.
Oh, my God.
Oh, my gosh.
Robbie, that was not polite. You do not grab, do you? That's your new friend, Hermione.
Ron just went with a scared face.
Put me down.
I thought Hagrid was a giant.
That's his half brother. That's his little brother, probably.
Wow.
Oh, I feel bad for Groppe.
Just needs a firm hand is all.
Think you've got an admirer.
Where's Dobby? We got Groppe.
Stay away from her. All right.
Ron's voice is always whining. It's always like breaking.
His voice is still cracking.
Yeah, it's puberty.
Feeling sentimental.
Oh, Snape sees everything.
Not to the Dark Lord if you don't improve. Every memory he has access to is a weapon he can use against you. You won't last 2 seconds if he invades your mind. Control your emotions. Discipline your mind.
Control your emotions, discipline the mind.
Serious. Wow, that gives...
Stop it.
Is this what you call control?
We've been at it for hours. If I could just rest.
The Dark Lord isn't resting.
My father was a great man.
Your father was a swine.
Oh!
Oh, he tapped into his head.
Come on, Mooney. Go for it. Snape! Expelliarmus!
Nice one, James.
Jay, finish him off. Impedimenta.
His dad was a bully. Holy shit.
Are at an end.
It makes sense.
That's why he hates him so much. He looks at him and just remembers, like, it, because they look so much alike.
It's a spitting image of his father. It makes sense now. Because I've always wondered, like, unfounded hatred makes no sense. Like, there's, it's unfounded.
Pain stops up.
Wow, see? It's like she's doing it to everybody.
I've always felt our futures lay outside the world of academic achievement. Thinking exactly the same.
I don't know, though.
Well, Neville said that Voldemort used the Cruciatus curse, and they didn't speak. So Cho
That's
is
true.
weak.
But she's just a little kid.
No excuses. I don't forgive her. I get it, but I don't forgive her. I think she jeopardized a lot.
I know who's up to this.
Oh, the twins, right? Because they were playing with it.
Yeah.
And they said that they're not a fan of academic achievement. Let's go. School's out, boys.
Look at this.
Wow. Wow, look at that.
I like the twins. I do.
They're really cool. Look at that. Wow.
Oh my gosh.
That's crazy. I don't know why that's so beautiful to me. Look at that.
Wow.
The fireworks destroyed all the rules. Look at that. Wow. Always getting overstimulated. It's always a good moment followed by a bad moment, or a bad moment followed by a good moment. Oh no, he's having a...
That prophecy.
You'll have to kill me.
What?
I will, but first you will fetch it.
Oh no. No. Help him.
Sirius.
If he's only hurting Sirius because he's trying to get to you.
It's like a trap.
I'm supposed to just let him die. Hermione, he's the only family I've got left.
It might be a trap.
Especially if what Snape said was right?
Yeah, if he finds out.
If he could tap into his mind.
Mm-hmm.
Have you brought the Veritaserum?
I'm afraid you've used up all my stores interrogating students. The last of it on Miss Chen.
Oh, see?
He's got Padfoot. He's got Padfoot at the place where it's hidden.
Speaking in code.
What is Padfoot? Well, what is hidden? What is he talking about, Snape?
Can we trust Snape?
Please,
That's the question.
please help him. Please.
No idea.
Oh, come on. Well, maybe he's playing along, right? Like, he cares.
The Cruciatus curse sought to loosen your tongue.
Oh my god. That's a forbidden curse. It's enough.
Tell her, Harry!
I was about to grab my phone, call the cops.
Well, if you won't tell her where it is, I will.
Where what is?
Dumbledore's secret weapon.
How much?
Oh my gosh. I know where they're going.
Holy sh...
Just wouldn't find it accidentally.
Hermione, you naughty girl.
She's the smartest of the land. She really is. She really is. I get it. I get. Oh, he's loose too. He's
No,
untethered.
he's lost. Where is he?
No, he made us. No, he's free. He's not lost.
No, but how are they going to show her?
Ooh.
Ooh, that might be worse than the giant.
You have no business here, Centaur. This is a ministry matter.
Ooh, and they want war, like Hagrid said.
Ooh.
Dare you?
Near.
Half-breed.
Ooh.
Oh.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Oh my gosh.
This lady's pure evil.
No, enough! I will have order.
Yes, thank God. Oh my god.
I must not tell lies.
What are you doing?
Oh my god, that's so perfect. That's beautiful writing right there. That's crazy. I must tell them the lie. Damn, what are they gonna do with her?
So how are we going to get to London?
We fly, of course.
Oh.
Are they gonna fly on the things that I think, or broom?
That's
On
what
the
I thought.
thesters?
Yeah.
Let's go. Wait, but how do
Because-
the other ones fly on it if they don't know what they're flying on?
Just like they were getting pushed by the carriage.
But this is different. It's like you're on top of an invisible thing.
Hey, they just guide them. That's it.
That's amazing,
so crazy. Oh my gosh, I just thought about that. Too many people, you would think, right? Like,
Yeah.
seen it firsthand.
So this is the Ministry of Magic After Hours Department of Mysteries. That's the door he keeps seeing. So what's this orb? Is it like a prophetic divination tool to see the future? Is that what Voldemort wants?
Like a crystal ball.
Yeah. Yeah, literally. Like, that's what I was trying to come up with. Why are they all the way back there? Don't let my boy go alone.
He should be here.
Harry, he's got your name on it.
Huh?
That one doesn't have a number, which also appeared in his dream. Some cryptic prophecy. Uh-oh. Dude with the mask.
Oh no, what the heck is this?
And reality.
Oh, I hate this guy.
Oh my god.
Now hand me the prophecy.
It was a trap, of course.
Baby.
What? Bellatrix Lestrange.
Oh no.
All we want is that prophecy.
Why did Voldemort need me to come and get this? You test.
Oh my gosh.
You filthy half-blood!
It's not right, it's just a curious lad, aren't you? Prophecies can only be retrieved by those about whom they are made.
Oh, that's why they had to...
You,
He has to be the one to give it to Voldemort.
What was the reason for the connection between you and the Dark Lord?
Oh my gosh.
I was unable to kill you when you were just an infant. Just give it to me, and I can show you everything.
He has to make a choice. He has to make a choice.
Oh my gosh, it was a trap.
Wait a little longer.
Now!
Oh my
They're
gosh.
gonna put their new spells to the test. Oh, that's so sick. The animation. Look at that. It's like sand, black sand. Woo! Woo!
Damn. Oh, she knows some spells. Oh my gosh, she get it right in the mouth.
I know.
Come on, come on. Come on, come on. Oh my god! Oh gosh.
This is like an endless maze. Jenny? She's very powerful. She's been
shit.
showing these hints of her power.
Damn, Ron. Your sister. I thought there wasn't a door.
Yeah, where is this door? I don't know.
Oh my gosh, what is going on?
Wow, look at that. It's like a domino effect.
Isn't there a spell that they can make themselves faster?
Or stop time or something.
Yeah.
Oh,
Go, 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 go.
oh, he still has it. Damn.
Right. It's just an empty archway.
Archway. It's like a portal.
Get behind me!
Oh no, oh no, oh god. Oh, I thought they disappeared for a second. Oh my gosh.
Damn it. They did some damage on them though. Like I see some scars, I see some blood.
Give me the prophecy. Watch your friend die.
They're all being held at a wand point.
Oh, please, don't do it, don't do it, don't do it.
Don't give it to him, Harry!
Don't do it, Harry. Just like stall a little bit, right? You know? Someone come rescue.
Get away from my godson.
Oh shoot. Oh shoot, he sucker punched Lucius. Oh, look at how. Oh, it was destroyed. He let it fall. He
And I
dropped
have
it.
something to say about this.
Look at that, and they're all light. They're all made out of light. Let's go. Let's freaking go, dude. Oh my god, it's so intense. Look at that, dark versus light.
Come on, guys. Let's go! Let's go!
Done beautifully. Let me take it from here.
What? Come We could all leave. Wow, look at them.
So much going on. Oh my god. Look at Mad Eye Moody. Damn, he doesn't even need a wand. He has a staff, dude.
Oh my gosh, that almost brought tears to my eyes. Wow.
Called him James. Are you fucking shitting me, dude? Just like that? Oh my god, she just did it. Oh my god, what's going on, man?
Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh.
She killed him. She deserves it. The smell, Harry.
Wow, what the I feel like I want to throw up.
Oh my gosh.
Look at that.
Weak.
Something good, I guess. Dumbledore, jeez.
The orders are on their way, by which time I shall be gone.
Harry.
Oh my god.
Oh gosh.
Water versus fire. Holy shit. Oh my god, this is so crazy. Wow. Turned it into sand. He turned glass into sand. Oh my god. How poetic.
What's happening?
Oh, look at that. He's a...
Oh my god.
Look at me.
Oh my gosh.
You have no love. Our friends and I gone.
Oh my gosh.
You're a fool, Harry Potter.
Is he gonna deny it now? He's back. Yeah, he's back, you idiot.
These.
Oh, he had tissues.
Yeah, but these like 3 movies ago.
I know.
We forgot about these.
We cry a lot, guys. Sorry. Like, I don't know how to explain it. I don't think I've ever really felt angry watching a movie before.
Feel, Harry.
You don't.
It's the only family he had left.
It's my fault.
Oh my gosh.
The fault is mine. I thought by distancing myself from you, as I have done all year, you'd be less tempted. And therefore you might be more protected.
The prophecy.
I have to write down the prophecy. I didn't
I
get
wrote it.
One of us is going to have to kill the other.
Yes.
Why didn't you tell me?
For the same reason you tried to save Sirius. I didn't want to cause you any more pain. I cared too much about you.
How come you're not at the feast?
Apparently people have been hiding them.
That's awful.
Oh, it's all good fun. But as it's the last night, I really do need them back.
Oh, man.
Do you want any help finding them?
Oh, that's sad. Why do people do that to her?
My mum always said, the things we lose have a way of coming back to us in the end.
Wow. Oh, my God. What a movie. What an experience.
Wow, look at that.
Thinking about something Dumbledore said to me.
What's that?
That even though we've got a fight ahead of us, we've got one thing that Voldemort doesn't have.
Profound. Profound. Just like that. Okay. Wow. Before we even start into the notes, I just want to say
Oh gosh.
how crazy of a concept it is to depict death in that way. And how crazy, meaning how real it felt. Just from one moment to the next. There's no build up, there's no crescendo, there's no climactic moment, you know, with like an orchestra building up to the moment of murder. There's none of that. Just from 1 second to the next, he was gone. With just a few words, Bellatrix just spoke it into existence, and so it was.
So it's so crazy because I was literally in the middle of writing what he said to Harry, like when he said, "Nice one, James." I was like literally writing it down, and I took my eyes off the screen for a second, and all I heard was her saying Avada Kedavra. And I look up, and then I was like, oh my gosh, no way. But, like, that's what's crazy. Like, what you're saying, it's what's crazy about death, you know? It just is that. Sometimes it's not getting to say goodbye.
Oh, man. Oh, sorry.
I know, I'm sorry.
It just makes me think about when my grandma passed away. And she was like my best friend, you know. And oh God. And she was suffering from I'm gonna try to get through it. So if I ugly cry and you guys want to take snapshots and create memes or whatever, I think that would be best to do in order to make me laugh about it, because like, I don't know. But yeah, she was just suffering a lot from chemotherapy, and it was kind of like building up, just like I said, it was like building up to that moment. But I was so young that I didn't really understand what cancer was, or what breast cancer was more specifically. And then, because had I known just how grave it was, then I wouldn't have taken a trip on my school break vacation. Like, we were living in Brazil, and I was going to grade school there, and my mom, for the first time, which is funny, for the first time after years of living in Brazil and having moved from the US, which is it's kind of like a hard story to put together, and I'm not really in the headspace to kind of piece it together. But long story short, I was born in Brazil. I moved to the US when I was about 1.5 with my mom. My mom and my dad got a divorce around that time. And I would move around different cities, different states. Lived in Pennsylvania, lived in New Jersey, lived in the Carolinas, just jumped around a lot. And when I was about, I think I was like 10 or 12, it's all kind of like hazy, but then I moved to Brazil, and then that's when I kind of like reconnected with my family there, because I didn't really remember anyone really. So I developed new friendships with cousins, aunts, grandparents. And then that's when I met with my dad's side of the family, which is his mother and his father, and also with my own dad. Like, I started to develop a ground up relationship, you know, from like nothing. And anyways, like, that's just like quick backstory that I've already kind of like said across different reaction videos. But then when I first finally got back in touch with my grandma, she got diagnosed with breast cancer. And I was like visiting her a lot, especially during the whole chemo thing, and she would just lay down all day, just lay on the couch. She had like a restaurant that would operate. I just really want to get through it. But yeah, like she always treated me like I was the only person in the world. And then in the year when she was really going through it, and maybe in retrospect, like I'm literally just thinking about this now, maybe that's why my mom decided to, after years of living in Brazil, after like 3 years or maybe around that range at the time, without coming back to visit old friends that I left behind here and just, going back to the US and whatever, she chose that year to bring me on a month-long vacation. And I think it's because everybody knew that it was going to happen. And it happened just as quickly as it happened with him, Just got the call, an international call. I don't even remember who I spoke with. All I remember was just feeling this shock, It's just, I don't know. It's just a lot. And it's kind of what I was going to talk about too. It's like you couple the best moments, because I was just so oblivious to the gravity of death and life and what life is about, and that I honestly didn't really expect her to pass away before I got back, Like I just expected, like, hey grandma, like I'm just going to go for a little bit. I was excited. I was like, finally I'm going to get to go back and revisit my old school and revisit friends and hang out with old friends, and the overall experience was great. I was having the time of my life. I was, going to the American malls and kind of like reliving things that I missed out on and revisiting old friends. And then just one day just got the call, and then that's when the whole world just like dropped. And then the second experience was, I think it was last year, because I really dissociate at times, but I think it was last year that I got another call, because my mom was in Brazil on her vacation, and she's in Brazil right now, by the way, too. But she was in Brazil last year, and then I got a call from my aunt who lives nearby, and she had gotten word that my mom got into a bad car accident, flipped the car over and stuff. And that was another moment that I just, right there and then I was like, oh, great. I lost my only parent, it's like, because I was raised by a single mother my whole life. But yeah, so it felt real. It's like, that's my point. That's exactly how it happens, It's like one moment to the next, and it's like, oh, here today, gone tomorrow. And it's kind of weird, right? Like it's kind of stupid to cry about it, knowing that we're all going to meet the same fate, like the same exact fate. Just like Luna kind of implied right there. It's like everything has its way to come back to us in the end. Excuse me, coffee burps mixed with emotional burps, anxiety burps, whatever you want to call it. But yeah, that scene, I don't think I've ever felt the way I felt right now watching a movie or consuming anything.
Yeah.
I think that it just stirred up similar emotions to how I felt before. And since we're just opening up a little bit too, I really resonate with the idea of Harry feeling like he's alone and feeling like he's isolated and feeling like he has to do it all himself, feeling like he's going crazy, feeling like he's being abandoned by people. I feel like that's been the story of my life, my whole life, and I'm not doing that to like gain like sympathy points, because I usually just keep things to myself. But yeah, like being raised by a single mother who was always just working, always moving around a lot. We moved around. Oh, I have like a zoom in on the booger streaming down my face. Sorry, guys. But so moving around a lot whenever rent was due and we couldn't pay for it, so she would just pack things inside of her car, beaten down car, and just drive somewhere. She always found a way, and I'm grateful for that. But it came at a cost, you know, like anything else in this life. I was raised entirely by babysitters, not entirely, but like for the most part. And so was my sister, and I kind of helped raise my little sister because I was kind of put into this position of being a very mature adult at a very young age, and I just always was expected to know better, to upkeep the order and peace in the house. I couldn't really indulge in my childlike wants and needs. I couldn't complain about my mom not being there because I would be told that I can't complain and that I just have to help. I just have to figure it out, and I just have to be strong. And she would always tell me that I'm very strong and that she's very grateful for having me as a son. But that was never really enough, honestly. You know, and then as I grew older, as I underwent this like spiritual journey, spiritual awakening, whatever you want to call it, Kundalini, yoga, awakening, whatever you want to name it. But when I finally came in connection with God, with Source, with the universe, I started just unpacking all these things and just really being truthful and just really living in reality. And it's a lot to unpack. And I feel like I resonate with Harry a lot in that sense, where you just kind of feel like you're always alone. It's like you don't really have... Today, for example, I don't really have friends. And I just say that in that way to not come off as a loser, you know, because deep down inside, like, I know that I should just say that I don't have friends. Like, I don't. I have acquaintances, I have colleagues, I have old classmates, I have old friends, but I don't have friends that I can really count on outside of you, outside of, you know, people in this house. And it's been like that for a while. And then like every time when I would finally get to make those connections or like make any meaningful connection, it seemed like it was just stripped away. Because then I had to move, and then I had to whatever, and then, yeah, it's just a lot. So this whole message that you don't have to do it by yourself, I think that that's powerful. I think that that's something that all of us kind of need, is that little bit of reassurance that you're not completely alone. And I still hope that one day I'll find that like peace of knowing that I'm not alone, you know, and I'm just hoping to give myself that reassurance. I'm hoping to be the parent that I've always needed. I'm hoping to be the friend that I've always needed for myself. And that's the goal. And I feel like watching these movies on this channel, like just diving into the whole universe of cinema and experiencing these things for the first time, really, you know, it's like I never really had time to like just relax a little bit and just cool down and just whatever, because I was always on the clock to perform well at school, to keep the house clean, to make sure that my sister was in line, and to, you know, because babysitters could only do too much or do so much, because then they had to leave and clock out at a certain time, and they clocked in, and then all that stuff. It's kind of like a long story. But yeah, it's been very therapeutic, and that was a little therapy session, I guess, just to get the emotional aspects out of the way.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm just trying to think if there's anything else from that part. Do you have anything?
I don't know that I really like. I get to I don't know. I'm like anxiously ripping my notebook apart.
That's okay.
Yeah, I don't like. Ah, gosh, I'm really terrible with being vulnerable.
I think we all are, honestly. I think it's a learned thing.
I don't know. I think I'm pretty lousy. I'm somebody who I'm somebody who dissociates a lot. I don't really process. I don't like to sit with my emotions.
Mm-hmm.
And I, like you see, a lot of the times I just flip a switch and try to smile things off and try to push through and stuff. And ironically, I feel like seeing the backstory of Snape, you can tell that he's dissociated a lot.
Yeah.
And now I have this sympathy for him that I didn't have before, because I didn't understand why he was such a bitter, kind of isolated, kind of solitary person.
Me too.
And and that's probably just the tip of the iceberg for him, being bullied, because it seemed like he was already kind of a loner, but besides the point. Yeah, I don't know if I could share.
You just have to feel it out, if you feel like sharing, then you'll just share. You don't have to try to share if you don't feel it. But it's up to you.
Sorry.
No, don't apologize.
Well, I've been fortunate enough that I haven't actually really experienced death yet, in my family. So that's something, aside from pets, but whew, sorry.
It's okay.
But I was gonna talk about it on the last movie, but then I said, I just kind of, I kind of just bury it a little, because I don't like to redig, and I don't like to relive, and sorry.
No, it's okay. You don't have to apologize. Do you want me to carry it a little bit?
No, hold on. Sorry.
Okay. No, I just want you to be comfortable.
It's just that I think truly the most traumatic and life-changing thing that happened to me was being in a car accident with my brother last year. I think it changed something in me. Oh my gosh, I never really got into the details here, but I had blacked out and then woke up just on the side of the highway, and my brother next to me on the concrete, saying that he couldn't feel his legs. And then I didn't know what was going on. And I just dissociated so much. I remember being in the hospital and just like literally trying to just like even like smile for whatever reason, because I didn't want to process like what was happening. But it, like in the last movie when we saw Cedric's dad, you know, kind of cry out, like seeing Cedric there just dead.
Yeah.
I hadn't realized it, but the day of the accident, my dad had left me a voicemail. And it was him talking to cops looking for us and just crying, like pain in his voice, not knowing if we were okay. And my brother wasn't okay. Like he's got permanent damage. But he's okay. Like he's walking and he's like almost 100% normal again. But he lost nerve. Like he has nerve damage in his legs and his feet. And I think I just really it just changed something in me, and I think that's why these movies are so impactful. It's like you watch this little kid who, when he found out he was a wizard and he got introduced to Hogwarts, he had so much light in his eyes. Like he was so happy. He made friends and he was, you know, on top of the world. And now he's just suffering. He's losing more people. And he's losing his innocence. He's lost his innocence at this point. You know, and even like even when he confronted Bellatrix, the evil wanted to overtake him. Like it was Voldemort, yes, but it was Harry. Mm-hmm. It's the, you know, it's like what you go through can make you very. It could change you, and then that's why Sirius said what he said before that even had happened to Harry, where Voldemort was like kind of taking over him. He said that we all have light and dark in us, but it's like it's
what we choose to act on, right?
It's the one that it's the one that we choose to act on.
Yeah.
And I don't think that anyone is exempt from wanting to act on, you know, just being kind of like just kind of like giving up on any like happiness or love, because you just feel like
you're undeserving of it.
Yeah, like you but then, you know, that's what's I don't know, but anyways.
But just picking up on where you dropped off right there.
Let me just make sure I'm okay in the face.
You look beautiful.
Hey, don't say that.
But I think that there were a few moments throughout the film. The ones that I can remember off the bat is the moment when Lucius, is it Lucius or Lucius?
Lucius, yeah.
I'm gonna call him Lucius.
Oh, sorry guys.
When they were in that maze of crystal balls, and Lucius extended his arm and he made a promise to Harry that he would be able to explain everything that happened to Harry, explain his whole life, explain why he's been dealt the cards that he's been dealt. Because just like you said, like he was a wide-eyed happy child who was just excited to venture into this world of magic where everything seemed so grand and so loving and caring, and everybody seemed to accept him, and everybody knew him, and everybody wanted to care for him, and he had this group of friends who fought skin and nails for him, and
then
he still has it.
And then meeting Sirius on top of
Right.
it for him was like the top of the world feeling.
It's like finally finding a dad.
Seeing him again after however long that they were apart, and
Right.
he just wanted to hug him, but then Miss Weasley was like, go upstairs now.
Yeah.
and but when he saw Sirius, he locked eyes, like he just wanted to run and hug him.
Right.
And it's just crazy, and I'm sure that moment where they hugged again, and those last words that he said to him will be embedded in his mind forever. Like he's always gonna remember that his godfather saw him as like what he saw his father as. It was like
Equal to his father. It's like reminded him of his father.
yeah, but like Sirius said that he like kind of escaped to like be, escaped and like went straight to James.
Mhm.
It's like that's where he went to like
to find refuge from his own
it's like that was
family
his
problems.
sanctuary. And so for him to see that in Harry, it's like
Mhm.
whew.
I think that at the point, I just think that it was incredibly poetic to me, the fact that Sirius and Harry share that in common, kind of, where Sirius Black escaped his home when he was very young, at the age of 16. Creature, who has been the house elf since he was a child, so served his family probably for generations and generations. Creature despises the new direction that Sirius has taken, which is inviting light into his home and inviting the Order of the Phoenix into his house. His family tree is comprised of at least one evil person, which is Bellatrix, right? The lady who tortured Longbottom's parents.
Yeah, and killed Sirius.
Yeah, and killed him. So he was killed by his own family. But I feel like my point is that he escaped his family just like Harry Potter escaped the Dursleys. Dursleys or Dudleys?
The Dursleys.
Dudley
Is
Dursley.
the,
Okay.
yeah,
Yeah.
is the cousin.
So just like Harry escaped the Dursleys. And I just thought it was so poetic how Sirius Black had told Harry that they would create a family once everything was done, and that they would maybe possibly live in that house together in that broken home, and they would recreate a path for their family, for their lineage together. Is my point. It's like breaking away from the generational trauma and the generational burden of their own past within their families. Like Harry escaping from the Dursleys and Sirius Black reinvigorating his whole legacy, his whole familial legacy.
And then that ends up not being the case.
Yeah, and then at the end, like we saw that wasn't. So do you want me to go in order? I think that it's better to go in order, maybe.
Well, one thing I wanted to point out was that I definitely saw Draco Malfoy.
Yeah, we
on
should
that,
go back after this.
on that family tree. If I'm blind and maybe I didn't read it right, but I saw, like, you can't make up that name.
Draco.
It's like a very unique name.
But maybe it's common. Who knows?
But I think that
would be weird.
But that would be fitting, wouldn't it? Like if the Malfoys and the Blacks, or whatever their last name is, were related, because they're all pure bred, right? Pure blood, I mean.
Yeah, pure blood. Mm-hmm.
And maybe they like intertwined families. So even if they don't share blood, they probably share, like, maybe through marriage.
Yeah, just like kings and queens would do back then when they would offer up their princess to another kingdom, and the kingdom's prince would marry that princess, and they would join kingdoms. Yeah.
Because I think, like, I'm almost 100% positive I saw, but I just want to point it out because you mentioned it. But that would be interesting. Like, what if Harry finds out that Draco is family too? And
It's
then
like his cousin.
And then there's like a turn of events where Malfoy becomes a good guy.
Well, technically, Sirius isn't Harry's blood.
Right.
He's just like
Yeah.
a friend. But it would be interesting that Malfoy would be related to his godfather, which isn't blood related in any extent, but it is symbolic.
Yeah.
You know?
There could be a friendship, you know, some kind of thing formed. I
Yeah.
wish that would be the case. Like, I'm all for redemption arcs. Just like with Snape, I was honestly like genuinely surprised to see that he had a little backstory like that.
And even with the example of Snape, too, before I forget, Snape was bullied by James Potter because he was kind of the weird one, the weirdo who was keeping to himself, who was kind of always, you know, in his own little world. Like, we've all known those quote-unquote weirdos in our classroom that the popular kids usually pick on. And then you have those kids who aren't necessarily popular or unpopular, which was my case. I was always kind of in the middle. I would, go like fluid, just like move through groups, kind of. I was always very fluid and very sociable because I had to be, because I was moving around a lot from different schools. So I had to learn that skill in order to survive, of being expressive, of being vulnerable, of being able to engage people in conversation, being able to be interesting, to be funny. And so I had to like learn all these things. But my point is that Snape was the weirdo, and then James Potter chose, as a popular kid, to torture and bully him. And Luna, I think, is supposed to represent a female version of what Snape might have been back in the day, because Luna is, in this case, the weirdo outcast. You can sense that every student kind of like side eyes her a little bit, kind of thinks that maybe she's
Called her
weird.
loony, yeah.
Yeah, like loony Luna. Even Hermione, who is the most square out of them, or so we thought. And this movie, she's proven to be a person who's capable of overcoming her own kind of maybe childish expectations. Her parents might be too hard on her. Her parents might be those parents who are like, we only want straight A's. And then she's finally reaching her point of like enlightenment, where she's like, wait, school really isn't everything. I thought that grades were everything. I was time traveling in order to make it to every single class. I was trying to literally multiply myself into infinite versions just to be able to assimilate more and more knowledge and curriculum and more syllabus and more all that stuff.
Yeah.
And then she's realizing now that, hey, rules, not all rules are supposed to be followed. Not everything is usually best, you know? And she started as a person who was horrified, scared to death, literally more scared than death itself. She was scared of authority figures. And so what's worse than death to her is getting expelled.
Yeah.
Is getting into trouble. And you can tell that she understood the whole political ploy from the very beginning, when she started explaining it very subtly to her friends, Ron and Harry. Like, she started saying like, oh, like that means that the Ministry of Magic is intervening at Hogwarts, which is kind of like the marrying of the church and the state. Yeah, it's like they're supposed to be separate. And here they are just intermingling and just intertwining, and it got messy. And that's what we see. That's what happens. And so I don't even know where I was getting with this, but Luna. And so even Hermione, who is this goody two-shoes, she couldn't help but regurgitate the legend of Luna, because it's so known, it's so accepted that this person is like a weirdo. And I feel like that was very potent too, like very subtly potent to how easily it is to completely distort someone's image. You know, like it's so easy for you to manipulate and destroy a person's image, a person's credibility, a person's like everything, like a person's resolve, what they have to offer to the world. It all gets completely annihilated once you are able to control the public's perception of that person. And so whoever started this joke on Luna, obviously it's been going on for a while, They hide her stuff, they bully her, but you can see that she's just very nonchalant. She doesn't really care. She doesn't really let herself get affected by it. And so in many ways, she's very zen about everything. It's like she's, okay, like, I don't have my shoes, but I'll just walk barefoot. I guess I'll just walk barefoot. It's like she's like a philosopher, really. And that's why at the end she says, yeah, like, but I really do need my stuff in order to go home. But it's not like she's frantically running around crying in the girls' bathroom. She didn't take the Hermione route. And she just essentially was just like, but I'll find it though. Trusting in the universe, trusting that the great powers that be, whatever it is that governs this existence, it'll always want the best for you. And so you have to simply accept it. And I feel like that's also a Buddhist ideal, is that you have to cease craving of anything, wanting of anything, because that's what creates this perpetual state of wanting. And wanting something implies that you are empty of something. And being empty of something, or believing that you are empty of something, is enough to torment you into actualizing that as your reality.
Yeah. But that's interesting, right? Because if you apply it to the fact that she experienced her mom passing away, right? And she can remember it. Like, Harry couldn't even remember or know or had any clue of how his parents passed away. He had no clue who his parents were.
He thought they died in a car crash.
Right. It's like, and he was a baby. He was practically a newborn. But then in her case, like, she was 9 years old. She watched her mom die. And then at that point, too, what you're saying is that what could you possibly desire more, or what could possibly like shake you more than death?
Yeah.
Especially death of a parent figure or a death of a loved one. And so in that case, it's like, why would she be frantic about lost shoes? And then even the attitude that she has towards her mother's death proves that her mother kind of already raised her with this kind of like understanding of the inevitability of death, right? And so that's why her mom took risks with spells, and then she even said it, that her mom would get carried away with spells, and that one day it just kind of blew up in her face and she died from casting spells that whatever. But then to my point is that it's just like, that's interesting to think about. It's like when you accept the idea of what most people deem to be the scariest thing, which is death, then mostly everything else won't scare you. It won't like shake you to your core. It won't bother you, you know?
Right. Sticks and stones type of thing. It's like there's a wise saying. I don't know if it was Seneca, because I think Seneca was the one that would teach people on how to deal with death, right? And then there's the whole Stoic philosophy of memento mori, which is remember that you too shall die. I think that's the translation.
Yeah,
I might be butchering it, but someone said that the same way that we establish a relationship with life, we should also establish a relationship with death. And that in every experience, you should have both life and death invited to that experience. Because if you only invite life, then when death appears uninvited, then you're going to be taken aback and you're going to be extremely distraught. Is distraught?
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, distraught, yeah. So you're just going to be very frustrated and very, in shock. It's like because you forgot about death. And I feel like that's why they would talk about always remember that you too shall die.
Mm-hmm.
Because that also imbues every experience with this essence of meaning, because things don't become meaningful because of... you get what I'm trying to say, though?
Yes.
It's like if you do anything knowing that it might be the last time you do that something, then chances are you're going to do it with more of yourself And that's what Meraki means too. Meraki is the Greek word for doing something and putting a part of your soul, of yourself, into that something. And I feel like the only way for you to do things in that Meraki way is if you remind yourself that you too shall pass and that you too shall die. And I think that that's why in the Bible too, in these biblical stories and parables and narratives, they always tell stories of death, about how the hero goes into hell, goes into the underworld, confronts death. Like people, for example, the Christian religion, right? They speak of how Jesus rised after 3 days, right? But they kind of forget and kind of brush over where he was during those 3 days. It's like he literally went into hell.
Yeah.
It's like he ventured into the underworld and then he freed himself and he resurrected. And again, we saw that in Lord of the Rings. Gandalf the Grey goes into the depths of hell with the Balrog, and I feel like it's my 5th time referencing Lord of the Rings because that's another powerful ass story. Like that one is so incredible.
I actually wrote a note about it too, which
Really?
we'll get to, but because it's so crazy. Let me see if I could find it really quick. Oh, the whole like connection to Voldemort kind of like driving him crazy and like bringing out dark sides, which he admitted when he first admitted before the ending part, when he said like there was a moment when he confronted Dumbledore that he was gonna like do something, which probably he wanted to like, you know, cast a spell on him because of the connection to Voldemort. I immediately thought about the power of the ring of
Frodo.
yeah,
Yeah.
and what it was driving people to do.
You know what's crazy too is that there was that moment in Lord of the Rings that's very similar to Harry Potter because they found that crystal ball that would gain them access or gain Sauron access to them. And then I think it was Pip, right? Pip was the one that looked into it first.
Or Mary, I don't remember.
Mary or Pippin. Pippin or Pip?
Pippin.
So like one of them looked into the thing and then Aragorn eventually looked into it as well. But then it's this idea of wanting to know what the outcome is. And I feel like that's interesting because Dumbledore and the Order of the Phoenix kept Harry Potter, who is the most important character in the Harry Potter trilogy, Lord of the Rings trilogy. I'm like stuck on Lord of the Rings now. But the most important character in this whole franchise, they kept him in the dark, not knowing what was going on, not knowing what to expect. And then meanwhile, Voldemort is desperately trying to find a prophecy to kind of explain and guide him in his adventure, in his ventures, in his whatever. You know, it's like, it's so interesting because when you act out of love, love guides you. But then when you lack love, then you seek for externalities and you want to know like a prophecy and you want a reading and you want to resort to a cult and you want to join a cult and you want to, you know, follow something that'll give you that answer. But then Dumbledore was trying to teach him, I think, by ignoring him and isolating him and making him kind of become independent is to show him, hey, your heart is always going to guide you. It's like you'll always know what to do. Like you don't need me, this grand white bearded wizard, to tell you exactly what to do. It's like you know better than the wizard because you're Harry Potter. You have this inside of you. You have this heart.
Yeah.
And I think that that's what it was because he guided everybody. He taught an army. He found the prophecy. He uncovered it first and he witnessed the prophecy. And he is the bearer of the prophecy.
Yeah, you can't avoid your destiny.
You can't. No. You can't avoid your destiny. I think that destiny is thrusted upon us, and then free will comes into play when we're confronted with our destiny, and then we kind of have this opportunity to choose what we do with that destiny.
Yeah.
Like if we act on it, if we do something else, if we resist it.
Right, which is like there's a quote in the Bible, I forget what the exact words are, but it says something about your word is a lamp to my feet, your light guides my path or something, or it lights my path rather. But then like to that quote, right, it's kind of like even if your destiny is kind of clear and your path is lit and you see it right in front of you, it's still up to you to take the steps, to set the pace, to kind of like
to walk
pave
that path.
right, to pave through that path, because
Yes.
it's not like just because it's lit doesn't mean that it's easy either.
Right, because free will is what moves your muscles. It's what moves the muscles of your legs. It's what moves the muscles of your arms. It's what allows you to walk and embark on that journey. The journey can be written for you, or before you're born, or you're destined, just like Harry Potter, you're destined from birth to face this dark wizard and to tie things back together and to like figure things out, save people, sacrifice people. Like people are sacrificed and you have no control because it's destiny. It's like it's all part of like a broader cosmic dance that we have no real understanding of. And I think everybody watching this, everybody on the planet kind of just is thrown on this planet or is born, right? And then they just have to kind of figure it out. Because we're all seekers, like we're all supposed to be akin to Harry Potter, like we're all heroes of our own journey. But not every journey is going to be the same. Not everybody's going to have parents who died at birth. Not everybody's going to have the same tragedies, but I feel like everybody has their own hero arc. Just like Frodo, like that proved that a hobbit in the peaceful little village has to venture out into the world and confront the most extreme form of darkness and then save the world through that exposure, through that initiation, through that process. And it's no different with Harry Potter.
Yeah, it's not. But what I was going to say is that like Harry can't escape his fate, right? So he has free will. He can decide that he doesn't want anything to do with this, and he could decide to let Voldemort wreak whatever havoc that he does, and he could decide that he doesn't want to sharpen his wizarding skills to face Voldemort, and then he could just decide to sit back. But he steps into his fate. And then what's interesting, and I pointed this out like as soon as the movie started, because in the last movie they had long hair. And I was like, we both pointed it out. We were like, why is their hair so long? It's like, and they were like very like hormonal, and they were very, you know, kind of like depressed and like dark teenager energy. But what's interesting is that, oh, and one more thing. People in the comments said that the director didn't allow them to cut their hair for that movie and that they hated it.
Really?
Yeah, he wanted them to have their hair long to allow the hairdressers to kind of like, you know, I don't know, but I think that it was to like match the mood of the movie. It's like a very, you know, teenage kind of
interesting.
You know, you know how teenagers have that kind of.
Look, what is the psychology of having those types of like long hair?
Yeah, like it's like hiding yourself a little bit.
Because like Justin Bieber, for example, like when he popped up onto the scene, everybody and their mother cut their hair just like Justin Bieber and wanted that little flip and stuff. And everywhere you would go, the popular kids in school, like they would do the little hair flip and the girls loved it. And it's this weird thing about longer hair. I just don't get it.
But then that's my point, is that I think the longer hair is like, it's like a comfort. It's like, you know, when you wear a hoodie, it feels like a hug, like you say, like it feels like a hug or whatever. Long hair is that too. It's like a comfort. It's like you could kind of like hide yourself behind it, you know. But then what's interesting is that in this movie, right off the first scene or in the first scenes, the wind blows Harry's now short hair, very short hair, and throughout the movie we see his scar a lot more.
True.
And then the way that I interpreted it is that Harry's scar is now visible. Voldemort is now like out in the open, kind of.
Wow,
and the way that it is that it's Harry literally stepping into his identity. It's like he was hiding in the last film, but then he confronted Voldemort, and now he's just stepping into his identity, his fate as being Harry Potter, as being the person who needs to now like avenge Cedric's death, the death of his parents, who needs to face this person and needs to figure out a way to like get other people to face him too, and to, you know, accept his like,
he's like accepting his responsibility.
Yeah.
And his identity.
His identity.
Crazy. That's a crazy point.
Yeah.
And I never thought of that. That's brilliant. Yeah. And I think that that's exactly what it is, because usually he would hide it and then people are like, "You're Harry Potter." And then he would like take out his hair to unveil it as if it was like a curtain. And then now it's just blatantly there.
I would see it so much more in this movie.
That's very
I
true.
would see the scar and I would be like, it's like so interesting. But right in the first scene, it was like, I noticed his hair was short and I was like, wow, that's crazy.
And it's crazy when you act from that point that you just made, and then you cut to the first opening scenes where he's in court, right?
Yeah.
He's being what do you call it when
like
tried for a criminal act, apparently, like he's at the level of like a criminal, but he's being tried by Cornelius Fudge, who is in utter denial of the return of Voldemort.
Mhm.
But then meanwhile he's sitting across from this kid who bears the mark of the thing that he's denying the existence of.
Yeah.
And so he's denying the existence of Voldemort. He's allowing his political gain and his political ubiquitous agenda to get in the way of the truth, which is literally staring him blankly in the face.
And I had something to, like, I had written that down, that I think that there's a lot of fear associated with Voldemort, and we see it from the first movie because nobody wants to say his name. It's like a curse if you say his name. Like, he'll probably kill you if you say his name. But then my point is that it's just a lot of fear when it comes to Voldemort, and so I think that the fear can drive people into denial, and they want to deny the presence of this great evil because ignorance is bliss.
Do you think that there's been examples, maybe in the books or something, and if you guys know, please comment below, of Death Eaters witnessing the fighters of light and the fighters for good, like the good people, kind of say his name very courageously and not really feel any fear? Do you think that there's any Death Eaters who kind of start taking that into their subconscious and planning it and noticing, wow, like they're saying it and nothing's happening to them, and they're still alive to tell the tale of saying the name that I've been scared of saying my whole life, and I serve it. And what am I serving? And then it starts planting these like little nuggets of like inner wisdom, inner discovery, where they eventually emancipate themselves from the chains of being in servitude to this monstrosity, to pure evil embodied. It's like maybe that's what happens, you know. It's like some of them, it's like,
yes,
maybe he's not as scary as I thought.
Which we talked about in the last movie, about like what drives the Death Eaters into serving Voldemort, and it's most likely their fear of him, right? But then what's interesting is that in this movie we have Dumbledore's army. It's like, what drives all of these kids to form this army and follow Harry, right? Or follow Dumbledore, but follow Harry, really. And it's that they have a greater purpose. Like, it's what drives them is what he said. Like, it's the opposite of fear. It's like having courage. It's having faith. It's having hope. It's believing in light. It's believing in good, you know?
Yeah, and Voldemort had to mark his servants with a permanent mark in order to remind them, and to kind of also remind them of his ownership over them. And then Dumbledore is ignoring all the students, disappears, is very scattered in terms of his presence. And then you have all these kids willingly forming an army without the command of Dumbledore under the leadership of Harry Potter and in the name of Dumbledore.
Yeah.
And so then you have these kids who are willing, who are eager to fight, who are eager to break the rules and to kind of be of service to the wizarding world. And then you have these servants who are called upon, who are forced to come, and it's kind of akin to the whole, like the time old story of making a deal with the devil. It's like you eventually have to pay up.
Yeah.
You know, like that's the whole like lore behind it. And that's what we see with the return of the Dark Lord. It's like all of them, all right, now he's calling.
Yeah, but it seems like a lot of them, I think that it's what gives them like a false sense of purpose in a way. It's like, so you see that a lot of them kind of enjoy serving him. They are mesmerized by his like presence, because the same way people are mesmerized by Dumbledore, right, and his great like great measure of wizarding magic, right, the opposite has to be said for Voldemort. It's like the people who have known him, who have served him, see him probably mesmerized, which we've seen. It's like with the Barty Crouch guy, where he was like, and you saw the Dark Lord, and he was like all like fascinated, and he was just like all awestruck. And I think that it's because they get a false sense of purpose. Like, for example, the way the students felt serving Harry, right, in kind of like standing up and kind of like taking control into their hands, right, and learning and whatever, is the same way that the Death Eaters feel towards Voldemort, except theirs is a false sense of purpose, while for the students of Hogwarts, like specifically for the Gryffindors who were in Dumbledore's army, it was a true sense of purpose. But for them, it's a false sense because, you know, it's just, it's built on something that's, I don't know how to explain, but you get what I'm saying? It's like
yeah, to me, the way that I interpreted it was that both sides are serving themselves. I feel like Voldemort represents the epitome of darkness and evil, and then Dumbledore represents the epitome of good and overall benevolence, right? So it's the ultimate good and the ultimate evil. And then I feel like people who serve Voldemort are really just finding an excuse to serve themselves. And so these are people who are addicted to committing atrocious acts, to murdering, to inflicting pain onto others, which is what we saw Dolores Umbridge basically showing us, is that there are people out there who reach the highest positions of power in our civilized world that are the ones who are most bloodthirsty. And then that's what we see with wars, which wars are currently happening right now. And we see that this world is made up of leaders who are bloodthirsty and who leverage this idea of authoritarian control and knowing what's better and knowing the betterment for all people. And they leverage that in order to control the masses and in order to excuse their own selfish wants and like desires. And so I think that in the case of Bellatrix, for example, like when she was freed from Azkaban, it showed her licking in a very erotic way her own tattoo or her own mark, her Voldemort mark. And I feel like that's supposed to show that it's this obsession with the self, with the flesh.
Yeah, that makes sense. That makes I think what I think that the point that I was trying to make is like with the kids, for example, like their purpose is different, so it's like the complete opposite. Yeah. Does that make sense? Like the kids felt like this sense of purpose and kind of like finally understanding Harry and what happened with Cedric, and then they wanted to step into this purpose, which is just being fearless and standing up for what's right and what's good.
But I don't think that they were in servitude of Harry, because I think that Seamus was supposed to show that they, through convenience, he apologized to Harry because his mother started to tell him like, hey, like maybe Harry Potter's actually onto something. Maybe the Dark Lord is back, so maybe you should apologize to Harry Potter, join his little squad, and learn how to defend yourself because the world might take a dark turn very soon. So I think it's for selfish reasons. I don't think anybody really, aside from Hermione, Ron, Neville, Hagrid, like people who love Harry Potter, sure, like they'll sacrifice themselves for him.
Yeah.
But I don't think every student is viewing Harry as this like golden lamb that they have to protect by all means. I think that they're literally just frightened, scared. It's all new to them, and they want to also be able to protect themselves, protect their loved ones, and then they're just grateful, I guess, that Harry Potter has stepped into the role.
That makes a lot of sense. So it is kind of equal on both sides. It's like it's mostly fear driven and then kind of like selfish, even if like it's selfishly not bad, you know, it's not bad to want to protect yourself, but
just because it's selfish, it doesn't mean that it's bad.
Yeah, that makes sense, though. That does make a lot of sense.
You know? So, do you want to go first or do I go first?
No, you go first.
All right, so we didn't even get into the notes yet. Ooh, deep breath. Okay,
That's
hold
okay.
on.
We got time.
Oh, excuse me. All right. Excuse me. The first note that I wrote down is politicizing Voldemort's return, and I put equals corruption. So the obvious is that there's a political undertone. They're trying to distort the image because Cornelius Fudge wants to retain his chair as the Minister of Magic, and he wants to be the big dog, and so he's finding scapegoats. He uses Sirius Black, he uses Harry Potter, he uses Dumbledore, and in the Goblet of Fire we saw glimpses of just how corrupt the Daily Prophet actually is, and the fact that it's called the Daily Prophet, which is, you know, blasphemous in many religions, right? Because like, how dare you call yourself a prophet and all you do is tell lies? It's like, it's the opposite.
Yeah.
So it's a game of smoke and mirrors. It's the Daily Prophet. The name itself makes every wizard be like, oh, the prophet said so, so it must be true. Harry Potter or Harry Plotter. It distorts everything. So it's all for political gain. It's all for social gain. It's all for power. Yeah.
I was going to say that the reason, which I think I figured out, is because, think about this. The minister, right? Is that what he's called? The minister
of Magic.
Cornelius. The Cornelius Fudge, he has to use scapegoats like Harry Potter's lying and Sirius Black is behind almost everything, and then blah, 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 because those are things that he can quote unquote control. If you bring up that Voldemort is back, that's so out of his control. So in order to reassert his power as the minister, he has to use the scapegoats for things that are controllable. Something like Voldemort is not controllable.
Yeah, he could capture Sirius Black. He could put Harry Potter in a jail. Yeah.
He has no power over Voldemort. And so that's why he stays in denial, because then he keeps his power for as long as he can. But then at the end, he's back. And then you see that he's just as terrified because he has no idea now what to do.
Yeah, because he spent this whole time trying to manufacture a false narrative that he didn't prepare himself for the return of the inevitable, which is evil, which is what they say, right? There's that quote that good men create hard times create good men, and good men create good times, or something like that. Like there's like a 3-part sentence statement, but it's along those lines. And so it's always cyclical. When things are up, you can always expect for them to not stay up. And I think that that's a life lesson that I've learned. I think it's a life lesson that everybody should become well accustomed to, because that way you manage your expectations a little better. You learn to not give yourself too much or too fully to the experiences, to the fleeting feelings that come with each experience in life. And you're able to kind of just be centered and grounded and just very aware of just things and the passing of time and the fleeting nature of reality, you know, like all of this is gonna be gone. All of it, everybody you've ever known, yourself, your own skin, it's gonna corrode, it's gonna deteriorate, it's gonna rot. And that's it. Like, that's the nature of reality. And I feel like Cornelius Fudge was stubborn, and I think it was out of fear, but also hiding behind the guise of power, because usually the people in power and the most powerful people are usually overcompensating for like huge insecurity, right? And then that's when you see those emperors who would want to conquer the whole world, and then meanwhile you would learn about their sex life, and you would learn about their secrets that they would keep and things that they were ashamed of. And so then you kind of understood, oh, so this outward projection of this personality is because of this inward like this repressed inward child, unhealed wound that was within them.
Yeah, and then in order for you to continue being the hero, quote unquote, right? Like, you have to point a finger at a bad guy, but a bad guy that's kind of like not intimidating enough that everyone could kind of stack up against them. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
For example, in the Dark Knight trilogy, Harvey Dent, right? He was painted out as a hero, and then Batman as the villain, and he was the perfect villain because everyone could just like turn away from him and kind of deny him being a hero, and then that was it. But he's not like intimidating enough that he's a real threat to society. Does that make sense? Like, Voldemort is a real threat, but Sirius Black isn't a real threat, but he's the perfect kind of like scapegoat, the perfect amount of villain in the minister's eyes to reassert himself as a good, to kind of like uplift his own goodness,
his own ability to retain
his own
the
power,
peace.
right? Yeah, like his own power of like having the people's favor of him, you know?
So politicizing Voldemort's return, right? That was done in the beginning with the controlling of the narrative and stuff. And then I put Muggles can't see Dementors, which clearly Dudley saw them. Dudley saw a Dementor. A Dementor did something to Dudley. I wonder where the Dursleys took him, probably to a hospital. I wonder what the diagnosis was. I wonder what the doctors ended up claiming he was under. I guess we'll find out in the next movie. But I would be very interested to find out if it's a mental disorder that they kind of decide that he has now, that it might be like an emotional disorder, depression, whatever it is. But the fact that he saw a Dementor and he's a Muggle speaks volumes to pre-established beliefs.
Yeah.
And to the fact that the darkness of the world is bleeding into the reality of the Muggles, and two worlds are colliding and intertwining, and there's no separation anymore because time of peace is over, and so darkness is invading every corner of the universe. And that's why people were like, Dementors all the way in whatever it's called, it's like that far away from Azkaban. And the fact that it was under the control of the Ministry of Magic, which makes it even more suspicious, which leads me to believe that it was Lucius Malfoy who pulled some strings and then did something behind the back of the minister himself. Something happened there. But I just thought that was interesting, how it was the powers that are responsible for protecting and upkeeping the order are the ones that created the chaos and created the whole malfunction within that system for this inhabitor of the whole thing, which is Harry Potter. And that really reminds me of like modern day society. It's like they create the disease and then they sell you the cure for that disease. So they fill you up with cheap fast food, and they fill you up with all of this cheap entertainment and this brain rot content, constant feedback loops of news and 24-hour news cycle. And they feed you in all aspects, mentally, physically, emotionally, spiritually. And then you become sick. And then they're like, oh, but lucky for you, we got a good healthcare system here.
And the perfect portrayal of that is if you look at a convenience store, right? Or like a drugstore, at the front of the store is like a portrayal that was like painted by Carnivore MD. But at the front of the store is all of the stuff that gets you sick. And then all the way in the back of the store is the pharmacy. So it's like in the front where you're most likely to like look around is all of the sugar and all of the
Hershey's.
things with all these ingredients that you don't know what they are. And then when you get sick, you'll find your way to the back of the store slowly but surely, and then you'll be in the pharmacy section.
Yeah, it's all designed to keep us very dependent, which is the whole theme of the whole movie. In my opinion, it's creating problems, controlling narratives in order to keep people dependent on authority. And then we realize that if we are guided by our own hearts and by our own inner inhibitions, then we can survive just fine. And not only survive, but we can thrive, and we can work towards creating a better world, and we can work towards defeating and or at least taming evil and chaos, because you can't really defeat chaos, definitely. It always comes back. It always rebounds. It always, it's cyclical. It's the yin and yang. It's the cosmic dance of duality. Like, there's no one without the other. There's no hot without cold. There's no good without evil.
Yeah.
Like, you can't have it.
And what's interesting about what you said just now and what you said before I like lose a thought, but is that when you said that Dudley as a Muggle was able to see or at least feel the Dementors, right? Like he had to have seen it. But what's interesting is that you saying that the world's like intertwining and stuff. It was a 90-degree Fahrenheit day, and then even Miss Fig said that everything went cold. Yeah. It's like you can see that the weather completely changed. Like it had done a 180. So it was like, it's what you're saying too. It's like the hot and cold. It's just affirmation of of the
duality.
And the intertwining of the two worlds, of like a peaceful Muggle world, right? Like they just live casual lives. Like Petunia's hot and like fanning herself on her couch and whatever, and that's her biggest worry. And then there's the wizarding world where they're now like facing this monstrosity of a villain, and now the worlds are intertwining, and it's like inevitable.
And hell is freezing over, which is what I understood that as like hell freezing over.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Very literally, because then Dudley slips on the ice. So he was walking on thin ice, and then he slipped on it. But I think that he was able also to see the Dementors because of the fact that when Harry confronted him in front of his friends and put the wand right here to his throat, and his friends started laughing and giggling because it's just like a piece of stick, Dudley was not laughing. He was like scared for his life. And so he knows enough of the wizarding world, and maybe he believes in it as much as Harry does at this point, because they grew up together too. So you grow up with someone with special abilities, then you'll kind of like grow to adapt to the nature of that person. And I feel like he created some form of bond with Harry, be it good or bad. In this case, it seems like it's bad, where he just now sees into Harry's world a little bit more because he had to grow up with it, And
here's a plot twist, right? Petunia's like the flower, because that's what it is. Because I thought about this because I saw she was wearing like a daisy dress, like she was wearing a flower dress, and then I thought about her name, Petunia. But I think that petunias are given to people. They're like they resemble like resentment. Yeah, like really? It's not a flower that you give out of like
loving
and adornment. Yeah, like it's like a resentment kind of anger flower, and she has resentment towards her sister, and we know for a fact that Dudley has resentment towards Harry. It's like maybe he also envies the fact that his cousin has these magical abilities, and then he just brushes it off as like, oh no, he's a crazy whatever kid, just like his parents and whatever.
You know what though? I get exactly what you're saying, and I do think it's true, but I don't think it's like Dudley himself who resents Harry. I think it's obviously it's a learned behavior from his parents. Because Harry has a big heart.
Yeah.
And so Harry has forgiven the guy who's responsible for the death of his parents. He has forgiven the woman who just killed his godfather. So he's capable of having an open heart towards his cousin, towards his, his like Muggle family. But it's because they're not open to it, and they just insist on perpetuating this cyclical hatred towards the Potters, and then Dudley just falls victim to it because he has no resolve of his own. He has no independent thought. He's been raised by helicopter parents. He has no freedom. Even when he has a group of friends, he's revered and he's kind of like worshipped as Big D. It's like he's the boss of the group. He has to be the boss. He has to be the star. He has to have 33 presents this year or it's nothing at all. And so you see this child just become spoiled in all of his ways. And then when he finally gets himself into trouble, another thing that's worth noting maybe is that his friends, Dudley's friends, all scattered. And then only Harry and Dudley were left. And so when Dudley needed help, his friends are nowhere to be found because those aren't real friends. Like those are friends that my mom's family would call, for example. Like there's a saying that you have friends that we have very few friends for all life, but we have plenty of friends to call to go to a bar or to go to a party or to kind of indulge into like the basic superficial aspects of life. But when you want like a friend to open your heart to vent to heal with, it's like very few, far in between, you know?
For the things you need.
Yeah. And so Dudley's friends just dispersing like that, I thought it was very symbolic. And then Harry being the one that saves his life. And so maybe in the next movie again, like maybe we'll see a shift maybe of like gratitude because he saved his life. It's like he could have left him there.
Yeah.
He's been nothing but shit to him his whole life.
There's a lot of like contrast in the movies, like a lot of comparisons that you kind of like look into yourself. But it's interesting you say that because then Harry's friends are the opposite.
Right.
It's like they are always there at his like having his back, like by his side, no matter what. It's like they never let him face anything alone. Even Voldemort himself. It's
even
like
Ron, like in the first movie, right?
Terrified.
In the first or the second movie when they were playing chess.
Oh yeah.
Ron was willing to risk his life for Harry Potter to move forward.
He's going to sacrifice himself.
Yeah. Yeah.
No, you can't.
Right. So he was more than willing. And they had met and known each other for like a year, 2 years max. I forget if it was the first or second movie, but a year, 2 years max. And he was willing already. So Harry has that effect on him.
Yeah.
On people in general. And so for you to resist that love, you have to be a person who's really traumatized by love. It's like really traumatized, because there was a little thing that I just wanted to notice too, to like point out that I noticed, is that when Dudley came back and they were pampering him because he was like about to throw up and stuff, when it caught that like frame of the parents surrounding Dudley and like making sure that he's okay, there was a photo on a table like right next to them that was just the dad with Dudley. And so it's not really like a close-knit, complete, happy family. It's like they're not happy, and you can tell. It's like they're very independent from each other, but then they worry a lot about how they're portrayed in public and what the neighbors think about. And so when they were sneaking into the car, like her son just had a near-death experience and she's concerned if the neighbors heard anything, and she's opening the door very silently, covering her child, making sure that nobody sees him in any bad light. That's not painted herself, painted a perfect picture of her star student. But I just thought that was interesting, how you can see little glimpses and little insights into what their life really is like. And you could tell that those are miserable people who just live separately. And then even the marriage of the wife and the husband, you can tell that it's kind of just anchored on this child.
On the son, yeah.
Who they've spoiled, and they've stripped away of any real ability to fend for himself, to become something, make something of himself. Because all he knows is instruction from his helicopter parents. All he knows is what he sees. Monkey sees, monkey do.
Yeah.
And then Harry's like, I don't want any of this. I'm going to go to my magical castle over there at Hogwarts.
Yeah, it's crazy because he's still, I think that every time we see Hedwig in the cage while Harry is at the Dursleys' house, it's always symbolic. It's like that home will never be a home to Harry. It's like never. It's like it's so far from it.
Yeah, and even when they left, right? Well, I'm assuming that they locked Harry inside of his room. Is that why they use the spell to unlock it? I'm assuming that that's the case, that they locked it from the outside. And then that's why Harry was in the room, because I was going to point out that Harry feels so trapped in that house that even when the house is free and they're not home, he still kind of goes to his room. Because it's just like learned behavior.
The key was inside of the door hole.
Right, but was it on the outside
on
part?
his side.
It was on his side.
Yeah, but then I think
so
that
he locked it.
I think that the point is that he doesn't have anywhere to go. It's like
so he locks it from the inside himself, like he's gained that autonomy of being able to lock his own door. Do you think that he owns a key to his door is my point? Because I think that would be very important to know.
Maybe at this point, if he's like instilled enough fear in them that they kind of, because they gave him a bigger room, he's not living in the cupboard anymore.
Yeah.
So maybe it's like, you're going to let me do this now, or I'm going to just threaten you with magic. Because especially after what he did to the other aunt.
Yeah.
You know?
I'm growing pubes. I can't afford any of you opening the door while I'm counting them.
He made her float
counting
away.
The pubes now. I'm becoming a young man.
He's thinking about Cho in there.
Whoa. Chow.
That's funny.
Okay, so just quickly skimming through.
Sorry.
Owls equal SATs. I thought that was very clever. I also find it clever the name of the exam. It's ordinary wizarding. Something like
I didn't even
ordinary wizard something.
Lessons,
maybe, yeah. Ordinary wizard L. And what it means to be an ordinary wizard, what it means to be an ordinary person, I feel like that's a subtle shot at the idea of standardized assessments. Like even the name itself, it's standardized. So it's like it's standard. You just have to meet the standard and you have to just fill in the boxes and get a good score, and then that equates to you being a successful professional in the business world, in the competitive marketplace of life. And then you instill that understanding into children, especially when I was growing up in Brazil. And shout out to all the Brasileiros out there and all the Brasileiras and everybody who's Brazilian who has been commenting down below. You guys know this more than I do, or as much as I do, because I was preparing for like the Brazilian exams of getting into medical school, of passing out the version there, which is called Enem, which is ENEM. And it's like the SATs, and it's everywhere. Every country has this. But in Brazil specifically, there's a huge emphasis on becoming a doctor. And it's because of the privileges and the societal kind of societal status that accompanies that privilege of being a doctor. You know, like you make a lot of money, and you make more money than most Brazilians are capable of making who aren't doctors. And so it comes with all of that. It's like a complete package. And so every kid is taught by their parents, especially when you come from a family like mine, who's like a huge family. Like my mom was one of 8 kids, and none of them ever really like amounted to anything significant, and they always just like got themselves by, and they did what they could. And so my mom really instilled in me this understanding that I was going to be the first doctor in the entire family. I was going to be the first successful person. And then meanwhile, here I am, dropped out of community college after moving back to the US, dropped out of community college after a few months, and I'm on YouTube now just reacting to movies. And so it's like this to me feels way more fulfilling than any prospect of becoming any high-end professional, be it a lawyer, a judge, a civil engineer, a doctor, a plastic surgeon, whatever you think makes a lot of money, a cardiologist, or whatever.
Yeah, I think it's different if you have like a genuine passion for that thing, but for the people who kind of go into professions for the salary, I think that you already kind of fail yourself in that way. Like you're going to feel like an emptiness.
For sure.
Because I felt that way, and I dropped out of college too. Like I went from wanting to be a vet to wanting to be like a psychologist, and I was like in between majors, and I went for I did 2 years of college while I was in high school, and then 2 years after I graduated high school. But then I dropped out before even getting like a degree. But then to my point is that I felt unfulfilled because I didn't really feel like a it's almost like it's a magnet. It's like when you find that thing, there's nothing that pulls you from it. Does that make sense? And so I didn't feel that to the things that I was pursuing. And this is something that I feel it towards. It's it's like the more that we do it, like I prefer when we do it versus when we don't do it, you know? And I tell you that, like I told you that the other day, because it's how I feel.
It's like more often too.
The days that we do it are much more like
fulfilling.
Yeah, much more enjoyable. It's like even if I'm exhausted after, if I've had a brain fog, if it didn't really go the way I planned, it's like I still feel better for it. The way that I've grown because of it. It's like it's something I didn't grow by just becoming intellectually or book smart. It's like I grew as a person through it. And I think that that's like the most telling sign for whatever you're like going into, like to know if that's the thing for you.
Right, because there's there's a big trend of trying to intellectualize life, and I feel like that's what artists do a lot. And every director, every producer, every cinematographer, every photographer, they're all artists, right? So these are pieces of art. And I've said this before, these are motion pictures. These are pictures in motion. These are paintings in motions. And so if you freeze frame any one frame, it'll become a painting. And then you can frame it inside of a museum. And any one of these frames in this over 2 hour long film becomes a painting and has over 1,000 words, 1,000 meanings behind it, 1,000 interpretations. And that's life, right? So I think that purely and strictly relying on the intellectualization of life leads you straight into the grave, into a grave that you've made for yourself. So I think that artists, in terms of like understanding life, or at least being a seeker of truth in this realm, in this weird, messed up world that's also very beautiful at times and very dark at others, it's like you have to have that artist's heart. And that artist kind of like outlook on life. Everything becomes more beautiful and everything becomes more easier to understand.
Yeah, that's why like people who go into a profession like because of the connection with people, like that's more admirable than people who are just like, oh yeah, like it's all about the big bucks and that's it. It's like I just want to do this because it's the best paying thing and I just want to be well off and
I just want a big house and a Ferrari.
Yeah, it's like you'll soon realize that there's nothing really fulfilling about that.
Once you get that, you'll see that you need more of that in order to feel that again, and then you're going to be stuck in this perpetual loop, incessant chase after whatever the next dragon is.
But what's crazy about this movie and about like this Umbridge, which we're going to talk about more, but about what you said about the owls, right? Like everything about school, but all throughout middle school, I was like a straight A student. I was in every single club. I was in sports. I was like, I almost never missed a day of attendance. Like I was always in school.
I can't relate.
And even when I was sick, if I there was one time I had like a swollen, like my ankle was like 4 times its size and I went to school still. And because I was like, no, I have a test today. I have to go take it. And then what's crazy is that
I would probably cut my leg off just to not take a test.
I got to high school and then that completely shifted. It's like I started really thinking about the idea, right? What Harry mentioned, right? It's like school or what they're learning with the owls isn't going to prepare them to face reality, the real world, what's going to attack them outside, right?
Theoretical versus practical.
It's like Voldemort in this case, like it, like whatever they were learning wasn't preparing them for that. And so that's exactly what school starts to feel like in a sense. It's like in the sense of like the like curriculums and stuff and the examinations and the testings and the grades and whatever. In reality, like none of that is really prepping you for real life experiences.
None of it.
And that's why people go through depression mostly in their like early 20s, because it's when they get out of school and then they have no idea, they're clueless, they're exposed to all these things because school is an illusion. It's a box.
It is a box.
It's a box. It's keeping you safeguarded. You go there, you attend for however many hours a day, and then you go whatever. But then once you're out of that, you have to figure it all out by yourself, really. And that's like, and almost none of what you're taught in school teaches you about the real stuff.
That's why you have so many students who hold diplomas and they have to work shifts at Starbucks, or they don't even use their diploma because they can't afford to take time to experiment and to intern at anywhere because they have to pay bills. They have to keep a roof over their heads.
Exactly. Or they like, it's exactly that. Or they're like paying off debt that they accumulated because they decided to further go into school for their masters and whatever, and then realize that it's hard to get a job, whatever. But then it's like, it's, a lot of it, that's why I said you really should be very passionate about whatever you're going into, because if not, then a lot of school is a trap. Like, a lot of it is a trap. It's just this.
It's a very lucrative trap too.
It's a loop of like
feeds a lot of bellies.
Yeah, it's like they prep you to go to school. That's why it's necessary, at least in the United States, to have a GED or like a high school diploma or equivalent. And then after that like you're ready to work. Like that's essentially what it is. Or it's like you're either ready to work or you're going to be in school, which is safe again. And you could be in school longer. But then now you have to pay us big bucks to do that. And that's what universities are.
It's a safe illusion, I feel.
Yeah.
Of like comfort. Like being stuck in that classroom. And I think that that's what leads a lot of people to pursue the academic realm. Maybe it's because they are seeking the approval of that parent that was very strict, that they'll never get, that maybe has passed, and they'll never really get that approval because that parent always wanted more and more from them. And maybe they pursue that academic career and they want to, do their master's now, and they're going back to school for another 4 years, 6 years. Because I remember growing up and hearing stories of that, about how like so-and-so spent 8 years in medical school and now they're going back to specialize in this, and it's 4 extra years, 6 years.
Yeah.
And then people were always like in awe. It's like always like, wow, what a hero. But in my way of looking at it, it seemed like a death sentence. It's like, why would I want to be institutionalized? And why would I want to be molded into more like a more refined square by this institution that is kind of outdated by all estimations? Even the format of the chairs, it's back it's from the industrial days of like workers, the bells priming you to like when you can eat and when you can't eat. It's literally a prison with like some illusion of betterment, but then you spend all those years inside of a classroom, and then you're finally thrown into the real world, and the real world is going to chew you up into pieces. And I feel like that's what happens. And it'll spit you out. And I feel like that's what happens a lot of times, is that people go into this like journey of like education, and then their parents or the one that provides for them and like takes care of them and pays for the school passes abruptly, and then it's like, oh shit, what do I do now? It's like, I've been studying for 6, 8 years, 10 years, and what do I do now? Oh, you got to work at Best Buy. You got to go somewhere. Like, you got to figure it out. It's like you got to pick it up.
Yeah, that's why what I said, it's like you have to really be passionate, but never do it for anyone else. Like, that's an obvious, and never do it for the wrong reasons,
Never
it's
do
like,
it for the sake of just personal gain.
Yeah, exactly.
Everything you do, I believe that you should mirror and you don't even have to like subscribe to this religion or to this section of belief, but I think that everybody should aspire to be like a bodhisattva, which is what Harry kind of is that you devote your life to the enlightenment and to the betterment of all creatures on earth. And it becomes an infinite, timeless task because you'll never be able to accomplish it. And so it takes multiple lifetimes even, and you are required to kind of elevate people, as many people as you can, to the position of also being able to become a teacher, just like Harry was doing. So he becomes a bodhisattva, he becomes a guide within this darkness. He becomes a beacon of light, and then he empowers people to make a real change, to learn real practical tools that can save lives. And that's what everybody should do. So if you become a doctor, it's because you've always been passionate about helping others. Like ever since you were a kid, you would help wounded animals, and you have like a very strong emotional attachment to other people's pain, and you can really feel it, and you want to reduce people's pain as much as possible, and you want to open hospitals in Africa, and you want to do amazing. I would love to meet you, but I've met so many people who are doctors just for the ability to kind of
to
brag about it, just for the ability to bag women in like nightclubs. Yeah, like
Damn.
that's the culture that I grew up in.
Yeah.
In my hometown in Brazil, it's like a lot of that. It's a status symbol. It's a status quo. And that's all it becomes.
That's great. Yeah, but it's crazy. That's why, people flaunt like certificates and stuff.
Yeah.
Which is
because it's a form of stability too, which is another false positive, right? Like people seek stability in spouses, in loved ones, in friendships, and they want to have that sense of consistency. But the illusion is that nothing is consistent. Everything is always...
it's like
always subject to change.
Yeah, not everything is in your control. So like if you do things with the illusion that you're going to maintain control or have like the most control in your life, then you're just blindly mistaken, because
fooling yourself.
Yeah, because a lot of things are not in your control, just like with Harry. Like that's literally the whole premise of this movie. It's like as much as he wants things to be in his control, he wanted to go save Sirius because he had a vision that he was being tortured, and he thought it was in his control. It's like he figured out a way to fool Umbridge and to get find his way there, but then realizes that it's so far out of his control.
Now question, was it Snape who saved Sirius after Harry told him that Padfoot was in the place where the thing is?
No.
So who saved Sirius?
Sirius was never being tortured.
So that was an illusion?
Yeah, because Lucius said it. He said you saw what the Dark Lord wanted you to see.
I see. Yeah.
It's like because the Dark Lord had already tapped into his mind and realized the important person in his life was Sirius, and maybe wasn't able to catch him, but could replicate a vision where he's torturing Sirius in order to prompt Harry to go there.
And that's why Lucius said that Harry has to learn how to distinguish dreams from reality.
Right.
Which was a very profound statement. Yeah. Because how can you watching right now distinguish a dream from reality?
Yeah.
And you could say, well, I can pinch myself, I can feel it. Sure, but then, again, without relying on what we've been told, and this isn't me going on like a rampant anti-science conspiracy theory, it's just like having like fun conversations and kind of like pushing boundaries of what is known and what isn't. But if you assume a position of like being born on top of a mountain, it's like, how can you at the ripe age of 30, by raising yourself on top of that mountain alone in solitude, know how to distinguish dreams from reality?
Yeah.
It's like it's very difficult for that person on top of a mountain, isolated from the advancements of science and technology and schooling and education, to come to the conclusion of like, oh, this is a dream and this is reality. To them, maybe everything is one thing and everything is the other. It's like or it's nothing, or it's something completely different. It's like, who knows?
We're limited to our senses, and how do we know?
What we're told.
It's like, even when we have dreams, like, can't you say that in your dreams, like in your dreams when you sleep, that your senses, you sometimes feel that your senses are real, like in your dream, like you get scared, you have emotions in your dreams, in your nightmares, and so then how do you even know what's real or what isn't?
Because it feels real.
Yeah.
So if the feeling is real while you're dreaming, and if that's what you define as being the defining metric of defining what's real, then if it feels real while you're dreaming, because I've had multiple of those dreams when I when I like dream that I'm getting shot, for example, and then I feel the hot and cold sensation of like a bullet exiting my like body and then like entering my body and then exiting through the other way. And I've had dreams of me falling from like very high heights and then hitting the ground, and right as I hit the ground, I feel like a whole sensation of my body just splattering. And then I've also had dreams when I wake up after like a very intense nightmare and I'm literally screaming and yelling. Like I'll just wake up being like, oh Lord, or just blabbering something.
Yeah.
And it feels real. And sweating, you know, like I've had a lot of those dreams.
By the way, this is a side note, but I think that there's something in foods that stir up certain...
For sure.
Like it messes with the chemistry in your body, and then when you go to sleep, it will influence however your sleep turns out.
Yeah,
if
we
you
have
have
that
a
a
restful
lot.
sleep, if you have a disturbing kind of unrestful sleep.
Yeah, we have that a lot with Big Macs.
With Big Macs.
Yeah.
McDonald's. Oh gosh.
But speaking of control too, so jumping into Dolores, right? I just wrote that Dolores equals tyrannical, authoritarian, conservative. And Dolores to me, I'll just come back to that. Hold on.
No, you say it. Say.
Wait, hold on. Let me think. Wait. Dolores, tyrannical, conservative, authoritarian.
Does it have to do with her name? Because I wrote something about her name too.
Yeah, her name does remind me of the Spanish word, which is because in Portuguese it's dores, and then in Spanish it's
dolor.
Dolor, right? Yeah. So her name is literally pain, which is like right on the nose. And Umbridge, I don't know what that means, but I like the idea that. Hold on, guys. I'm trying to think this through. Wait, I just don't like to feel rushed or anything.
No, you're not
Dolores,
rushed. Take your time. I'm sorry.
Tyrannical, authoritarian, conservative. Okay, so Dolores is all about the presentation, which makes up for the evil and vile inside, right? She's a rotten apple that is painted as being the most beautiful apple ever. So she's all pink. She's all inviting. If you look at her in a crowd, she'll stand out as being that like nice old lady in all pink. It's like, oh, isn't she adorable? Isn't she cute? Isn't she nice? Oh, she probably makes great cookies.
Yeah.
And then meanwhile, she tortures kids in her little cupboard of her own, and she gives them tea. It's like, would you like some tea? And she like tortures and performs crucio on things and people. Crazy. So I think that she's a great example of perception being manipulated. I think that she's a great example of what happens when you allow authoritarian dictatorship into your realm of existence, when you don't put your foot down and you don't stand up against tyranny. Tyranny will eventually inevitably consume an entire environment, and we've seen it happen with countries throughout history. We've seen the good and the bad aspects of it, mainly bad aspects of it. And so the scene when she ordered Filch, right, to take down all of the art pieces and all of the artwork, it's like she's stripping down any sense of exploration, of inner kind of channeling through art. It's like you have no art to kind of base off of, like base your own inner worlds off of, which is what art is meant for. It's like beautiful art is meant to invite inward exploration, the inward journey towards your actualized self. And so she stripped all of that down, and she wanted to make everybody conform to this way of being, to this dictatorship.
Yeah.
And she was a tyrant.
Yeah, like uniform. And it's interesting because she had all the rules, right? And then the whole concept was to strip individuality completely. It's like strip any sense of purpose, kind of, you know. It's like she made the sole purpose like learning for learning's sake, and that's it. And just very boxed in way of doing it, if that makes sense.
Yeah, and she also controlled what the information was that was being taught.
Yeah.
So the fact that they presented this textbook, which again, like you're in school and you're given a textbook, you don't question the validity of that textbook. But then we've had cases where in recent times, we've had truths uncovered about Christopher Columbus, who ended up being a monstrosity of a human being who committed genocide and just eliminated a whole group of people. And then, but in school growing up, I was taught to praise and to kind of worship Christopher Columbus, and he has his own day, and it's like it's Thanksgiving, and like, isn't this beautiful, the union of people? And so it's so blatantly on our nose, and we still kind of refuse to question authority. We refuse to question authority figures. We kind of just hide our tails in beneath that, like in between our legs, and just say yes sir, yes ma'am. And I feel like that's why you have to put your foot down and you have to question. It's like, who wrote this textbook? Who's so and so? Where did they go to school? Who were their teachers? What's their background? What's their angle? What's their agenda? Why do they believe this? Why are they promoting this theory? Why is this? People don't ask that. They just completely accept whatever's told and whatever is given to them. And so her controlling the information too. And then in that book, I bet you that they don't speak at all about the real tragedies of life and the real threats of that world, which are Dementors, Death Eaters, Voldemort. You won't find those names in that textbook because it's been swept out of it, out of every edition, and everybody's given, like, the worst case scenario in that book would probably be facing a troll, which they faced in like first or second year. I keep forgetting. I think it's the first year that they confronted a troll in the bathroom. It's like, that's the biggest threat, but it's not going to teach you how to tame or how to defeat a basilisk, which is what Harry did in his second year at Hogwarts. How to, it's like, it's crazy. Yeah. It's really insane. But she is everything that's wrong, to my point, everything that's wrong when you allow power to just run rampantly without any equal opposition to oppose it. Because you need to oppose power. You need to.
But I think that it was perfect in a sense that she was introduced as a character, because I don't think that we would have gotten the development with Hermione that we got. Like, in the sense that she kind of became this like rebel, but for a good cause, like rebelling against the school system and following rules and stuff, because Umbridge kind of showed her that not all authority can be trustworthy or should be followed, and so she started to have like something that she can resist against even more so. Because in the first year, it's like you mostly have like quote unquote good professors. It's like you have McGonagall and you have Dumbledore, and you want to kind of abide by their rules because they're very like
caring.
Yeah. But then now you have like the complete opposite. It's like you have someone who does not care for your well-being, and so you have to take the matters into your own hands. And then so I feel like it was a good implementation of this character of Umbridge in this movie.
And I feel like it was a good lesson for Hermione too, to witness these two worlds that maybe she upkept to like a certain standard in her own mind, see these two worlds kind of fall apart, because the Ministry of Magic showed itself to be extremely corrupt, and then Hogwarts showed itself to be extremely penetrable in terms of being defiled and to having its values and its morals and its ethics kind of be just completely corrupted and destroyed, basically, because they allowed Umbridge to come in. Yeah. And so in her mind, it's like, wow, like I can't believe Hogwarts allowed this. I can't believe Dumbledore allowed this. And so she starts to realize that maybe the biggest lesson of all is that you have to have autonomy. Yeah. And that's the whole purpose of going to Hogwarts. And that's why Hogwarts itself has so many secrets. It's the Chamber of Secrets. Yeah. It's the forbidden bathroom. Yeah. It's the forbidden whatever forest, right? It's like all of these things that are supposed to be forbidden, but they're just placed in front of the hero so that the hero can embark on their journey and actually face their own trials and tribulations. And so I feel like that's why she started to really understand, because then Neville Longbottom, right, the one that we least expected, he was the one that discovered the room of requirements. But yeah, so even Hogwarts itself is just filled with secrets, and I feel like she's learning that rules are meant to be broken.
Yeah. And what you said, right? Like the room of requirement was the craziest giveaway of that, because it was only for the students who were rebelling, essentially rebelling, quote unquote, like rebelling against this dictator of a headmaster now. And so it didn't like open its doors to Umbridge or to any other students who weren't, who weren't standing against it. Yeah, exactly.
Seeker, yeah. Because they said that the room of requirements will present itself to the seeker who is deserving.
Yeah.
Right? Which is this idea that the school is helping you fight for what's true and what's real. Which is the truth is always worth fighting for.
Oh my gosh, I just thought, and that's why it revealed itself to Neville. Like, we hadn't known it in the moment that it did reveal itself to Neville, but then it reveals itself to Neville because he has his own kind of reason to fight, which is that his parents died, right? Literally died at the hands of these people too.
Right, and his parents were tortured at the hands of these people.
Yeah, tortured, not just which I wrote down, sorry, because I'm like really excited to like share, so I'm sorry if I like step in.
No.
But what's crazy is that when they said that, when Sirius mentioned it, and he said that the parents of Neville suffered something that was worse than death, which was being tortured. It's because if you think about it, like death is kind of a sweet release, quote unquote.
It's merciful.
It's like, yeah, it's like you die and that's it. You don't experience any pain after that. But then when you're being tortured for however long, and the way that he painted it out was that it was like very severe, then yeah, like that's way worse than death in that sense. It's like of not being able to escape it, essentially.
Right, because death becomes like a release. It becomes an exit out of torture. Yeah.
But that's just something I want to point out was crazy.
And I think that it's a great point, because then Neville Longbottom, who throughout the film so far, we see him as being this kid who is easily kind of mocked and made fun of because he's very clumsy and he's always made the target of the joke, and he's kind of like right. So then you see him wanting to kind of like search for purpose, and his purpose comes from avenging his parents through him being stronger than they were.
Yeah.
And so you avenge someone that you've lost to an atrocity like that, like they've been tortured and then killed by evil forces, then you avenge them by becoming stronger than those evil forces. And that's what leads him to uncovering the space in order to make that happen.
Yeah.
Because he needs so desperately to prepare himself. Otherwise, he's going to meet the same fate that his parents met.
Yeah, and that's why he's like practicing under his desk, and he's like,
right.
He goes with Harry and Hermione and Ron and Luna into the ministry. Like he went with them.
Yeah.
And so it's like
he's joining the gang now.
Yeah,
it's
like
he's part of it.
Yeah, like he's stepping into his role too. Like he's not going to be a bystander anymore,
like a side character.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So he has a purpose, and the room of requirement was like was confirming that for him, because it revealed itself to him, and then he stood in front of that board or that mirror thing that had like things on it, and then he talked about Bellatrix and then explained and stuff, and then that's when he kind of realized it's like he saw what Harry has been capable of doing, and then sees like that in himself.
Yes.
Because it's what Harry said. It's that all great wizards were students at one point.
Which is what we were talking about earlier, about how Dumbledore represents the epitome of the great wizard. And so Harry wants to be like Dumbledore because Harry witnessed Dumbledore being the epitome of all great wizards. And so Dumbledore becomes like the Cristiano Ronaldo for soccer fans,
Yeah.
or for kids who grow up wanting to be soccer players. It's like they want to be like him, and so they'll like imitate and mimic certain moves, but they'll also create their own along the way, and that's what Harry meant. And so I think that that's what it is that for the selfish reason, quote unquote, of being able to obtain that personal glory that is earned, you uplift those around you, and so by raising yourself, you raise all of those around you.
Yeah.
And that's what we saw with The Dark Knight Rises again, you know?
Yeah, and then oh my gosh, sorry, I'm like so like
No, don't keep
sporadic.
apologizing. You're
But
good.
like Dumbledore, for example, right? Like what you said that like Harry kind of aspires, and if not, like a lot of them aspire to embody the essence of Dumbledore, right? To harness that amount of like power, kind of, or like that that like goodness, even, you know what I'm saying? But then what's interesting is that, well, hold on, I'll get back to it, but you could go ahead.
to it?
No, I have to like form it better in my head.
Because I'm starting to think that maybe for Harry, it's not first Dumbledore, but instead it was his father.
Yes.
And then I think that something might have happened in his head after he witnessed what his father did to Snape. I think that slowly but surely we realize that even our heroes that we have kind of manufactured and built up to be these huge things in our heads, they aren't really there for us when we really need it. And so I think that happened with Dumbledore too, and that's why he got frustrated with Dumbledore, and he wanted to say things to Dumbledore, maybe even like kill him in that moment. Who knows? Like he was feeling angry because he felt invisible, and then maybe this godlike wizard, this almighty wizard that he felt safe being under the
protection
the tutelage of, and just under the protection of, that he felt safe in that castle because of this man, and yet this man is ignoring him and avoiding him. And then same thing happened with the great James Potter, the great seeker. You know, like he saw him bullying someone who was innocent, and then Harry's heart doesn't resonate with that, and then that's when you see him becoming very divided in terms of who he is and like, who am I? Am I becoming bad? It's like he's scared, and then that's when he needed to hear Sirius Black tell him, "You are not a bad person. You are a good person."
Yeah, because his idea of his father became fractured.
Right.
And so his idea of himself becomes fractured too. And then what's interesting is that, I don't know if it was in this movie, but the picture frame with his mom and his dad had a crack, right? And it cracked in this movie, right?
I think it was cracked in the last one too.
But
or in the third one even.
Whichever one it was. But what's interesting is that whether it was then or now, it was foreshadowing that there's a crack in that perfect image of this like idea of his parents that he has.
Picture perfect.
Yes, exactly.
Nothing's picture perfect.
Because everyone so far, like with the exception of Snape, really painted out his parents to be great people, great wizards. Your father was exceptional. Your father was amazing. Your mom was a great witch, and na. But then Snape was always the contrarian, and because he has personal experience with that being the opposite,
right?
But never really said it, never really shared that on a personal level.
I just had a crazy idea right now as you're saying all that, because to your point about Snape, what if that's what kind of pushed him towards being a double agent, towards going to the dark side, towards becoming a Death Eater?
Yeah.
Because he was sick and tired of living in a world where everybody glorified this great wizard called James Potter, but then the only direct experience he had with this great, loving, all good, all giving wizard was that he was bullied by it.
Yeah.
He wasn't accepted by it.
Oh my gosh. And then
it pushed him to the dark side against his own wishes, maybe, because maybe he was just a weird kid who just wanted to be good, like had a good heart. But then it turned bad because the world, every idea that he was taught and instilled in his head from like very young age, it's like James Potter is the best of us. And then the best of us
is the worst to him.
Is the worst to him. So what is he going to do? He's going to look elsewhere to find something else.
And then it's also like, I'm not going to be pushed around anymore. So I'm going to find something that kind of empowers me even. Like it kind of like taps me into this like ability to take a little bit more control of my situation, which is what Voldemort is. It's like the Death Eaters, like he's given them in a sense like this like power of like, like they use the curses, the unforgivable
Right.
curses, right? So they use those like not sparingly, gosh, I can't speak.
They just use it.
Yeah, like they just use it like nonchalantly is what I meant. And that kind of gives them power. It's like, imagine having the power of like just taking a life in a split second.
Yeah, because James Potter becomes the golden standard, the golden child, and then you have to ask yourself, okay, so if the society, the current society that I'm being a part of and that I'm abiding to the rules of, the best that it can create is this bully, then what does that mean for me? So there's no hope for me here.
Yeah.
So I'm going to go to the opposite. I'm going to go to the dark side. I'm going to go to darkness itself, and I'm going to give myself to the service of darkness. Because being in service of light produces that which maybe Severus Snape had such a good heart as a kid that he couldn't even fathom the idea of becoming what James Potter was, because he was everything that he hated.
And then think about this, right? It's like going somewhere where you become the best of that. You know what I'm saying? So like, for example, what you're saying, if Snape genuinely has a great heart, right? And he sees that the good that's worshipped in James Potter is false because he's actually this bully, right? Then he's going to go somewhere where he now becomes the best, quote unquote, like the best at heart. So he's going to go to the darkest of places, which is why he is a double agent, because in reality, that's not his nature. His nature is not the darkness. His nature is wanting to be of good, if that's the case, right? It's like if he has a good heart, then he's going to go somewhere where he's the diamond in the rough, like to himself, because he's going to be like, wow, like I'm way better than these people who are like horrible.
Right.
And then it gives him a sense of like, gives him a sense of just like security.
And he has built this exterior, right? This mean and stern and dark exterior, this exoskeleton to protect his inner world from all of the bullies that he's encountered throughout his life. And so he becomes this thing that doesn't allow anybody in, completely shielded, and he gives you whatever he wants you to view him as. And so he's a stern teacher, he's dark, he's mysterious, like nobody really knows Snape, nobody's really friends with him. So he kind of closes him off to any possibility of love, but mainly in his way of seeing it of hurt, of like being hurt, because that only brings pain and has brought pain to him in his life from his experiences of giving people the benefit of the doubt, of assuming the best in people and humans. He's kind of like lost faith in humanity in many ways.
Yeah,
and then that's why he becomes this like being who doesn't really have any alliance with good or bad, because both ideas have been miscued and kind of contorted and tainted throughout his whole existence. It's like the evil side kind of gave him purpose and made him feel like he was actually one of them.
Yeah, like
which
he was
like being a Death Eater, like he was one of them, like he was part of a gang of like equals to an extent, maybe. And then when he was in the good place, like he just didn't feel it.
Yeah, like he was of value to the Death Eaters, but wasn't like in like on the good side, because on the good side he was just mistreated.
Yeah, he was just bullied,
just pushed over.
Just to give people some context, it is currently 6 a.m. We started this journey at roughly 12 or like 1 a.m.
What?
So if we're a little half-brained, just consider that a usual thing with this channel. So we just do these like literally mentally gone videos.
I actually feel pretty good.
Okay, so Thestrals equals only those who've seen death. I think that's really beautiful. I think that death brings this profound understanding, and just like we've been talking about, things that you can't really learn in a textbook. Like you can learn about death, you can learn what death is interpreted under the lens of science, under the lens of religion. Different filters go over death, and different filters color it with its own meaning and what they interpret, and the colors that have been chosen through centuries of institutionalized like, do you get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So you can learn about that. You can look at death being portrayed in the painting, but it's not until you experience it that you can actually kind of start thinning that veil between the real world and the world beyond this one. And I feel like that's why for Harry, he's seen death so many times that he is so accustomed to death at this point that he's able to kind of just traverse in between worlds. And that's what Luna is too. And that's why she is able to see the Thestrals, and only they can see it.
Yeah.
Because they've witnessed the profound enlightenment, really, because it's a form of enlightenment that comes with experiencing death firsthand, you know?
Yeah, I'll get to the notes on that after because I want you to get through yours.
Yeah. Can I share one last thing real quick?
Yeah, go ahead.
Speaking of death, at the tender age of 17, 18, my dad used to work. I don't know if he still works at this profession, but he was the guy who would do like autopsies. And so he would go and retrieve bodies. Like, he would tell me stories of like cases where limbs were scattered on the road, and he had to like find the head of the person and the arm, and because they needed to collect all of it, stitch it up, and have it somewhat presentable for like a closed casket funeral, but the body had to be intact and full. And so he would talk about how like the piece would be like miles away and flew off a motorcycle accident, whatever. And he would tell me all these stories, and then he told me that when I turned 18, I think I was 18, he would take me to experience a day of his job. And I went to experience a day at his job, and I was like considering medical school because of my parents instilling that in my head ever since I was young. But I witnessed an autopsy, a dead corpse, open, gutted. And I saw my dad like right there, like hovering over a dead woman's corpse, a 30 to 40-year-old woman's corpse, just dead, just open, just gutted like an animal. Like, it's crazy to say, but that's what it is. And I remember witnessing and seeing my dad get a chainsaw and literally do like a medical chainsaw, obviously, like not like a horror movie chainsaw, but like a medical one. And then just cut open the cranium and then multiple layers until it got to the skull.
Oh, gosh.
And then he removed the brain. And then I held this strange woman's brain for like a few minutes while my dad was pointing with his fingers encased in gloves and like medical gloves, and just pointing at the dark parts of the brain, saying that, okay, so this was obviously domestic abuse, because you can see that there's like a like brain damage here, and there's signs of a concussion. And I was just like, like the most overwhelming experience I've ever had, and it stuck with me forever, and it's gonna stick with me forever, because I don't think it's normal for most people to witness an autopsy
body like that. Yeah.
With your dad. Like, talk about bonding, dude.
No,
like
thanks.
with my dad, who for the most part, like, just like I've told you guys before, it's like we were estranged for years and years, like ever since I was like from birth, and then reconciling and like rekindling this connection. And then one of the pivotal moments in my development, when I hit 18, like when I reached 18, which in Brazil is the 21 years, like it's when you can start drinking and stuff. At 18, when I become a man, he takes me to witness his work, which is autopsy, dealing with death every day.
Yeah.
And it was such a crazy experience. And so like that's what I mean by like you get a certain sensitivity for life that most people who just grow up in your school systems, who just sit in front of TVs and who just play video games all day, it's like you don't really get that sensibility from movies. Like you can watch a horror movie about an autopsy, but you can't feel what it feels like to be in the room with the dead body of a stranger and have her body open and have your dad nonchalantly just guide you through it.
Yeah, I don't think I can't even fathom what that feels like, because I've only seen I've seen a dead body like for a funeral, once.
I've seen multiple of those
Which
family members too, because of my family's still so big.
And that was already bad for me, and I was like a kid, and it was for a priest that passed away at our church, and I just never again wanted to go to funerals.
I've seen my fair share of death, I think, in this life. But I was gonna tell you that I'm gonna reset the camera, and then you should jump with the baton, and then I'll pick up after, because then we'll do it like that. Because otherwise it becomes too like one-sided, I feel.
No,
even though it's like a good balance. Unless you want me to continue the list.
Continue, yes.
Okay.
I'm just excited to talk.
Okay, so continuing on to talk.
To talkity talk.
So thestrals are cool. Divination being banned was also highly poetic. So along with the arts being banned, divination, which relies on inner exploration, right? It's intuitive. So divination is when you connect with the all, with the source of the universe, with the cosmic energy and flow of all that is, all that was, and all that will be. And you allow that to kind of inform your own trajectory on this planet. And that's what divination is. It's connecting, establishing a direct line of communication in the way that the divine communicates with us, which is through dreams, through intuition. That's why in every single ancient religion, every major religion, prophecies were relayed to the prophets through dreams. People had dreams, and then they wrote about their dreams. And we had a period in history, a long period in history, where dreams were considered so vital, of such importance, that just like Harry had a vision/dream, and then he was ushered to the headmaster's office after hours, and the family of the person he had a dream about was there also, because it was such a serious matter. It's not just a matter of like, oh honey, it's okay.
Real, no.
It's okay, like it's just a dream, it's okay. That's what we're telling people nowadays. But like there's deep meaning in like it literally embedded in our dreams.
Yeah.
And that's what Carl Jung talks about. That's what Freud dissects.
Yeah, it's that the dreams are symbolic. So they all had like different ideas, like different psychologists, and had different ideas of what dreams resembled. Like I think Freud said that if you had a dream about he was very extreme, that if you had a dream where you were fighting with your mother or something, that you kind of want her to be dead, and that like her not being in your life would be like a relief of some sort. So he was like very extreme, but he like put it into like those terms, which is interesting. But I do think that dreams are something to be looked at, in the sense that it's like it just gives you a better understanding of whatever is maybe unresolved, or whatever is like it could be an accumulation of memories even, which is why like you could dream about like instances of being a child, you know. So I think it's like a culmination of everything that you experience in your waking life, that you process consciously and subconsciously, and then when you go to sleep, it's your brain kind of making sense of all of these like random details that you've picked up on in all of these years that you've been here, you know?
Seemingly random.
Right.
Because that's what the key word is, I think. It's seemingly random, which some people choose to believe, just like you can choose to believe in anything in this world. Some people choose to believe that it's purely randomized zeros and ones, and that's what reality is. It's completely, like, coincidences are 100% real. There's no such thing as fate, destiny, God, or anything like that. You can choose to live a life that way, but I bid you good luck, and I highly doubt that you'll find any sense of pure fulfillment throughout your existence. You'll give yourself illusions of peace and trying to upkeep these ideals of peace and this ideal of a life that you've convinced yourself that you are capable and deserving of having, but it's not really you to decide what you're deserving to have during this existence. All you can really do is just be satisfied and satiated with the fact that you're privileged enough to have an existence and to have this experience. And then you find the meaning that is supposed to be found through your hero's journey. And then I think that like dreams and visions and all that stuff, they're just saturated with archetypes, which I think it was Confucius who said it. He said that this world is governed not by laws of man, but by symbols. And somebody said that. And I think that that's why hieroglyphs in ancient Egypt and just ancient iconography, like it was all heavily symbolic and everything was a symbol. Stories are heavily symbolic. It's only now that we're able to produce these blockbuster special effect movies.
Yeah.
But back then it was just word of mouth, stories, imagination, dreams. And then kids would hear stories at the campfire and they would have vivid dreams of what was being told.
Yeah.
Because imagination wasn't crippled, it wasn't destroyed, like it wasn't calcified, like your pineal gland wasn't calcified. Like you were fully aware, fully awakened. And I think that that's what it is. Yeah, it's like symbols.
And then what's interesting is that that's what our like society is mostly made up of now in its own way, except it's all branding.
Yes.
Branding is all symbols.
Brandalism is what Banksy calls it.
It's like that's why McDonald's is the golden arches, like the M, and then Burger King is the crown, and you know, it's like so on and so forth, and money is a dollar sign. It's like everything is a symbol.
If you think about how,
because symbols are digestible. It's like a symbol is like such a small thing, simple, but penetrable of like into the mind, you know?
And you can pack a lot of information into a
Just through a symbol,
yeah.
That's crazy.
So you can pack a whole book into one simple symbol that's using 3 lines.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, that's crazy.
Because I think that it's just very eerie to think about the fact that, for example, we live in New Jersey, right? So we're next to New York, and people will travel from foreign countries, come long ways just to be able to step into Times Square and be able to pull their iPhone out and just record all of those screens filled with advertisements, just replaying 24 hours a day. Advertisements playing, being bombarded. Your receptors are completely fried. You're overstimulated by advertisement, by branding. You're overtly conditioned to praise money, to praise consumption. And that's what we deem to be advancement, to be technological advancement, to be civilized advancement. And then meanwhile, the world is slowly but surely tanking, you know, like everything's crumbling.
Yeah.
You have more division in this country, you have more division in the world, and you have all of these reasons why this thing isn't really working, as well as it's advertised to be working, as well as this American dream, this perfect idealized utopia. But then you step into Times Square and it's the most dystopian thing I've ever seen.
And that is so crazy because of what you're saying. Like, people see Times Square, for example, as like this wondrous thing, right?
Yeah.
It's like it's so like, oh, breathtaking, and then it's so funny because even in movies, like a lot of the times in like those old movies, where like takes place in New York, it's like it's always in New York. It's always like this romanticized way of living in the city, and you have all this like freedom and whatever. Meanwhile, like the snow is black, by the way. It's not like this white winter wonderland.
Oh yeah.
The snow ends up being black. There's, you know, it's not like nothing is what it's made out to be.
Yeah.
But then that's the whole key. It's like, it's even like LA, right? Like they have Skid Row,
Skid Row, yeah.
They have Skid Row where it's like the most amount of homeless people, right? But people romanticize Hollywood and LA. It's like, Beverly I want to go to LA, I want to go to Cali, I want to go to Cali. But then it's like, you know, it's like, and these are the main, what's interesting is that these are the main kind of like pockets of that consumerism.
These are the main examples of the success of the system.
Think about how like high dollar everything is in those places because of the tourism that it attracts.
Yes.
And then that's like the whole play. It's that people get attracted to go there, and there's all these restaurants, and there's all these stores, and there's all these whatever, and then people are just spending all their money. And that's it, and it's just benefiting the place that they're, you know, kind of.
Here's another random anecdote, just like personal anecdote, just to add on to that illusion of like this like reality, that when I made the decision to move back to the US to go to college here, at first when I had made that decision in Brazil, I was like watching a lot of videos of those like college parties, right? I think it's Smacked on YouTube. Like they had those videos of like each school and the craziest party schools, and it was this lifestyle that was like those like party movies where, you know what I'm saying? And so I was just completely enamored by the idea, more specifically of going to the University of California, Los Angeles, UCLA. And then I would close my eyes, no joke, close my eyes and imagine myself driving a convertible Mustang, cruising down a street in Los Angeles that was just full of palm trees.
Oh my gosh.
Because growing up, I grew up on Drake and Josh.
Yeah.
And there was the movie where they
Go to Hollywood.
Yeah, and they steal Tony Hawk's Viper. And then it just happened that at the time I was living in North Carolina, I think, and one of my neighbors had like this like vintage old like Dodge Viper, and it was always like covered with like a little cloak thing, and then occasionally in the summer he would like unveil it and stuff, and it was convertible, and I would drool over this car. Like I would walk past it just to go to my like bus stop, being that I could have like taken a different route. But then my point is, the propaganda stuck with me through a Drake and Josh movie where they glorified Los Angeles.
Yes.
They glorified it. So if you rewatch that movie, which we like rewatched it recently, and I was just like completely mind blown at just how crazy the propaganda is. And then from that point on, from when I saw that movie at like 10 years old, 9 years old, 12, whatever I was, to when I was 18, it stuck in my head where I wanted a convertible red Mustang, which just changed the like make of the car, which at the time I was obsessed with like Mustangs, because the popular kid at my high school who was filthy rich, his parents gave him a Mustang to drive in Brazil, which is like a $100,000 Brazilian currency car. Reais is what we say. It's like 200,000 reais, which is a lot of fucking money, dude. And then this kid in high school was just able to get it. But then, yeah, it's just funny how like propaganda works.
It's so crazy that you say that, because I don't, like, truthfully, I never had that. Like, I never had this, like, oh, I want to go to, I never had, like, saw the appeal of, like, living in LA or living in the city, or, like, what's interesting is that in high school, when I imagined college, I actually wanted to go away to Hawaii. I wanted to go, I wanted to be in nature. It's like I wanted to see like literal landscape wonders. It's like I wanted to see black sand beaches, and I wanted to go to the mountain where you're literally above the clouds. It's like that's what the things that I wanted that like appealed to me. But then I got to college, and then you get into college and you get into the party life and you get into the whatever. But like in reality, I never really like gravitated towards that. Like even watching the movies and stuff as kids, like I didn't really fantasize about it really, you know? It was more so like I found a lot of comfort in like things that felt more like homey, you know? It's like things like that.
Homey.
Yeah, homie.
Whew, that was a trip into
I don't
propaganda.
even know how we started talking about symbols.
Hopefully you guys can trace it for us and like establish a meaning for us.
Yeah, we're just having fun.
So do I continue?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so Lucius lobbying against Hogwarts, I found that interesting because it's a lot of like political behind the scenes maneuverings. You know, when Lucius was talking to Cornelius Fudge, he probably told him that the probably like bribing him, you know, and playing the political game of making sure that Cornelius ruled against Harry, you know, and against Dumbledore, and really distorted their image and planted seeds in Cornelius's head, probably saying that, oh, like Dumbledore, I've heard that he wants to
conspire,
like he's been coveting the seat of minister, and it's only a matter of fact before he whatever. It's like it's just using this weak man's over reliance on his position of power, you know, to just really manipulate him just like a puppet.
Yeah, using his weak spot. It's like, careful, you're gonna lose the your like temple that you've built for yourself, like your fortress of power.
And I can guarantee that in the next election, with the powers of my prestigious family,
Yeah.
we can guarantee that you will be reelected.
As minister, again, over and over every year.
Yes.
It's like, I will give you the funding. I will give you it's like, that's why the Ministry of Magic is so like, so
divided.
No, but I'm saying it was like so like the way that it looks, I'm saying is very it's very like, you could tell that they're funded is my point. I don't know what the word I'm looking for. Yes,
looking.
exactly.
Yeah.
Yes, it's like, it's very,
And then I just wrote real quick, I just put theoretical school versus practical life. I think that we already touched on that, on how you can't really teach people and like teach kids how to be anything. You have to push them, like throw them into the ocean and hope that they swim. It's like, that's how you kind of have to be in life a little bit. Room of requirement equals when needs of seeker. Yeah, so that's what we talked about. Nagini. Oh, this part was crazy to me. The whole trope of Voldemort and Harry's mind being connected and interlinked, and then Voldemort being able to penetrate his mind, and Harry having to be able to fend off Voldemort's intrusive nature of him trying to control Harry and get into his head. That's called, where's the name? Occlumency, I think it's called. And then Snape is trying to like teach him and try to expose him to that art. To me, that is no different than meditation. It's like Snape is literally teaching Harry how to be at peace and how to just
clear the mind,
control the mind, because he says somewhere, control your mind and emotions. And I even put an arrow and I put meditation. It's like control your mind and emotions. And that's what Buddhism and that's what all of these ancient, you know, like religions and teaching, spirituality in general teaches you how to be at one with yourself, be at one with your emotions, be at one with your mind.
Yeah.
Like be at peace, not be at one. Yeah, be one. It's like integration of your whole self into your actualized self, which is your actualized hero. It's the ultimate hero.
And that's what those guided meditations always say too. It's like they always like say, and if a thought comes, just let it come and then just let it go. Yeah. It's like that's what he was literally trying to teach Harry. It's like, don't hold on to any one thought for too long, because if you do, you're already giving too much of an opening for this other person too. And then that's like a dark thought consuming you, right? Yes. It's like when you let a dark thought kind of run rampant in your mind, it completely consumes you and it changes the way you operate. It changes the way you behave. It changes the way you're acting. It changes the way you react. And it's all because you've let that thought sit for too long and you've let the dark forces of that thought take control of you.
And one thing always snowballs into the next thing. It's like if you allow a little grain of evil inside of your mind, then that little grain snowballs into a bigger thing. Festers, it culminates, it multiplies. And so it's like a cancer. It's like negativity is a cancer. And I've always viewed it that way. So you have to cut it as soon as you get into contact with it. But here's the interesting thing, that if you resist it, then you strip yourself of the abilities of knowing it like fully. Mm-hmm. So you have to allow it in. And I feel like that's where the whole paradox of non-resistance, I think that there's a way, I think it's called Wu Wei, which is action through non-action. And it's also what people in the comments of the whole Batman trilogy series that we reacted to on this channel, they explain that Batman's martial art style is one of redirecting instead of like being on the offense or being fully on the defense. It's just redirecting and using his opponent's energy and kind of moves against them. So it's really beautiful and very poetic, because then your enemies are just hurting themselves, and then you just serve as like this water that's just like bending their energy back to them. And so it's this like dance that you do and that they don't understand, because they assume that you're fighting back, but really they're just hitting themselves.
Yeah.
So my point is that the paradox is that you can't resist Voldemort entering your mind. Right. You have to allow him, right? You are open, because your mind has to stay open to good and bad, just like your heart. Your heart has to stay open to good and to bad. But then when the bad comes in, when the cancer starts festering, that's when you learn how to identify it immediately as fast as you can. And that's what mindfulness is. Identify it, and then you're able to let go through practice. And that's when you learn your breath control and your breathing exercise, which we've experienced with the Incredible Hulk. That's what Bruce Banner did, right? Like he learned meditation. He learned the art of jujitsu. He was learning different yogic methods and abilities. And he was training his mind, his body, and his spirit to let go of his emotions and not let his emotions control him, which is what the Hulk is. And so that's what Harry was becoming. Like, he was becoming the Hulk, and he wanted, like, Hulk smash Dumbledore. It's like, he was like, dude, what the fuck? It's like, listen to me. He's like,
look at me.
Yeah, look at me. I'm right here. So, yeah, all that to say is that I think that the part where Snape was teaching Harry, I think it's meditation. I think that the real world direct parallel that we can apply right now, that you can practice right now, like, you can obviously practice witchcraft, magic, occultic beliefs and stuff. But like meditation is something that you could do right now. If you just close your eyes, pause this video, and just do a few breath exercises, find a guided meditation on YouTube, a good one, find some binaural beats, some solfeggio frequencies, and you can just elevate your whole existence.
Yeah.
And you can just like learn how to just release yourself from deep depression, which I've always been prone to, crippling anxiety I've always been prone to, these things that you can just... Because even before we sat down to do this, I meditated a little bit because I needed to meditate for like 20 minutes because I just feel overwhelmed a lot leading up to these recording sessions, because like it or not, we do feel the impact of the viewership that we're grateful and privileged to have. You know, like, we have people who actually care for the things that we say and people who are listening to these long form discussions. We had one comment on our last video ask, like, in like a mocking way, I guess, like, does anybody even like watch the 2-hour discussions, whatever? And then I saw like comments of people replying to it and saying like always, like absolutely yes, all the time, every time, forever. Like, it's crazy. It's crazy, but in the best way possible. So my point is that does get to me on a personal level. But I'm learning my own ways of occlumency, of just practicing to...
what was the word?
Occlumency? I don't know. I just wrote down what I heard.
It's funny. You're right. Like, what was the word again?
What was your name again? Okay.
Hold on, kiddies. Let me figure this out.
Youngster, wait. What did I write here? Sirius escaped home equals generational trauma, which we talked about, how him and Harry share the similar need to escape from where you came from in order to recreate yourself, in order to create a better foundation elsewhere, in order to tackle life fully on your own, which is, again, something that I relate with because I had to leave my home. The security of my friendships in Brazil, my high school friendships, were at an all-time high. When I turned 18, I decided, no, I'm going to leave everything behind, all my family, everything, and I'm going to move to the U.S. And then I made that big leap, and now here I am trying to pave a new path for myself and for my future family and for everything, you know.
And that's like what I did too. Like, I was 20 years old, and me and Callie,
met this guy.
Me and Callie had met during COVID,
yeah.
and after like a few months, we moved in together, and I basically left everything behind. It's like I kind of just like left the family ship, and then I dropped out of school, and then I just like, you know.
Great influence over here. If you ask the right people, I'm a horrible influence.
No, stop.
I'm a monster.
Don't say that.
I'm kidding.
Don't be silly. But yeah, like, I think that sometimes it's like it's necessary. It's like it's necessary to kind of
to do the hard thing.
To like throw yourself like overboard kind of and teach yourself to swim, you know, or else you're just always in the safety of the boat and you don't really learn.
Especially when you have the safety and the comfort of the boat.
Yeah.
And the boat is always presenting itself as like a safe place. Like, don't leave ever, because it's safe here. Look, I've done it. So-and-so have done it. So-and-so have done it. It's like, it just becomes very easy to sell you on that. And by you, I mean everybody. But then you have to just be like, nah, I kind of want to feel what it's like to drown. I've never drowned before. Like, well, like, I want to kind of feel it.
Or you want to explore the depths of the ocean, but then to do that, it comes with drowning and learning to swim and the contrast between the two, you know? It
like-
comes with the full experience.
It's like, I wonder how long I can hold my breath underwater for. I wonder how deep I can venture into the ocean. I wonder how far I can swim. I wonder all these things. And then you're going to stay on this beautiful, luxurious boat just
Yeah.
floating through infinity when infinity is right there calling you like a siren in the waters, just asking you and begging you to just take a dive, take a deep dive, just like Harry did.
Yeah.
And then you find out that deep underwater, everything's clear, and you find clarity, and you find beauty, and you find the things that are worth saving and diving into, like in for, and risking your life for. Yes.
That's very poetic.
Yes, it's beautiful to think about these things. And then Bellatrix escapes Azkaban. Yes, Bellatrix. She's got tricks are for kids, right?
Yeah. Bella.
Silly rabbit. Tricks are for
She's
kids.
beautiful.
Yeah, right. Ugly ass.
Whoa.
No, she killed Sirius. Are you serious?
But I don't think, well, she is kind of scary looking. No, I'm saying I don't think she's ugly
Oh,
looking.
you're actually judging her appearance after
Yeah, I'm
she
saying
killed Sirius
Bella
Black?
means beautiful.
Yeah, but then what does tricks mean? It's a trick of illusion?
Maybe.
It's like a psych. It's like Bella Psych.
I think
Bella means
isn't
beautiful,
a trick,
but then psych.
Isn't a trick like a girl? It's like she's a trick, you know?
Isn't that like slang?
Yeah.
I don't know what that, but I don't think it's a positive
what the
thing.
youngsters are saying
What
these
the
days.
youngsters are saying? Oh, what do you guys call it a trick?
I live under a rock, okay?
But I get what you're saying.
Call me Patrick Star, because that's where I live.
But anyways, Bellatrix escaped from Azkaban, and she was doing some weird sus licking her arm, taking down all art. We already talked about. Oh, and I'm literally nearing the end of it.
Take your time.
Ooh.
And
Okay.
then after this one, I might have to pee again.
And I might have to turn on the AC because it's getting hot.
Okay.
Okay. And I also
Good.
might have to pee too.
Good note. Good note.
Yes, good note, good note. And it's funny because this is one page, and we've been at 5 hours.
And I have all these pages. No, I'm kidding.
No, but you
I
should
already
take your
went
time.
through a lot of them, so it's
Okay.
okay. Yeah.
Taking down all the art. Oh, centaurs, right? The centaurs are half man, half nature. And then I thought about myself. They embody the rational aspect and the animalistic natural aspect. And so it's the full meshing and marriage of both worlds where you have the rational man and you have nature itself. And that's why it's half man, half horse.
Yeah.
Half animal, you know?
Yeah.
And then also I wrote down below after they captured Umbridge, which I'm assuming they skinned her alive or something like that. Or I'm hoping that was the case. They remind me of like Native Americans in their ways of like gathering and using the bow and arrow. And so they kind of just like took her as like a prisoner of sorts. And she said something about the Ministry of Magic imposing on them limitations and laws and stuff. And so that's why it made me think of Native Americans, because you have the white colonizers who historically come and offer you the illusion of civility and civilization. This is what it means to be civilized. And then they just impose on you all of these like rules and regulations, and they take control of your land, and they just gentrify the shit out of your people, and they just enslave you and do all these things. And I think that that's what it was implying, is that the Ministry of Magic is trying to impede on the centaurs. And then that's why Hagrid said that he's never seen them this kind of agitated, because they're starting to feel kind of them imposing their command on them. And they're free beings.
Yeah, where they have no business kind of impeding on. Like that's
Yeah.
why it's called a forbidden forest. Like I think the name implies it not even just for the students of Hogwarts, but for wizards in general. Like we don't know who gave it the name Forbidden Forest.
It's like out of bounds.
What happened?
What?
Oh, I just saw you look over there. I thought someone was there.
No, I just I just got full body chills.
That scared me. I was like,
You scared me
I
when you
didn't know
like-
if it was like your sister or something, and I was
Oh my
like,
God.
what the heck?
Ooh,
What
I
are
got
you
full
looking
body
at?
chills right now too.
I got
Guys,
scared.
if there's something that happens during these reactions that I don't really know how to explain it.
Space Fid sometimes like it feels
especially like into the
energetically charged.
Yeah, like into the night. It feels like we cross into like liminal spaces too. Like there's like a conversation that's happening. Because I feel like genuinely, like when I do these post-movie reactions, I just like flow. Like I don't really think about things.
Yeah, me neither.
And that's what's weird is that we just like do these hour-long thing, multiple hours long, and it feels like we're just like channeling some form of, you know what I'm saying? But like in a good way. It's like it's us, but if it's freeing, it's like a free energy.
Yeah, the only time I think about something is when I have the urge to pee, because then my body can't fight an urge
and
like
then you
that.
think about how bad you have to pee.
Yeah.
So you said after this one, or do you want to?
Yeah, no,
like,
after this one.
Okay. On the last stretch here. Control your mind, emotions with meditation. We talked about that. Fireworks freeing the spirit, right? Fireworks, right? If you really think about it, like what do we have within us? It's the inner flame, it's the soul, it's the spirit, it's the anima, it's the animating principle of all things. It's the fractal of the sun when we look up and we see the sun and we see that big ball of energy and the life-sustaining source of everything, right? And then we look at religion and we see that there's the Son of God and there's just the soul. It's like it's the flame. It's Jesus with the flaming heart, right? That's what we have within us. And so I think that the firework was supposed to be representative of that. You get this hyper dictatorship, right? This very authoritarian reality, and you inject it with chaos and with this untamable essence, which is the firework.
Yeah.
It's this spark of light that is unpredictable. You know, it goes where it pleases. It's beautiful. It's a spectacle.
Yes.
And one firework goes like erupts into the heavens, just like a rocket ship. And then it explodes into this beautiful show of light. But then every little spark is also a little fractal that emanates from the one that it was before.
Yes.
And so we gather in groups as humans to witness these spectacles in awe. And we feel something because we know deep down that there's something that resonates with us in terms of that, of like what it symbolizes. It's like this one rocket that just goes up into the heavens and then explodes into beautiful little sparks.
Little like
Sparks
rains,
of-
like
yeah.
droplets of light. Yeah.
And then that's the soul. And I feel like that's why Fred and George, like they came in and they rode in on the most liberating vehicle in the wizarding world, which is your broom.
Yeah.
Which is your ability to just traverse through spaces, going into the Muggle world, into the wizarding world. You are unbounded when you're on your broom, and they set off fireworks. And then it's like, it's explosion, it's chaos, but it's beautiful.
Yes,
It's
exactly.
beautiful.
Which is what they needed after all the art is stripped.
Yes.
After all the individuality is stripped. Everything beautiful about Hogwarts was stripped.
Yes.
And so they needed something that was both chaotic, but also mesmerizing, like inspiring.
Yes.
Beautiful, which is fireworks, which is
Mhm.
why on the 4th of July, the day that marks the freedom
Right.
of the
I'm
United
saying.
States, is fireworks. It's like it's always the symbol for the 4th of July, you know?
Right, which is this thing, this light
And it-
going up into the sky and then exploding.
And it marked freedom for them in a sense, you know?
It did.
Like it was their turning point of like taking matters into their own hands. It literally destroyed all of the rules. It's like that's what it does. It breaks the chains.
Yes.
It
reminds you of the infinite nature of the soul.
and it kind of unifies people because just like you're saying, this light kind of just showers over everybody.
Yes.
And all you could do is just like look up at it, kind of. You
And
know?
it lights up the dark sky.
And it's a reflection, like you're saying, of the soul.
Yes.
So that's why it unifies them as a class, like all together.
Because all of the students were so preoccupied with the damages of the body, of the dictatorship itself, with all of the wounds that it was causing and all of the scars on their hands from all of the torture, that they were starting to focus on their hands and focus so much on the material, kind of tactile world that is this illusion, which is Maya, right? But then when Fred and George came in riding on their high horses, they completely reminded everybody of the infinite unbound potential of the human soul.
Yeah.
And that's why everybody was like, wow, like everything went out the window after that point.
Yeah, and one of the rules was like directly for them. So then it
Yeah.
just like reaffirms that like even more, because one of the rules was that Weasley things are forbidden.
Prohibited,
Yeah,
yeah.
and then it's like they are the ones that defy the rules and use their magic, which is the magic of their souls. Like their souls emanate the light that they showed in that display of fireworks.
And then you saw also that the person who was preaching the most about upkeeping order, which was Dolores Umbridge, she completely started to crumble after that incident, because then her whole appearance becomes very muddy.
Yeah.
Very, well, not muddy, but like very dirty from like the coal, right? Like the ashes of the firework and burn marks and whatever. And so her whole garment, her whole appearance becomes corrupted and becomes defiled because of the opposition to her dictatorship and to her orderliness was beautiful chaos. And then that completely like throws her in for a loop.
Yeah.
Where she starts to lose her sense of like her reasoning abilities. She starts over relying on her emotional aspects, and that's why she gets lured by 2 students into the Forbidden Forest.
3.
It was Harry and Hermione.
And Ron.
Who lured her.
Oh yeah, you're right. But then Ron went and tags along.
Right. And so she completely kind of like wasn't sane anymore. Like it made her insane, and that's what led her to the capture of her enemies, of her opposition. Like she was fully reabsorbed by nature, but then not reabsorbed in a poetic, beautiful way. She was reabsorbed in a very violent way, because it's how you treat nature, it's how you're going to be received by nature, is how you treat it. So what you give is what you get.
Yeah.
And so she was probably skinned alive, mutilated. Something happened to that lady by those centaurs, and that's exactly what she deserved, because the nature of the world is balance, and she was tilting the balance off kilt.
Yeah, and especially with what she was doing, because you think about the innocence of a child, right? Like you think about a child is practically like defenseless, like especially in this case of children who want to obey the rules of the school and who aren't going to cast like any spell to harm her or anything, so they're technically defenseless, and she just like abuses that power. And then for like it's like crossing a line, and so retribution, like the scale has to be balanced.
And she lets it slip too when she says that she hates children.
Yeah.
And I think it's because of what she's experienced growing up with her parents. Like her parents probably hated having children, and then she just like repeated that understanding onto others. And then maybe she hated the fact that she suffered so much at the hands of parents who hated children, that she became someone who then in turn hates children. And she gets gratification from torturing because she was tortured as a child.
I'm not opposed to people having a backstory anymore, because Snape got me by surprise. Yeah. So at this point,
I'm open to sympathizing.
But in this case, like her backstory would have to be pretty tragic for me to sympathize.
She would have to go on like a crazy ayahuasca journey.
I don't know.
In the middle of like the jungles of the Amazon.
She was torturing kids and using torturing curse, and she was like scarring them. And
hey man, forgive thy neighbor.
I do, but that doesn't mean that
I feel what you're saying though.
That doesn't mean the justice won't be served, like the forgiveness.
Which it was served, yeah. So we did the whole firework thing, right? It's the unbound potential of the human soul.
5 hours with the movie?
Yeah, all included.
I was like 5 hours discussion. Whoa, no. That's a record.
Okay, and then the next thing I said, none. Well, I didn't say. I wrote none can live while the other survives. Right? Like that's a crazy prophecy. Like it's a crazy thing to tell someone, especially Harry Potter. Right? Like that's anticipating just like he asked Dumbledore about what it means, and it does mean that. It does mean that both of them cannot survive. So that means that it opens Harry's understanding of like, okay, so I can't really spare Voldemort. I can't really treat him like I treated Peter Pettigrew. I can't treat him like I treated Bellatrix, like I let her escape. I can't hold back. One of us has to die, so it's either me or him. And when you get to that point, you push even the most selfless kind of like loving human being, which is Harry Potter in this example, you push him to the absolute limits of his abilities as a human, which is to take a life.
Yeah.
Which is obligating him to take a life. Like, you have to do it. And there's no other choice because it's prophesized. And so it's in the prophecy.
Oh, that's crazy.
But then the big question is going to be, how much can we rely on this prophecy? And does a prophecy mean anything in the wizarding world? Or is Dumbledore going to, like, tell him, like, hey, like, just because it's written in a prophecy doesn't mean that you have to fulfill it. Prophecy is only there to be fulfilled. And so that's what I would assume too. It's like when you watch these movies of, like, when you have those, like, examples of, like, oh, like, the prophecy has been told, like, even in ancient religious texts, right? If you read them, if you study them, you understand that a lot of them regurgitate the same idea, that there's a prophecy of revelations, of apocalypse, of, like, something bad is always kind of looming in the background, or looming over the horizon, over the sunset, where you can't really see it right now, but don't worry about it right now because, you know, but it's always there. It's always glooming.
And then also, like, with the Goblet of Fire, for example, in the last movie we watched, it was like the rules that whoever's name lands in the Goblet of Fire has to participate. But then we saw that there was, like, a way that it could have been bent.
Yeah.
So it's like, even, you know, this thing that decides that you're now kind of binded in a contract, in a magical contract with the Goblet of Fire, and you need to participate. Even that kind of crumbled a bit. So then we don't know if, like, maybe this is just a prophecy at the moment, and if that kind of, like, if there's, like, a loophole, or if there's, like, something else, like, who knows?
Yeah, exactly that. So I just found it interesting, like, that and then also the crystal ball said that the one who is able to take down the Dark Lord,
vanquish the Dark Lord,
approaches, right?
Has arrived, yeah.
Has arrived. So it's Harry. It's like he's the only one that's capable of destroying Voldemort, which is interesting, which we've kind of, like, been, like, discussing, obviously, with every film so far, is, like, how interesting that is, because both are kind of, like, one and the same in that way, you know? It's like he has imprinted on Harry as much as Harry has imprinted on him, because Voldemort's whole reason for resurrection is to, first and foremost, avenge himself for the humiliating death in the hands of a child, of a newborn baby, which we saw that it's actually his mother. His mother's love is what granted him the power of surviving that. But it's interesting. It's like Harry Potter is as much of a nightmare for Voldemort as much as Voldemort is for Harry Potter. But we only see Harry Potter's perspective because the series is called Harry Potter. It's not called Tom Riddle and the Philosopher's Stone, or Tom Riddle and the Order of the Phoenix.
And then on top of it, it's like, that's why he's so preoccupied with seeing what the prophecy is too, because he's just as scared.
Yes.
He's just as fearful of whatever it is, and he needs to have some reassurance of whatever it is so that he can kind of, like, set his things in place to confront that prophecy.
Which is interesting too, right? Like, the Dark Lord is reliant on a prophecy, right? And do you guys think that this makes sense, where, like, Voldemort, when he was obliterated out of existence by this infant child, he probably at that point viewed himself as, like, being at the height of his powers, of his prowess, of his malevolence, of his, you know, just power in general. Like, he had so much power at that time. And then just like that, he gets killed by a child, right? And then do you think that because of that, he started to believe less and less in his own greatness and grandeur, and then now he's resorting to supernatural kind of, like, externalities to maybe justify and guide him, or give him a little bit of a reassurance that he now, as the Dark Lord resurrected, is here to stay and to rule for all eternity.
Yeah.
So he wants to know, is that the prophecy? Like, have I been reborn? Am I on the right track? And then lo and behold, it's like, it's like, it's just interesting. It's like, and then Harry's the one that's responsible for this being.
Yeah, like, their destinies are intertwined.
Yeah. And then the last three things here, I just wrote that there's no time to mourn, ? And I wrote that towards the end because I was, like, so frustrated with the death of Sirius. But that's an interesting choice too, like, creative choice to have the death of this pivotal character who has a strong emotional attachment to the hero of the story, have him just die like that, and then give Harry a few minutes of grieving, which was inaudible, which adds to the pain, because you have to imagine and fill in the gaps of the noises that he's making. And then think about that. Like, you see him screaming that way and feeling all that pain, and you have no choice but to project onto him your own feelings and your own experiences with pain, and project onto him yourself in order to fill that void and fill that blank in this painting.
Yeah.
Because the full experience of the painting is with the sound, with the images, and that's what we've been conditioned to experience. But then when you have that instance of him just being so deeply in pain that it breaks all audible levels. It's like you can't even hear it, but you feel it. And that's the beauty of it. It's like you see it and you feel it.
Yeah.
And so going from that moment to him immediately trying to avenge the death that he just witnessed by chasing Bellatrix out of emotion, obviously out of adrenaline. And out of adrenaline, he has a quick lapse of judgment, and he does Crucio, and he does something that's out of character, and then Voldemort takes that opportunity and willing to sacrifice his own servant, his own follower, in order to push Harry into becoming him, into becoming Voldemort, into proving to the world that even Harry Potter, the greatest amongst you, cannot prevail when under the influence of the Dark Lord. And then the Dark Lord prevails over the forces of good and proves his point as the almighty being of this realm, which is evil.
Yeah.
So evil wins. If Harry did Avada Kedavra back to her, then Voldemort would have won.
And that's what he wanted. Like, that's why
what he
he
wanted.
was kind of overtaking his body.
Yes.
It's like he had
Possessed.
done exactly what Snape said that he would do, is that he would find a way into his mind, and then he would like completely control it or whatever he said, like
control his body.
Control if you allow him into your mind, then you allow him to have control, and then you allow him to manipulate you, essentially.
Yeah.
And that's what he was doing. So unhinge it, he said. He said control your mind, and he has the ability to unhinge it if you allow him in.
Oof.
And so he would have unhinged him completely if Harry didn't hear the words that Dumbledore said, which is, it's not what makes you the same or what makes you similar to Voldemort, but what makes you different.
Yes. And then that ties into my very last point, which is what makes them different is love. And like, that's the beautiful poetic conclusion to everything. Because then when he's like being possessed on the floor like that and suffering excruciating pain, and being, hearing Voldemort in his head, convincing him and trying to consume his soul and turn him into hell, or turn him to hell, he sees his friends pop up at that pivotal moment, and that's when he's reminded of the physical manifestation of love, friendship, union, camaraderie, and that's what Voldemort doesn't have, which we've discussed before. Like, what makes Voldemort's servants serve him? Is it out of fear, out of like all of these like qualities, and what makes Harry's friends follow him and sacrifice themselves for him? And it's two different worlds. One is love and one is fear. One is love, one is hatred, one is whatever, self-hatred, whatever it is.
And what's interesting is that if it were Harry, like at the very beginning, before he was even admitted into Hogwarts or was accepted into Hogwarts, then maybe Voldemort would have been able to unhinge him, because he didn't have that love in his life. He had no idea who his parents were. So in that moment when Dumbledore says, like, it's what makes you different, he started having a flashback of all of the memories and instances of when he had moments of love.
Right.
So then it's like he replayed the moment where he hugged Sirius, he replays the moment where he first saw his mom and dad in the mirror, and he replayed all the things, and then he realized that he has, like, over these years, he's built it so much so that it's kind of like indestructible. And that's seen when the Avada Kedavra curse was like kind of like misdirected when they face off in the last movie that we watched, the Goblet of Fire.
Right.
You know?
Right.
Like he's able to fend it off,
Yes.
essentially, because of how impenetrable the love that he's accumulated is, and how deeply he holds it to him.
Yes.
You know, because he didn't have it before at all. Like the Dursleys didn't give him any love, and so all of the love that he's received after the fact, he's valued it. Like genuinely valued it, and so it makes it even more potent for him.
And that's why his Patronus is so strong, because he said to the students when he was teaching Patronus charm, he said that for them to imagine the happiest moments that they could possibly think of, and that's when you conjure your inner spirit animal and you make it manifest onto the world. And so that's your essence, like that's your natural essence within nature. It's like it's your connection to nature is through some form of animal, and that's what I believe in. It's like I've at the precipice of the initiation of my own spiritual awakening, I had a series of dreams, and then in one of these dreams I was attacked by a black jaguar, which I've told you about before. And then everything that happened in that dream felt so real, where I was fending off this animal who was trying to eat me. And then I eventually kind of like overcame it and threw it out of my house. And then that's when I kind of earned its respect. And then that was my introduction into the whole spiritual aspect of life and existence.
Yeah.
It's your spirit animal comes to you or presents itself when you are ready. And so do your ancestors, your spirit guides, whatever you want to believe in, you know. And then the whole spirit world opens up, and things start thinning. And then the last thing I'll say right before
I'm like,
is that because I didn't write this down, but I almost forgot towards the end because I was just too angry. But the archway where everything happens, where the battle happens and Sirius kind of like falls back into, that I envisioned as the gateway between this world and the next world and the spirit world. And that's why Harry Potter and Luna were the only ones who could hear the cries of those souls.
Wow.
And the calling of those souls. And so I think that when people say that there's a thin veil between life and death and this mortal world and the world beyond, I think that archway literally represents the portal from the world of life to the world of the afterlife. And I think that's why when Avada Kedavra was done onto Sirius, his body didn't just like fall on the ground. He fell back into that thin veil.
Yeah.
And he passed on to the portal. And so perhaps, like, I don't know what to make of that. Like, maybe that is highly symbolic in some aspect, where like his purpose is going to be served greater through this portal, through this initiation towards this next phase, instead of him being in this mortal world. It's like he doesn't really have much value to give anymore.
Yeah.
Maybe has greater value through the portal, which hopefully we'll see tie in the future, you know, like we see what happens. Because he's been like hinting at things like how those who love you never leave you. It's always in your heart. And so it's all of this very deep understanding of like life and death, and it's almost like he was preparing him for the moment of his death.
And we see that in the Goblet of Fire, because the which is interesting, because when Voldemort tries to cast Avada Kedavra on Harry, we see the appearance of the most recent victims of that spell that Voldemort uses, which was Cedric, the old Muggle man, and then Harry's parents. And so it just goes to show exactly what you're saying, is that the lines are kind of blurred, because he's still able to kind of communicate with his parents, you know, when his mom is like saying, let go, you could do it. And then his dad is also like guiding him through like when they first dueled off. And then Cedric says, like, take my body back, take my body to my father. It's like, the point that I'm trying to make is that what you're saying might very well be true. It's that his body doesn't stay tangible or in the physical sense, because he's teleporting onto a new
plane of existence,
but he'll still exist to Harry in the way that his parents' presence is still felt.
Sure, yeah.
You know, like
exactly.
when he sees them.
Exactly.
Kind of.
Just like when Sirius appears in the fire.
Yeah,
right?
exactly.
It's like he's going to appear in the spirit now, just like Harry's parents, just like Cedric, just like, because like that's what it's been teaching us, is that there is no end, really, because his parents still pop up every now and then throughout these movies.
Yeah, and he's never met them. So imagine maybe how much potent it would be with Sirius.
With someone that he's actually created a bond with.
Yeah, because of the bond, exactly.
Yeah. That concludes my notes, but now take your time.
Okay, I went through a lot of mine already. So I've wanted to start with the opening scene, which is interesting because it's Harry sitting in a park on a swing, but he's not enjoying the swing. And then meanwhile, there's other children who are on like this like spinning kind of contraption, and they have to go home, and they're probably sad that they're done with their time at the park. And then Harry is just in this like melancholic state, because it's resembling right off the bat what Hermione left us off with in the last movie, is that everything's different now. So there isn't this like lighthearted, childlike, kind of joy,
excitement
to life. And so he's just sitting there on the swing, but he's not actually swinging. And it's supposed to be like symbolic of his loss of innocence.
And he sees a boy with his mother.
Yeah, and it's also supposed to be kind of like his step out of childhood and into adulthood, but he just is doing it at a very young age.
Oh, so do you think it's like him bidding farewell to his childlike purity? It's him being in the playground, and then that's when everything kind of tilts on its head.
Yeah, I think the whole movie is exactly that. It's and even the one before, like that's what everything is like setting us up for. It's up. That he's abandoning this like all of these like old ways of thinking, and kind of abandoning this like helpless child mentality, and stepping into this role where he's kind of stepping into his destiny,
right.
But I wrote that. And then, let's see. When they were talking, in the Order of the Phoenix, right? Like in that scene when Harry first makes it there, one of them said that it's guarding what. So they had already known, because I just wrote that down and I reread it right now.
About
so
the crystal ball.
They had already known about the prophecy orb, but then why didn't anybody try to like get it and like safeguard it?
Yeah, and then everybody said that Dumbledore had made them promise.
Yeah, so I think that, again, we don't know what the full story is, and like how much is unraveling because it's the way that it needs to unravel, and so everybody just allows it to unravel, versus like, because why is it that Dumbledore like shows up a minute too late? Like he showed up after Sirius was already killed. It's like,
but he showed up at the perfect time.
Right at the perfect time
Harry.
to help Harry fend off Voldemort, but not at the perfect time to come save Sirius, which he probably could have done.
Yeah.
So then it's like, it's this whole game of like how much of it is them kind of enabling this thing to happen, because they all know the prophecy. And so they all know that Harry has to kill Voldemort. And so they all have to kind of allow him to step into that. You get what I'm saying? But then it's messed up because they're like enabling him to suffer. You get what I mean? Like watching his godfather die, and then like watching his friends get put into danger, and then it always seems like the adults kind of only intervene when it's like desperation mode, or when it's like in the last seconds,
absolutely, or
like
necessary.
After the fact, Yeah. And then they kind of like whatever.
Yeah, because we got a glimpse at the very beginning that Dumbledore is very hyper aware of everything.
Yeah.
Because they tried to expedite the hearing so that Dumbledore wouldn't be able to make it, and then Dumbledore sarcastically said, like, good thing that I came 3 hours early. Yeah. Because like he's just always in tune, which is what we talked about before. It's like, I'm convinced that he sets up these plays, and I think that he allowed Harry to suffer so much, just like he apologized to Harry in the last movie and said, like, I'm sorry that I had to, like, I put you through so much or whatever, and implying that maybe he even was the one that put Harry's name inside of the Goblet of Fire. Who knows? But then my point is that like he puts Harry through struggles in order to strengthen him.
Yeah. But then that's the whole point, is that we don't know what the full extent of it is, but we do know that there's something of that sort happening.
There's something.
Because it just seems like too convenient that like it just seems too convenient that everyone else seems to know and that Harry is always left in the dark. And I think that it's intentionally meant to be that way.
Yeah, even his friends can't really tell him things.
Yeah, it's like even now. Yeah, exactly. And that just like made him isolate himself even more, which is ironic because that was the whole point. Like the whole point of what they said, that Voldemort would want him to be isolated and alone.
Yeah,
but then
it's easier to destroy.
But then they don't realize that they themselves do that to an extent by icing him out of like being in the know, you know, like they leave him in the dark. Next I wrote, they said that fear makes people do terrible things. I don't know who said that. I didn't write it down. But that's interesting. That fear makes people do terrible things. So I think that I don't know what I have to say about that one right now, but it's just something I wrote. News control the narratives, which was the Ministry of Magic. It's like they control the narrative of everything, and it's what we see in our real life. It's like everything on the news is meant to kind of like fearmonger, is meant to kind of like keep people
divided
like,
amongst themselves, like left, right, blue, red.
It's like building certain narratives and perceptions and perspectives and stuff, consciously and subconsciously. And then what you're saying is like keeping people divided. But then it's exactly that. It's that they were using Sirius Black as a scapegoat to fearmonger people when the real threat that's really scary is Voldemort, but they didn't want to admit that he was back, which was weird. And then I wrote the same thing that you said, that Lucius was definitely pulling strings with the Ministry and the Dementors, because if they're so orderly, right, and that's the way that they portray themselves to be, then they must know that their Dementors, like where the Dementors are being kind of placed, just like when they placed them around Hogwarts to defend the school. So they have to know that these two Dementors made it into the Muggle world, and then that begs the question of like who is behind it or who allowed it, but then that shows the corruption, like you said, that the minister was bribed by Lucius or whoever it may be, and maybe it was like fear, like he probably like scared him by like threatening him with Voldemort. It's like
sure,
you know.
Well, I don't. Or the only reason I'm saying I don't know, it's because he seemed generally shocked when he saw Voldemort for himself. I think it's Lucius playing his like charismatic role, because it's what he played with Harry when we like witnessed what he could be. Like he could be a master manipulator in terms of like feigning to be his friend. It's like, come on to the dark side. I'll show you everything. I'll answer all your questions.
Yeah, I think that's definitely it for sure. But it's fun to think like
it is fun to think that
imagine that
I'm gonna call Voldemort here.
Yeah, that everyone knows more than we are led to believe. Like that's pretty crazy to think about.
Yeah.
Sirius said that you're the young ones now, which is interesting. It's like you passed the baton. So, you know, the like all of these, which is interesting because that was at the beginning and it was already foreshadowing the formulation of Dumbledore's army.
True.
You know, so it's like you're the young ones now, but we hadn't even seen like any notion of them really like having a plan.
Which the picture of all of the young versions of the old people,
it
was Dumbledore's army.
Yeah, exactly.
So it was like that generation of the thing, which I was just gonna add on to, right? It's that when you have authoritarian governments, usually it's always the case where you have secret societies that are formed in order to retain the ancient, timeless wisdom that authoritarian society tries to repress and suppress and try to keep occult or occulted from society. It's like try to keep it hidden.
Yeah.
And that's what they do. And that's what the Rosy Christians did. That's what the Freemasons were. It's like during the French Revolution, like secret societies came together underground, like underneath Paris, and they met in order to come together with a plan to overthrow the government.
Yeah, because the governing powers, they manipulated based on what they like their own desires for what right, like what they want to impose.
Mm-hmm.
So then it's not really reliable.
It's not for the betterment of the people. It's for the betterment of the ruling class, which is what we saw in the French Revolution.
Yeah.
Is that people were like spending a lot of money on superfluous things when people were starving and eating rats in the streets of Paris. It's like it's crazy.
And then I wrote I was like trying to figure out people's names and what they meant, just like you did with Dolores. I also thought of like Pain. Yeah. And then
Dolores.
and then when they said Malfoy's name, I wanted to like break that down. And if you think about it, like the first part of his name is Mal or Mal, which is like bad.
Yeah, true.
So he's bad, and we see that again. It's like he hasn't changed one bit. It's like he
was a snitch. Like he signed up for the snitch program.
Yeah, and and he's serving this like dictator who, like, you know,
oh my God, which is reflective of what his dad does with Voldemort.
Yes.
He's just a follower. He's a glorified follower who just loves to receive badges of honor. It's like when he was with his crew in her office and she was giving them little pins and stuff.
Little buttons, yeah.
That's the equivalent of the Death Eater mask. It's like it's the same difference. Like it's the same person.
Or the tattoo. It's like it's like a badge of honor.
Allegiance to a governing power that has the power to suppress the population.
Because they're not ashamed of their tattoo scar that Voldemort.
They lick it.
It's like they kind of like, you know, they kind of like enjoy it. But then it's interesting because the contrast is the scars that were left on the kids, and they're just terrified by it, and they're kind of, you know.
Yeah.
Then I said about examinations in school. How school doesn't prepare you for real life and the world, which is true. It's like it really doesn't, and that's what this was emphasizing a lot. It's like the way that Hogwarts was being run was not at all like preparing them for
real life.
Yeah. To write it as long as it takes for the message to sink in, which is interesting because then at the end he says like, I must not tell lies. And so the message had sunk in. But then the irony is that it sunk in like in accordance with the truth because he was always telling the truth.
And I think that it didn't even have to. I think that Harry always knew that truth.
Yeah, that's my point.
I mustn't tell lies. It's like he already knew that more than she knew. Because she's she's a vessel for lies.
Exactly.
It's like all she does is tell lies.
Yeah. Yes, exactly. And then that's what the irony is that it had already sunk in for him because he knew that he wasn't telling a lie.
Right.
And so then at the end, it's like he ironically makes it clear to her that the message that she was relaying to him had sunk in, and that he can't tell a lie, that she's like, you know, worth saving. And then that's it.
And that was karma for her.
Yeah.
Because she got exactly what she wanted.
That's crazy.
Let me just turn this TV off because it's going to start. Oh, hold on. Okay, go. Sorry.
Can't understand him fully. I don't know what I was writing about there. Disconnect. Can't understand him fully.
Maybe Harry felt misunderstood because nobody can really. Dumbledore said that he understands him.
I know what it is. Yes, what I was gonna say is that his he was seeming so like disconnected from his friends because nobody could understand him fully. It's like when they were like trying to encourage him, and then he was just saying that they didn't understand because they were telling him, they were like urging him to go confront Umbridge, and they were trying to persuade him, but then nobody really understands like the full extent of the thing that he's experiencing, and only he fully understands it for himself.
Yeah, because people start doubting that Voldemort even exists, and he's living with him in his mind.
And his friends probably like briefly doubted,
Second thought,
what happened with Voldemort,
just like Ron.
Yes, exactly.
With the whole Goblet of Fire, it's like they weren't really buying his story completely.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly that. So then it's like he, and that's just like a metaphor for life. It's like, I don't think that anyone can ever fully understand another person because everything is subjective to what you experience.
And you can't experience a person's subjective experience.
Yeah, you can't. So then
impossible.
you could think something is like minuscule, like that they've experienced, but to them it's traumatic, which I said in one of our other videos, is that trauma is subjective. It's like whether it seems small to me, it could have been something very impactful for you.
Right.
And so trauma is trauma, and that just goes for everything. Like how someone experiences any emotion is subjective to them. Exactly. So no one could ever fully understand you. And so not even Dumbledore telling Harry that he understands him can fully understand him. Like nobody can, and especially the weight of the world that he's carrying on his shoulders at such a young age. Like I don't think that anyone could fathom it. So to him, it's like it's something that is very unfathomable and very hard to like wrap your head around, because it's hard for him to wrap his own head around.
Which is crazy to think that he told Dumbledore, who's the almighty wizard, that he doesn't understand or he doesn't know what he's talking about. It's like, think about telling because any other movie before this one, he would have kind of like believed Dumbledore and kind of looked up to him with his wide-eyed, hopeful self, and being like, oh, do you have the answer, wise old graybeard? It's like, no. It's like, dude, like you don't even fucking understand what's going on in my head.
Yeah, exactly. And that's why
not even you is my point.
And that's why I think he was avoiding him, because he didn't want to confront Harry about the severity of the situation, which we found out at the end. It's like because again, it's like he can't even imagine for himself what that means to a child of Harry's age, because he's like just fresh of being a teenager.
Right.
And so it's like, I think that's why he was avoiding him the whole time, because he could hear him calling out to him, like he could, and he blatantly ignored him. And it's because he just, I think that a lot of it was like feeling helpless too, because he kind of understands that he has to let Harry figure it out on his own. But then it's like also painful to do that. Mm-hmm. Like it's painful to have to let him figure it out on his own.
Right.
Because it's not his responsibility, like sadly, to figure it out. Mm-mm. And he's helpless in a lot of senses. Like he doesn't have control over the Ministry of Magic. Like he has to abide by the rules too.
Which he does and he doesn't. Because he doesn't. Fawkes comes and saves the day.
And there's something about the name Fawkes, which is what I just remembered. Think about the word fox. It's like a fox. It's like cunning. It's like it just came and it made him disappear in thin air. It's like it played a trick, which just is what like foxes do.
Just like when it brought the sword of Gryffindor to Harry when he was confronting the basilisk.
Yeah.
The big snake. It's like Fawkes came and saved the day.
But that's what I'm saying. It's like the foxes. You know how foxes just are like cunning? Yeah.
Swipe or no swipe.
Exactly.
Swipe or no swipe.
And so
Dora the Explorer.
The fox swooped in and then just played a trick of magic, literally like a magic show. Yeah. Ironically, because everything is magic in this world, but this was a literal magic show.
It was epic too. Like
and and then he just disappear, and then that's it. into thin air.
And you could tell that even the people who were about to apprehend Dumbledore and put him in wizarding handcuffs, they were scared of him.
Yeah.
It's like they did it kind of like hesitantly because like everybody knows that
They don't
that's
wanna cross-
Dumbledore. That's the Dumbledore.
Yeah.
That's Albus, Percival, Brian Dumbledore or
Brian.
something. Brian. It's like so
Such
random.
an average
Brian.
name, yeah, with all these Nevilles and all these weird names, and then it's like Brian.
Yeah.
Brian Dumbledore.
Special shout out to my cousin Brian, by the way.
Oh, I wrote, then when Luna came in, well, she came in the beginning. I thought about her name, right? Like, Luna is the moon.
The moon, yeah.
And when you think about the moon, you think about like ties to the emotional aspect of the self and how the moon controls the tides, and we're made up of water. So in that sense, the moon controls us. And so it's interesting because she seems the most like emotionally intact, and that makes people think that she's crazy.
Right.
Because she's the most like not unfazed, but the most like understanding of things, and if anything is the most sane.
Mhm.
But to everyone else, it's insanity, it's loony, it's crazy.
Yeah, because she doesn't give in to what most people preoccupy themselves with, like
Exactly.
the torments of the human mind and
Yes.
the emotions. Like she's just like feeding thestrals and just exploring the forbidden
Yes.
forest.
And then her last name they said was Lovegood.
Lovegood,
So
yeah.
it's like she's
Love
loving.
is good.
Yeah, she's loving, love good. Like she's, like, a hippie.
Yeah, she is a hippie.
And she has this like very spiritual essence to her. And then we
She's
see her
cool.
grounding, and she's like connected to nature, and then she's feeding the thestrals. And then she says that this was what's crazy. She says that the thestrals are actually very gentle, right? And then that makes you think,
Death
like,
is gentle, right?
like, look, the thestrals are the understanding and acceptance of death, right? It's like that's what they are a symbol of. It's like when you truly understand and accept death because you've witnessed it firsthand. So you can't truly understand and accept death unless you've experienced it, unless you've seen it firsthand.
Right.
Because or else you just accept an idea. Does that
Right.
make sense? You
Yes.
have to actually know the gravity of death to be able to accept it and understand it.
To get that first-hand
Exactly.
information and knowledge, yeah.
And then the crazy thing is that these thestrals have like a dark, quote unquote, scary appearance. Like if any of Harry's other friends could see it without ever having experienced death, they would be like, "Oh my God!" Like
I'm not
what?
gonna ride that
What is?
thing.
Yeah, like they would be terrified of it because it's like this like skeletal looking horse with
Yeah,
wings, and
with bat wings.
they would kind of be like a little bit,
Yeah.
taken aback. But then, what's interesting is that it's supposed to. I think that it's supposed to symbolize just that, right? Like the people who have accepted and who can understand death versus the people who feel like discomfort and
Repulsed by death.
and unease by the thought of death.
Scared.
And so it won't even like
I know exactly what you're trying to say.
like you can't even visualize it, like you're too scared to even see it. But then the crazy thing is that, look at this, these thestrals resemble that, right? But then they're harmless in their nature. They're not violent. And I think that that's what happens when you accept and understand death, is that it becomes something that is just natural. It's a naturally occurring part of the cycle of life. And you come to see it as not this like scary, daunting thing, but as a gentle creature of nature.
Yes.
It's like that comes to you and just takes you when your time is done.
And not just that, but then you are able also to mount death.
Yes.
And to use its wings to propel you into the
To guide
stratosphere
you.
and to allow you to soar through the world. Because then you soar on the wings of death, just like Harry was soaring on the wings of the hippogriff.
Yes.
And the hippogriff, what seemed to me was like an eagle. It's like a bird.
Yeah.
A horse. So look, eagles are masters of the sky. Horses are masters of land. And then you have the wing aspect, and then you have it soaring and walking on water, which is very symbolic. And then you have Harry with his arms out, just like with the Christ symbolism. It's like mastering of all different realms of existence, and then that allows him to soar. And so when it was with the Thestrals, like that's what I imagined in my head. It's like he confronted death, accepted death for what it is, this kind, gentle integration and part of nature. It's no different than the giant half-brother of Hagrid. It's also in the Forbidden Forest. It eats apples. It's a creature of this realm. It's a factor of this existence.
Except it doesn't eat apples.
It doesn't eat apples?
It didn't eat the apple. It ate the meat, the raw meat that she threw it.
That's interesting. I didn't even see that.
She threw it an apple, and then it didn't eat the apple, and then she threw it the raw meat, and then it ate it.
Because death eats bodies, and it eats decomposing.
Right. It's like it
flesh.
it doesn't have a capacity for
an appetite for apples.
Yeah.
Because death is
That's
preoccupied
interesting.
with. That's interesting.
That's
dark,
right.
Yeah.
But then it's just interesting because then it serves as a guide for them. So they fly the skies on these things, and the other ones can't even see them, but they just have to trust blindly. And that's what happens with life, is that when you aren't preparing yourself for death, you're kind of going into it blindly, but you still
all of us are
have the understanding that it's there and it exists. And
some of us don't even have time to create that understanding, which is what happened to Harry. It's like he didn't have time to create an understanding of death.
Yeah.
And yet he faced the most tragic death, which is losing both parents.
Yeah.
It's like that's what everybody fears. Like everybody watching this, if you haven't lost both your parents yet, then that's probably your biggest fear, or one of your biggest fears, is receiving that call.
Yeah, that's crazy.
And it's wild.
And then let me think, what else? And then I thought that. Wait, hold on. No, I'll get to that one after. I just want to see what else I have. Sorry, I'm all over the place.
No. I'm chilling.
Every great wizard in history has started off as a student, and that's interesting because every master has been a student before, and so that's like very encouraging, that it doesn't matter where you are, like how far behind you may feel, like you can still master the soul or the purpose of your life. Which
is why I thought that it was interesting when Voldemort was hovering over Harry after he was possessed, and he said that, Harry, you're a fool, Harry, right? I think that every master was once a fool, and in order to become a master, you have, like, as a prerequisite, you have to be the fool.
Yeah, because you have to be able to assimilate like information, or else if nothing gets through to you, then nothing can accelerate you and your growth.
And willing to fail and feel pain, because those are prerequisites for learning strength and knowledge.
Control the mind, unhinge it. Connection to Voldemort is like Lord of the Rings, which is crazy.
Saruman.
It's like
it's Sauron. The Eye of Sauron.
Tainting the soul. We've all got light and dark, what we choose to act on, which we already talked about. Bellatrix tortured parents, but they never gave in. Sirius said it was worse than death. We already talked about that. Death is a sweet release. Oh, about the Patronuses. So the animals are very symbolic, right? Just like for the Animagus, like the animal that the Animagus can transform into is very symbolic of their characteristic, right? Okay, so this is going to be a trip because this is pretty crazy. But Ron's was a dog, right? And that was super interesting to me. I don't know much about Luna yet to speak on hers being a bunny, but I think that it resembles like curiosity and kind of like
Purity, maybe.
and purity, yeah, but also like, you know, they kind of just hop and wander. It's like curiosity. I think of like Alice in Wonderland kind of thing, you know. But Ron's was a dog, which is interesting because it's like Sirius Black. But then in Ron's case, his was a dog because it resembles his loyalty. Because even when he was pissed off at Harry, right? He hated Harry. He was so jealous. He was so upset, infuriated. He really believed that Harry put his name in the Goblet of Fire. And he was genuinely just
in disbelief and angry.
And angry and resentful. He was still loyal to him by hinting at him the task that was at hand with the dragon.
Indirectly,
right? It's like, and then he confessed that afterwards. He was like, well, I made that up and I just said that it was the other person so that you would go. And then that's it. And that just proves his loyalty. It's like he has proven time and time again that when his friends are in need, no matter how he displays that he feels about them, he still has their back.
Right.
And he's always shown that. Just like we saw in the very first movie with the chess, he was going to sacrifice himself, just like they said, right? And he's like, you got to go get Snape.
Make my move.
Yeah.
You're free.
He's going to sacrifice himself.
The king. Is it check the king or the queen? I don't know how to play chess.
Check the king.
I
thought the queen is the most powerful in the chess, which is interesting.
I don't know.
But yeah, like that was insane. And then here's a trip, right? Cause I just figured this out. Because we've talked a lot about like constellations and stuff, like the Orion and the whatever, but Sirius is an actual star.
I never thought about that.
And it's the brightest star.
It's the North Star. Is it considered the North Star?
I'm not sure, but it's the brightest star in the Canis something, but it literally translates to dog in Latin.
It does?
Yes.
What?
And it's a literal, like in the constellation of the Canis whatever. I don't know what the exact name is, but it's crazy because I just thought of it.
What the actual
And then they're
man.
light beings. And then that's when it clicked in my head. I was like, wait a minute. Like the order of the Phoenix
they
people,
they
appear
light.
as light.
White light against darkness.
And then Sirius is the literal name of the brightest star in the constellation that translates to dog.
Oh my God.
And he is...
What?
And then the contrast of his last name, right? Black.
Yeah.
Black is because that is the duality of the nature of his family. It's like that's why he has a deranged cousin. It's like Black is the surname. Your last name is what you carry from your family, from your heritage.
Oh my God.
And so he has to carry both. He has to carry his first name, which is the one that you're anointed, which resembles your personality kind of, and then you have to carry your last name, which resembles your family heritage. It's your surname. You know, and so in his case, it's literally a duality. It's Black, which is dark, and then it's Sirius, which is the brightest star. So he's the brightest star in this like black, like kind of like blacked out, you know, like he's not foreign to the struggles and suffering of life and how that kind of like wants to discolor your soul, but he still stands very bright in his nature.
And it's also interesting how Voldemort's army were aiming at eliminating the brightest star in Harry's world in order to see if the opposite was true, in order to plunge him into the deepest darkness.
Yeah.
Which was the whole kind of inner dialogue between him and Voldemort. It's like, do it, kill her. It's like it's like she killed him, kill her. And Harry refused, like he resisted.
Yeah.
Which is what he was taught by Severus Snape. And so Snape also played a pivotal role in Harry overcoming Voldemort, because Snape was in charge and responsible for teaching Harry one of the most responsible tools and techniques, which isn't stupefy, it's not Expelliarmus, it's whatever you want to say. It's literally mental. It's like it's the mental fortitude and resistance and resilience to combat the Dark Lord.
And think about this.
Crazy.
The most potent thing that's going to make your life miserable or like either miserable or thriving is your mind.
It's your mindset. Yeah.
It's your mind. And everything else external is minuscule to the power of your mind. So if your mind, you get what I'm saying? Like if your mind festers off of dark thoughts, then it will reflect you in your reality. And
all
then
is mind.
Exactly.
Yes.
Well, that's crazy. So
that is crazy.
Taking down paintings, no art, no individuality. It's literally conformity. It's literally prison. And then what's interesting is that the ministry controls Azkaban, which is the most daunting, scary place in this world for them.
And
it's
they
like,
lose control of it. Right?
And they lose control. But then what's interesting is that they control Azkaban, but then they also control something as precious as a school of children. And so that gets mishandled and the lines become blurred and Hogwarts becomes an Azkaban for students.
Wow, that's a great parallel right there. That's crazy.
And it's because the ministry overtakes it too much. They know how to run a prison, and that's why they didn't really have escapees. But
they know how to run society too, and that's why we have all these rules.
But the minute they directed their attention to Hogwarts, Azkaban started falling apart.
Yes.
They directed too much of their attention to maintaining order at Hogwarts, maintaining order over Dumbledore, that they completely diverted their focus off of Azkaban, and they let however many prisoners become released, Bellatrix being one, and that never happened before. Sirius Black was the first one, and then now all of a sudden it just crumbled completely because their attention was diverted. They
put all their eggs in the wrong basket.
Yeah, they were worried about the wrong target, which was Dumbledore, and that was the wrong target. And then they treated this school like a prison and completely took their eyes off of the real threats.
And they willingly did that too.
Yeah, willingly, exactly. This is crazy. Sorry, I was just having so much fun writing all these notes.
No, this is great.
So what's interesting is that along with that thought, right, that it was being run like a prison, all of the students had to like be tidy in their uniform. Like she even like fixed up their uniform whenever it was like out of place. But then she got to wear colors. It's like she got to wear like bright pink colors, and then everybody else was kind of like dull. You could tell the atmosphere of the school was like colorless and dull. And then she's in this like bright pink uniform, and it's like this overcompensation of needing to assert her individuality by stripping others of theirs.
Right, and then making her expression of her own unique individuality as being the only prevailing one.
Yeah, exactly. And that's why she gets to wear her bright pink, and everybody else.
It's almost as like flaunting them and like trying to get on their nerves. And it's like, you know what? Like, I can wear pink. You will all wear prison suits, and you will be happy about it. Yeah.
And then at the end, the symbolism is that what you said after the fireworks, when her face is all tarnished, her clothes are also a bit tarnished. They're not pristine condition anymore. And then that's when she gets carried off by the centaurs.
Because her whole world crumbles.
That's it.
Because it's all a manufactured world, and it doesn't stand a chance against nature, against the nature of reality. Because when she's placed in the Forbidden Forest, she seems so small to the point where she's picked up by a giant.
Yeah,
and this giant in the real world, who is kind of like using all of these manipulation tactics to conquer the castle. Think about that. She conquers the castle of Hogwarts. This little woman conquers a castle.
Yeah, and then even tries to assert herself over McGonagall by like stepping a step above her.
Yes.
And then McGonagall steps down and she further steps up.
Yes.
Dolores. Like McGonagall had taken a step down and then she took another 2 steps up. It's like...
And I think that what that represents is obviously the hierarchy of power. But I feel like Minerva... right, like McGonagall knew that in like a real world outside in the middle of the Forbidden Forest, if both of them had to fend for their lives, she would take on that little woman and she would destroy her.
She was relinquishing ego because ego would have been competing still.
Right.
Like going step by step for step. It's like, no, I want to be on the higher step.
Sure.
No, I want to be. But McGonagall's like, you know what? You want to be on the higher step? Go be on the higher step because I could step down in surety of things turning out the way that they're meant to turn out. It's
And
like,
I also think that McGonagall knew that if she kind of went down that route, then it would result in her getting canned.
Yeah.
And then she knew that she is of more value
Yeah,
within the castle than outside of the castle.
she would be useless.
Yeah.
Like if she wasn't exactly.
So
exactly.
it's the ability to be humble.
Yeah.
To like humble yourself in order for the greater good.
Exact, just like Harry. It's like he wasn't like bragging during the Triwizard tournament
No.
of like the things that he was doing, the selfless acts.
Mm-mm.
And then when Cedric was getting all of the glory at the end, like rest in peace, Cedric. You know, I understand why, because he passed. But Harry just always takes the kind of second class citizen ticket, and that's
Yeah.
it. But
He's okay with being overlooked.
exactly, but
Yeah.
but it's because he understands that maybe that's how he's more useful, is by being that. It's like by having to be humble. Sirius Black is the only family he's got. Every memory is a weapon used against you. So I think that was Snape that said that every memory is a weapon used against you.
And how do you think that is? Do you think it's just simply because of the fact that the memories that Harry cherishes, Voldemort has access to, and then he knows Harry's Achilles heel,
He knows-
and he knows who to target?
So he knows like how to manipulate like situations to
Mhm.
get what he
To
needs,
gain an
right?
advantage.
And so they did that with the Triwizard tournament. So no one is opposed to kind of like getting an upper hand, because they did that with the Black Lake by getting the loved ones of people, putting them in a lake with the possibility of them drowning or getting
Right.
hurt or whatever,
Mhm.
because they found the Achilles heels of the contestants.
Right.
And so it's not even just a Voldemort thing. I think that's just in general. It's that
Leverage.
any memory you have can be used as a weapon against you. Like for good or for bad, for better or worse.
Which is what they say when they arrest you.
Yeah, it's like anything you say or do
Will and can will be used against you. Yeah, it's like
in the
Jesus,
court of law.
dude. Okay, thanks for making me feel safe.
And then this is like off topic, but I thought that it was weird because I didn't keep track of who, but only a select few people, but even people who aren't Death Eaters, referred to Voldemort as the Dark Lord. And Snape was one of them.
He referred to him as
He
the Dark
referred
Lord?
to him as the Dark Lord. And so that kind of like made my blinker go off, because I was like trying to keep track of like who refers to him as Voldemort, who refers to him as whatever else, and then who refers to him as the Dark Lord, because the Dark Lord is like pledging an allegiance or acknowledging that he is a lord.
Wow, I didn't catch that at all.
And
Completely overlooked that.
And so I think that that's a hint of the people who follow him, who have followed him, who still follow him. But for them to refer to him as that, it's because they have had allegiance to him, or they have allegiance to him currently. Yeah. So that was something. Fireworks, we talked about. The Thestrals guiding them. It's a perfect transport. Because they can't be seen by people who haven't seen death, which is crazy, because not a lot of people have, and so they kind of could go unnoticed.
Yeah, like they could fly under the radar, which is exactly what they do. It's like the literal definition of that.
For neither can live while the other survives. He who can vanquish the Dark Lord. So, yeah, we already talked about that. It's just like that. One of them has to kill the other.
And then Harry has to kind of push himself to the ability to take a life.
Yeah.
Which is hard.
and only he can vanquish the Dark Lord. So that's why. So that just further reiterates
Solidifies.
why Dumbledore can't do anything and why he's so helpless, because he can't.
Yeah, like he can't solve it, but because he could technically probably overtake Voldemort and like maybe eliminate him at the Ministry of Magic. Like like Dumbledore seems to be very ahead of the curve in every aspect.
He can't, but there's a reason why, and maybe it's to do with their wands like being interconnected or something.
Voldemort and Harry's.
Yeah, like I think that
Because of the Phoenix Feather thing.
yeah, I feel like it's part of the prophecy, but I think it's just that. It's that literally nobody else can take out Voldemort. Nobody else. Like it has to be, for whatever reason, it has to be Harry.
Because it's yin and yang, right? So like yin and yang have to
like
eliminate each other.
Be it because of their connection with him killing his parents, or be it with the connection with the wands, but it's like something. But because we would think that like at this point Dumbledore would have killed him, right? Like Dumbledore could use Avada Kedavra. Like maybe
He could use probably better spells than that.
yeah, like maybe he wouldn't use it if he's like genuinely good and he doesn't believe in like taking the lives of others, but he would do something. Like if anyone's at the magical level of Voldemort, it's Dumbledore, if not above him. And so there's like something that he literally can't do it, you know?
Yeah, the only Harry.
And it's part of the prophecy. It's like it's why it's in the crystal ball.
Yeah, I think that because death is something so permanent in this world also, just like it is in our normal Muggle world, I feel like whatever talk about prophecy probably ties in with the same ideas. Like you can't reverse death.
Yeah, like
you can't bring your parents back from the dead using magic. So maybe prophecy is the same thing. It's like some things are written in stone.
It's like a natural order.
Yeah.
You know?
You just have to like follow it, and then Dumbledore's doing his best to set Harry up for this win, you know?
Yeah, exactly. Oh gosh, but that's so like it's going to be so hard to like wrap our heads around that, cuz it's, you know, it like in my head it would be so simple if Dumbledore could take care of everything, but then it's too simple.
Because then Harry doesn't become as strong as he can be.
There is no Harry Potter if Dumbledore did that. It's
there's only Harry Potter's problem solved by Dumbledore.
It's like
it's like one movie.
Yeah, and Harry Potter would just be like any other person.
Kid.
He would be freaking Shamish, you know.
And we would be teaching kids and young adults that you have to just wait for the bearded white wizard to come and save you.
Yeah.
And it would teach us that someone is coming to save us, which the reality is the opposite.
Yeah.
You're born alone, you die alone, my friend. And that's it.
Yeah, that's
for the
true.
most part. It's like the experience of death is alone. Like nobody's gonna carry the burden of
no one could take it from you. And
nobody's gonna experience it for you.
And no one can really go with
where
you.
You're going, yeah. And no one's gonna find out but you.
That's crazy.
That's crazy to think about.
I also thought about the name, cause then I saw the name. Guys, I can't be going crazy. We have to find out, because I saw Draco's name on that family tree, and it's gonna drive me crazy. So whether we do this,
make a note, and then we'll check later.
Yeah.
And then we'll go back and we'll check it, and then on the next one, you point it out at the beginning.
But guys, I'm telling you, I saw it, unless my eyes are playing tricks on me. But I then thought about Draco's name, and Draco is dragon.
Dragon.
Yeah, in Latin.
Draconian.
Yeah, Draco is dragon. It's like I think it's like a Latin term for dragon, Draco.
Draco. Yeah.
Draco.
Yeah, for sure.
It kind of seems the same.
Draco, dragon.
Yeah,
Draco,
exactly.
Draco. Yeah.
Which is interesting, cause I don't know what that means yet. It might be something symbolic though. And then the Malfoy, it's like bad something.
Boy.
I don't know what foy would mean, but it's something. But you can't deny the Latin kind of like
No, because like people have like said it too that a
Yeah.
lot of the spells are Latin.
Like people even confirmed in the comments, like with the Lupin thing, like Lupin meaning wolf in Latin. So it's
Mhm.
like you can't deny like the Latin
crazy, yeah.
kind of like twists on the words and stuff. Let me see. That's it for here. Oh, and then the last thing that I have, which is about the mirror of desire, but this one it was more like a passing thought, and I kind of thought about it like in like the other movies that we saw.
Mhm.
But what's interesting is that I finally realized why it's called Erised, right? Because it's like backwards, right?
Desire.
It's desire backwards, but this is gonna sound so stupid because it just connected in my head watching him see his parents again in the mirror. Is that it's literally because in a mirror you can't read words straight. You read them backwards, so you're
Yeah.
literally reading it like it's in a mirror.
Oh shoot.
So you're reading Erised as desire or vice versa.
That's how Leonardo da Vinci would like write. He would
Like
use
backward?
mirrored
That's
language.
crazy.
Yeah, and then he would keep a mirror placed very close to his page, and he would write backwards.
People say that Da Vinci would put hidden dates and
Sure,
things in his
paintings.
paintings.
Yeah.
Like in the Last Supper painting, he put
Da Vinci
like
Code is all about that. It's about the hidden meanings of life is contained within Da Vinci's work.
that's crazy.
It's like it's the gist of it,
It's
you
like
know.
all of the secrets. But I'm almost done, and then we could wrap up.
Oh, take your time.
But then it's crazy because then the connection that I made is that the reason it's the mirror of desire, right, is because a mirror can never fully 100% reflect reality.
Ooh, wow.
Do you get what I'm saying? It could
Oh
only
my
mimic
God.
what it sees.
That just scratched the part of my brain.
But it can't, like, and I just thought it's so crazy to me.
Say that one more time for my half-baked brain right now, because my brain is on fire.
A mirror
Yes.
cannot fully 100% reflect reality. It can only mimic it, but then that's why it's reversed. And in this case, it's only their desires, but it's not their true reality.
Which their desires are projected upon the mirror
Exactly.
by them.
But it's exactly that. It's that it can't, like, the same way that you can't coherently read off a mirror, you can't expect to see your reality reflected on the mirror. Does that make sense?
Right, because there's no such thing as objective desire. There's only subjective desire. And so it's projection of that subjective experience onto the mirror, which is a reflection of the reality, but it can't reproduce the reality perfectly.
Yes.
It can just reflect it inverted because that's what a mirror does.
And it reflects it. Look, depending on who's looking in the mirror, you have a subjective experience of what you're seeing in the mirror.
Right.
It's like I could see myself in the mirror and have like a certain perception of myself.
But how people see you is
But
different.
how people see me is different, and it literally is different. You are seeing me inverted versus on how I see myself in a mirror.
And that's why people have image problems and image issues, because they starve themselves or they think they're too fat, too skinny. Yeah.
But then that's what the mirror of desire is. It's that only you can see what you desire most, and other people can't see it.
Yeah.
It's like because it's like something that isn't reflected in your reality.
Yes.
Does that make sense? Because
it's
it can't
projected onto the mirror.
It's your subjective, but also because a mirror can't 100% reflect your reality. It's always going to be inverted. It's always going to be subjective. It's like such a trip.
That is a trippy thought, actually. That's a crazy statement to say.
And that's it for me.
And just to drop the mic just like that. Oh, guys, look.
Oh, guys, my brain.
Look, it's 8 o'clock right now.
My
8
brain's
o'clock.
fried.
Huh?
My brain is fried.
My brain is so fried right now. It's we're 6 hours and 40 minutes on the clock here. It's probably a little less with all the bathroom breaks, whatever. But around 6 hours. I think it's a good episode.
It's a good place to stop.
It's a good YouTube video. Whatever that means, whatever reality is, whatever YouTube is, whatever this engagement, this thing that we have going on here between us. I just hope that, look, honestly, if you've made it up until this point,
comment deep end,
because we've been seeing a few deep end comments, and more than we've ever expected to see. And we're trying to like engage with each one and just like let you guys know that we see the ones who see us until the end. So comment below deep end if you honestly stuck through the whole thing.
Yeah, if you really did.
That's crazy, by the way, but not in a bad way, you know, because we know that there are a lot of you guys who also listen to us while you're cleaning the house or working, which is crazy to think too, in the best way possible. And there's not a minute in my day-to-day life where I'm not reminded of just how privileged I am or how privileged we are to be able to have this access granted into your personal kingdoms and your personal lives and in your ear too, which is crazy, you know? And just listening to these thoughts, like we're just two people who are just like great at just like talking about life and just,
I don't even think I'm great at it. Like a lot of the times,
like great
I'm like,
meaning like it's so easy.
Yeah, I'm just jumbling my words. Like I actually find it incredibly difficult to speak.
Really?
And then today,
you speak well.
What's so weird is like in our last video, guys, like we were so kind of like disappointed in the way that we spoke. It's like we came off a high with Shutter Island. Like we thought we had a great conversation, and then we did Goblet of Fire, and then Goblet of Fire we just weren't like.
We were tired, honestly. Like we were in like a not the
like
greatest
in a mental fog,
space.
And then today, like just coming out of a mental fog from like yesterday, even like
or earlier today,
like
for me.
Yeah, and then. It's just ironic. It's like sometimes like when you try to have too much control over how things turn out, it ironically doesn't work in your favor.
And you try to make it too perfect.
Versus when you kind of just
wing it.
Let go and let God, or you just kind of like have...
Let the universe flow through you.
Yeah, like have like blind faith, or just try to do your best and not really put too much pressure on yourself. You end up maybe producing some of your best work or your best effort or
output,
whatever. Yeah.
And I completely agree. And all I know is that with each conversation that we have, I grow exponentially. Like I become someone like a better person in all facets and all ways of understanding the world and life. And I feel like this channel has been doing wonders for us too. And like our conversations post movie has like improved so much in our lives and our personal lives with each other in general. And as you guys could tell, like I'm blinking maybe like one blink per 10 minutes. Every 10 minutes I'm like blinking super slow. And that's because I need to sleep, guys. It is 8 a.m. and I need to sleep.
We're going to sleep while the sun's rising.
Yeah, while the sun rises, we sleep. And then when it goes down again, we'll do more work. So with that being said, guys, thank you so much. I have a piece of hair, a piece of beard hair. That's disgusting. Thank you so much for tuning in. If you watched up until this point, then you are the OG of OGs. Then you're the greatest of all time, in my opinion. Like you're in there with us, and you're literally sitting here with us through this whole thing. And yes, what's going on? Oh, that's too far away. But she's pointing at
the Sirius Black.
You want me to get it?
No.
I'll get it. You want me to get it?
No, but I was pointing out the Sirius Black poster that we showed in the last video.
I'll get it because it's worth getting. Hold on, guys.
Yeah, we should commemorate.
If you have the impulse to do stuff,
give me my godfather.
Yes.
I'm Harry Potter now.
R.I.P.
Oh gosh, I would have never thought. Like, I'm really sad. I hope that we still see like an appearance of him, but
yes,
this is a commemoration of Sirius Black. I think that, you know what I think? I think that in the last movie, we kind of like were a little bit stumped because I don't think we had enough time to build a connection with Cedric, and I think that you can't really like
create an emotional attachment.
It's not an impact like the way that this one was, because this one was very impactful, and I think that it's interesting. It's supposed to. We were supposed to see Harry lose, someone that he had just met, and then we were supposed to see Harry lose the strongest bond that he's created, the only family he's met and had.
He lost a father figure, which is more important than.
Yeah.
Well, not more important, but
yeah, it's
in this
everything
context,
for him.
For Harry Potter, it's the most important thing. I feel.
It's everything for him.
Yeah.
Like no Dumbledore or Hagrid could like step in the shoes of this relationship that he built, or like that he had hopes of building further with Sirius.
Yeah.
That's crazy. It's really crazy.
Yeah.
Because even when everyone else wanted to leave him in the dark, like Sirius, ironically, right, the brightest star, wanted to bring him into the light. It's like
Poetic.
yeah. But anyways,
okay.
Oh, sorry. Anyways,
so to honor our boy, Sirius, hope you rest in peace, buddy. And we will see you guys on the next episode. Again, I can't speak right now. This was an amazing episode. Thank you so much for tuning in. Don't forget to support the channel by just liking, subscribing, sharing this with a movie fan of conversations like these.
Your dog,
your neighbor, whoever it is, the baker, the milkman, whatever it is. Thank you so much. And with that being said, don't forget that it's never wrong
to be mentally gone. Peace to the world.